The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Football fans and chess fans alike are cheering on their heroes at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. With the first classical game of the GCT season under their belts, players have acclimated and adjusted to the new, longer time control. After a misstep in the first round, French star Alireza Firouzja rebounded, calmly defeating his opponent to grab his first point. Fabiano Caruana looked to be cruising to his second win and clear lead, but an inaccuracy allowed his compatriot Wesley to escape with a draw. The leaders remain unchanged, but for how long? Day 3 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome chess fans to day 3 of the Superbet Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in front of Carol I statue, one of the greatest kings of Romania. Well, we have the best kings of chess battling for supremacy. Let's go to the studio and start day 3 action.
It doesn't get any better than this. 6 of the top players in the world and 4 more in the top 20 are battling it out in Bucharest. Day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour Romania starts right now. Hello and welcome, and it is day 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's going to be a lot of fun commenting the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgeny Miroshnichenko. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, really.
I did
Well, that was brilliant.
rehearsals.
It's great to be with you both, and looking forward to another wonderful show, really. It's good. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and indeed, welcome to our show. You've always heard the claim, the top grandmaster said, I was so lost. I wanted to resign. They never do. They never do. Wesley put up some heroic resistance and saved, yes, a lost position, and they do it so often. Jovi, do the honors and tell us our standings.
Yes.
After 2 rounds of play.
Well, Fabiano, as we heard from Yasser there, came so close to getting 2 points out of 2, but he had to settle for a draw. Then he has to settle for shared lead with Gukesh. Exactly. They're both on 1.5 points out of 2. And then we have a 6-way tie for shared 3rd place between, of course, the best players in the chess world. And when the field is so tightly stacked like this, it's going to be close and anything can happen.
Absolutely. And tell us about our format.
Yes, it is a 10-player round robin, which means that there are 9 rounds and the players play each other once. It's a time control of 120 minutes, 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus per move. No draw offers allowed. And that's going to make it exceptionally exciting because there is a lot of money at stake. 350,000 total prize fund.
Thank you, Superbet. And the schedule, Jovi.
Yes. Well, the play gets quite intense, but it is just 1 round per day. Mark your calendars because on Monday, July the 1st, that is a rest day. And also remember that July the 5th, that is going to be round 9, where we will be crowning a winner of the Superbet Chess Classic.
Lovely. And Miro, it's not just about winning the tournaments, but it's really about winning the Grand Chess Tour as well.
Well, absolutely. So let's talk about one of our leaders today, sure, and the winner of the previous GCT series, none else but Fabiano Caruana. So in 2023, Fabiano has won 3 out of 4 events he took part in,
wow,
which is an amazing result. So he won this event, Superbet Chess Classics, which netted him 13 points, tour points that is. 7 points from the Rapid and Blitz in Poland, and then he repeated his success twice in St. Louis, winning St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkville Cup. So overall 46 tour points. hefty sum of $310,000 as a prize money, and he won the event, the tour, with a tremendous margin, winning, like almost he could skip one tournament and still be the winner. That was absolutely amazing.
Indeed, that was the biggest margin of victory in our tour history, and can he repeat? We'll find out. But it's my pleasure to introduce the other members of our broadcasting team from Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian. Hello, everyone.
Thanks, Yasser, and welcome back, chess fans, to round 3 of the Superbet Classic here in Bucharest, Romania. I have to say, the word of the day yesterday was resilience. As you mentioned, Yasser, Wesley saw just tremendous on the defense, but there was one other player, and that was Gukesh, the challenger to the World Championship match, facing a previous challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I have to say, he was on the receiving end of some immense pressure in that game, but he managed to survive. Anastasiya, what did you see today? What were you doing this morning?
This morning I decided to come back to the playing venue because actually we had women's tournament happening at the same place, at the same stage as top guys are playing right now. We had women's event organized by Superbet and GCT organizers all together. 10 women Romanian players came to the playing hall and played Blitz event, and Mihaela Sandu, woman grandmaster and national team player from Romania, she managed to win the tournament 9 out of 9. What a great result she showed. And all players received very nice t-shirts from Grand Chess Tour, which made all this way from Q Boutique here to Bucharest. So they were very happy with prizes and those nice merch from St. Louis Chess Club. So it was really nice to see them playing on the stage. Hopefully one day we will have women's Grand Chess Tour event happening together with a men event. One day it's going to happen, I'm sure about this. Cristian, what do we have today in round 3?
Well, they definitely kept the seats warm, and as we are getting ready for round 3, let's look at the marquee matchups. I'm going to start with the battle of the Frenchmen, the big clash between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja. Big bounce back victory for Alireza yesterday, definitely coming into this one with a lot of confidence. As you can see, on the other hand, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave managed to best him in 1 game only. No losses for Maxime and 5 draws.
You know,
let's see what will happen today. Yes.
Maxime was telling me during the interview he's looking forward to play against Alireza. I asked him what is the best opponent, whom are you looking forward to play against with, and he mentioned only Alireza. He said always he has really interesting battles against him. And
there's some pride at stake,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
For the French team, for the Grand Chess Tour as well. Definitely one to be keeping your eyes on. Another one, of course, a marquee matchup of the day is the one between the 19 years of age, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, against one of the co-leaders going into round 3, Fabiano Caruana. And as you can see, this one is tight. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. But we've seen Fabi with the black pieces take tremendous risks in game 1. It paid off in that one. Will he take risks in this one as well? Well, in just a few minutes, the games will start. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis, and we'll be here to give you all the behind the scenes as the round progresses.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. 9 out of 9. That's pretty darn good. Can't beat that. But Jovi, do the honors and tell our viewers what they can expect for this round 3 pairings.
Oh, it's going to be exciting as always. As you see, there are 2 of our marquee matchups. Nodirbek will be playing Fabiano Caruana. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on his countrymate Alireza Firouzja. Going to be a lot of pride at stake for this one.
Right.
Gukesh will also play his rival Praggnanandhaa. Anish, Giri has white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Wesley So will be playing wildcard Bogdan Deac.
They'll be fighting hard for a lot of money. Break those prizes down for us.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. First place nets $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. But you just have to glance at the other prizes available as well. Everyone's going to walk away very happy.
Absolutely. And I saw those pairings and those marquee matchups, but also with the Indian players, Gukesh and Pragg. A lot of stake there too. Ego, rivalries,
Exactly.
points, Grand Chess Tour points. That'll be a fun match. So each and every round, we've got some fantastic pairings as we see Nodirbek and Fabi getting ready to clash.
Yes, and Fabiano with the black pieces. Very interesting point by Cristian about how Fabiano took massive risk against Alireza in the first round. Today he has the black pieces again. A different style of opponent though. Nodirbek is a lot more positional, and here we have the battle between the teenagers, both 18 years old. Gukesh, World Championship challenger, he's meditating with the white pieces.
Exactly, against Prague.
It seems to be the trend, I mean, mainly initiated by Vidit, you know, that you just spend some time before the play begins.
Here's our opening ceremonial first move.
Made by an ambassador for Superbet, Benny Adegbue.
I'll take Benny, you take the other half. Nice. Okay, nice. Benny, what's it going to be? D4? Ooh. Nice.
Nice. D3. A symbolic move there. Yesterday, D3 came as a surprise.
I'll move 2.
For Wesley, so.
Absolutely. Yes, getting ready. Love the stage, love the setting, love the theater, love the audience. Everything about this event really exudes professionalism. Very impressive staging.
And we're off, Yasser. And there we see the moves are starting to appear on the boards. Where should we go to first?
I have Nodirbek and Fabi, D4 and Knight F6. And I see that we have the Indian Derby, but yeah, D4, Knight F6, Knight F3 in this one. Now it was B7, B6 against Alireza. Nope, going back to more conventional territory. And Miro, I have to say that it's our 2 picks.
Absolutely.
I'm going to spot you wide on this one.
It's my boy against your boy, yes.
That's exactly right. We've got skin in the game on this one. And what is our expectation? I was about to say.
I was expecting C4, but instead the London system has been deployed.
Yeah.
So now I suddenly have some interest in the game as well.
Exactly.
I'm feeling very patriotic today.
Exactly. Now, I've always thought that the London system was very viable in terms of trying to get an opening advantage. When you have the move E7, E6 on the board, it always surprised me that people were trying to get an advantage in this way. They would play bishop f4 at this moment. And I always thought, well, no, because I have equality with bishop f5. The difference, e7, e6, bishop f4, now bishop e7. Now that is a very different approach against the London. I'm much more used to seeing d7, d5, bishop d6, and very importantly, c5 is a major move with the idea of developing the queen early. You've developed your bishop to f4, maybe your pawn on b2 can be targeted. Bishop e7, and already we're seeing this more and more in Fabi's games. He's looking to avoid, I want to say, mainline positions. He's come today with a little twist. Bishop e7, I'm sure, is not the most common move in your database, Miro.
Yeah, let's see. So, as you could see, practically any move has been tried. Well, funny ones like knight to h5 and, yeah, knight e4. As for bishop e7, it's been played, and I presume that one of the ideas could be to go knight h5 as the response to the most natural e2, e3.
Right.
So this way you exchange the dark square bishop.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't think it has a lot of independent value, bishop e7. It'll later on transpose into one of the setups, and we do not know yet what setup it's going to be. It still can be connected with b7, b6, and bishop to b7 development, and c5, and so on.
Yeah, because you've developed your bishop to e3, the early moves knight to c3. And we understand the desire behind knight c3 is that we want to play e2, e4. One of the things that makes us reluctant to play knight c3 like early, let's say even at this stage, knight c3 exact. Not that black can't play d7, d5, but the move bishop b4, you know, like, why did I allow the spin? But with the inclusion of bishop f4, bishop e7, move knight to c3 becomes a little bit more attractive. How often is that seen in the database?
It's never been seen.
There we go.
So you came up with a novelty, yes,
novel idea. There. Although I must
novelty.
confess, knight c3. I've been seeing lots of these knight c3, knight b5 recently in the London. So bishop e7. Miro, once again, as you just pointed out, e2, e3, knight h5 falls into black's plan. h2, h3, making...
h2, h3 was played, e2, e3 was played, and perhaps, let me double check, but e3 is still the most common move.
Okay.
So you'd go e3,
You're not worried about
after
this.
knight h5, you move the bishop here,
Welcome the trade.
and apparently this exchange you're not afraid of. Because,
You got
white
the
will
open
go
H line,
castle,
right.
some pressure on the H file already.
Yep.
So if I'll ask the engine, let's say, e3 was just played, so we're about to see
if Fabi is intending knight
bidding
h5
in
or
this
not.
position.
All right.
He did. He already did, I think.
He's played
Yeah.
knight h5.
Very, very, very quickly. We'll see bishop g3. Is it silliness to suggest bishop d3, you know, like, I've got the double pawns and...
That's possible as well. It's one of the
Maybe.
setups, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you have the very nice square on e5, potentially. You have
Right.
semi-open e file.
Right. Bishop g3.
He's gone bishop g3.
He's gone bishop g3. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
I'm kind of curious, like, what is the plan? Like, knight takes bishop seems a bit
you know,
premature, right?
Exactly.
Because you want to know which direction your king is going to be going.
Exactly.
So you just keep the tension on the board a little bit more.
I have
and-
played these positions lots and lots of times as black, and I've oftentimes, like, for example, I'll just put some moves on the board, not necessarily the best moves, but you get the idea of what I'm trying to do, and we end up in a kind of a waiting game. I'm waiting for you to castle so that I can take on g3 without constant suffering any
Be
consequences.
careful though, Yasser.
What?
Be careful.
What did I do?
Because in this particular position, you have this very nice move, knight to e5.
And you,
Knight c6.
I understand. How much are you giving me?
I'm giving you a lot, but you're not. Okay, but I just
you
want to.
made
But
it,
actually, the reason
yes.
why I pointed this out is actually I did a trick like this.
And you made...
Yeah.
Yeah. That, so the point that Jovi's making is if I wait too long, I can end up in a situation where, you know, I don't get to play knight. In this particular case, it's not the worst trap I ever fell in because I ended up winning a second bishop anyway.
Yeah.
But I get it.
But you get the whole point is that the knight
Yeah.
on h5 is a loose piece. It's not
Exactly.
defended, and it's on
Exactly.
the same diagonal as the queen. So one should always watch out for those type of tactical tricks.
Very, very, very good point. Let's turn to our all-French matchup because who just... Oh, boy, that happened fast.
Yes.
We went from a very slow London where we were looking at 3 moves to an ending.
Yeah, and it's
We
a
blinked.
Berlin endgame. And Maxime is one of the few players who
loves-
actively takes on the Berlin
Exactly.
in this endgame.
Yes, and somebody won a Berlin ending recently, and it might have been MVL where he got something. By the way, the 2 players have played this
They've got more
so
time
fast
than when they started,
both
Yasser.
of them. So it's sort of like, my goodness, this is the latest and greatest in Berlin opening theory, Miro, because the 2 players have just blitzed out their moves to this position. tell us about the current situation.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out myself because Maxime, as Chovy pointed out, he seems to be an expert when it comes to playing the Berlin endgame with white. Yes,
exactly.
So he constantly finds some new idea or just goes for something that he's previously played, but no one else aware of. Bishop d8, the last move by Alireza, appears to be a novelty. So
that
everyone,
is a confusing move.
Everyone would previously play bishop to e7.
Exactly.
And bishop to d8. Well,
strange one.
It's not that easy. Like apart from, well, easy thing to say. Yeah, he keeps the e file open so that he can play rook e8. But it looks very awkward, bishop on d8.
Truly.
So I was looking at why people put their bishop on e7 and how white responded. So white normally goes bishop out to g5.
Yep.
This bishop comes out to c5.
Yep.
And then the game kind of continues with rook lifts, rook
Yeah, so the thing is, like now you do not have this option of avoiding the exchange, right? So after bishop g5, what computer has is to play f7, f6, which kind of increases, I'd say, the tension on the board, because now white pretty much has half an extra pawn, let's say.
Yes.
Yeah, half an extra pawn on the king side. So if white stabilizes, if white's allowed to trade some pieces and so on, so, well, his advantage is getting kind of better and better, bigger and bigger. I'm having difficulties to kind of identify why bishop d8 would be better than bishop e7.
And let's check out the lifetime scores, that is, between these two. And there you can see it is 1 win to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza has yet to win in a classical game. There have been 5 draws. Still 6 games. That's a significant amount of games. You know, you really stumped me, Yasser, when you asked me, like, who's the player that I played the most?
Yes.
I was thinking, I can't really answer that question because I'm usually playing in opens.
Right, so you play once or twice.
Yeah, exactly.
You did mention Keith
Arkell and Mark Hebden. They probably
I can
would
imagine
be
you guys
maybe
clashing.
Yeah, maybe at the most 6, 7, 8
So you
times.
never had a
No.
what Garry Kasparov referred to as his perpetual opponent, Anatoly Karpov.
And I was thinking, actually, if you're playing predominantly in the open circuit, then absolutely not. You will have just been training against different players all the time.
But these players, of course, match up very often, not just because of the GC Tour, but also their championships, the Bundesligas, their team Olympiads, and and of course their online play. I wouldn't imagine that bishop g5 immediately. When I look at black setup, and this is very typical of the Berlin, because g2, g4 is induced, it's a kind of it's a target, and black often plays the move h7, h5 as a way of getting some play on the king side.
So you're looking to step up with the king?
There's 2 solutions that white often takes against that. The first one is exactly what you just said. King to g2, h5, king to g3, and I cover my pawn. That's one. Another solution that we've often seen is a move like knight d4, h5. Now, if the bishop were on e7, ta-da!
Exactly.
It arrives with tempo. In this particular case, you may have to deal with g7, g6 because there's no tempo against the bishop.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one. You were saying, I can't really understand how to justify bishop to e8. That might be one. And if we are going to play king to g2, then also what you said, Miro, is this idea that, okay, I could play h5, king g3, and away we go, b7, b6, and we kind of see what's going on here with c5 and bishop to c6. Another one is what you just said also, is I might be tempted in this case to play rook e8 because I'm keeping a little watchful eye. Shall we make one more move?
Yeah.
Just for a moment. And now, because I haven't played h5, I haven't gotten your king. Now you might want to get out of this diagonal before I arrive, right? Like, you know, somehow I tricked you into playing king g2, and the bishop looks good. b6.
Still very complicated because white is ready to jump in with the knight. I mean, black's pieces, they look a little bit clumsy.
Right.
So I'm just thinking, you know, again,
Where do
the play
we go?
continues. Maybe you got some knight to g5 ideas. I don't know. The presence of the bishop pair really stresses me out at times.
Well, indeed, but then we've got bishops of opposite colors, and we've seen many times that after bishop takes, and you know,
I get a5, b6.
I get something over there. I'm sure the computer engines are going to say minimal advantage, but nonetheless, tell us what the computer take is on bishop d8.
So computer doesn't see any reason not to play bishop g5. Because compared to bishop e7, it's just like same line but better.
Really?
And so if you go f6, and that's computer's like on the surface recommendation without going too deep, bishop h6 perhaps is the key move to stop h7, h5. And the more I look at it, so computer's not impressed still. It's a minimal advantage for white, but the more I look at it in a practical game, so starts playing something like a5, c5, so there is no immediate counterplay for black.
Right.
And I see it as not such a great position. So that lets white, you know, to build his initiative. And therefore, after bishop d8 and bishop g5, I was thinking, could it be possible to try to,
let's have a look.
You know, to go for a tactical sequence starting with h5. And the point is, of course, to try to take on g4 intermediate.
Right.
And it leads to something like this. Knight to g5. Now you have to take the bishop. Knight to f7 and rook to e8. And surprisingly, it's not as clear. So rook d4, bishop e6, knight g5, these are maybe not the best, but very tempting moves to play.
Right.
And computer's not convinced that this is much. It is better for white, but I can imagine, once again, at home with cool, deep engines, you could work something like this to a draw.
Wow.
And then just like, I know computer says it's worse, but I know the way to achieve a draw and I just go for it.
Wow.
Okay.
We'll see how this develops.
We will certainly see how that one develops, but it looks like Alireza has come to the board very well prepared. Can we go over to the battle between teenagers Gukesh?
Let's do it.
Playing against Praggnanandhaa.
Okay.
So we see Gukesh sacrificing a pawn in the Catalan.
Yeah, what we would call the open Catalan. There are basically two main lines of the Catalan. One line, black just keeps his pawn on d5, fortifies it, blocks the bishop, and that would be what we call the closed Catalan. The other major branch of the Catalan is whenever black captures the pawn, then we call it the open Catalan, as this bishop on g2 is open.
Really?
And
it should be accepted, shouldn't it?
accepted.
Catalan declined.
Well, you
Catalan accepted. I mean,
I'm with you on that. We're not sometimes very, very logical. A lot of players, myself included, when I played the Catalan, often looked to play queen a4 check and queen takes e4, recapturing the pawn. Today's players really do go for these Catalan gambit lines where they don't immediately or even never manage to recapture the pawn. They just say the resulting positions are good enough, and this being one of them. Takes, queen b2, knight d7, and you know, Mira, I'm going to come over to you and say, what's the latest and greatest in the Catalan gambit? Accepted, I mean.
Well, right. The first critical moment, I think, comes as early as move 6, or rather white's move 7.
Okay.
Because, for a reasonably long time, queen c2 was considered to be the main move, and I can refer to, I think, Topalov Kramnik was one of the games from their match.
Sure.
And then black would capture on d2 nonetheless. And you could take with the knight and then b5 and have something very similar where you can sacrifice the pawn in a different way. Well, you already sacrificed, so now the question is what kind of a structure you'll get on the queen side. Then, alternatively, a bit later on, they figured out there is a capture with the queen, which feels counterintuitive. Right. You played queen c2 and then you capture with the queen. But the whole point is that I'm threatening to play knight a3 and you won't have a comfortable way of protecting the pawn. And if you try to do it now, go b5, then queen g5, double attack, somewhat unexpected, on the g7 and b5 pawn, and white's better. So after queen d2, then later on it was figured out that, there is this move c6. And then if you insist on
recapturing the pawn.
Recapturing the pawn, you go a4 again, black goes b5. And this time castles, queen b5, and so on and so on. It's a longish theory. I think the first game was indeed from Kramnik-Topalov match, and then, I presume the current verdict is that it's a draw, basically.
Wow.
It's a long theory and a draw at the end. So a3 seems to be a new take. After this exchange in b5, the fact that you've played a3 does not allow for one of the possible structures in this gambit when you play b3 and recapture with the pawn.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other factor is, since you've played a3, you have to react right now because black is kind of threatened to stabilize everything on the queen side, just capitalize on the extra pawn. So b3, very logical. C takes, queen takes c6, all been seen. And I think we are still in the known territory. About 20 plus games in this one.
Some interesting wrinkles there in the Catalan by Miro has told us. But we are going to go straight to Bucharest, to our man on the ground, Cristian. Tell us what catches your eye.
Well, Miro, everything is a draw. Not only that variation, not only the Catalan, everything is a draw nowadays. That's why we see so many ideas early on in the opening trying to get away from the beaten path. But one thing that I'm noticing from the playing hall is that the players seem to be out of theory right now. Anastasia, what were you noticing?
Yeah, I was sitting in the playing venue and was just looking at the reactions of the players, and I was actually focused basically on the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri. At one point, Anish played this move knight c3, and then Nepo started to do all his Nepo faces. He was looking at the board, and then he was looking at the screen, and he was probably confused with this move. He spent a lot of time, and Anish was not sitting there. He was walking around. He was
definitely still within his theory.
Absolutely,
yes.
And then Nepo came out with this move knight d4. Anish came to the board and also made a very interesting face, what is this? What is this move, knight d4? I have never seen it before. So I think there is some kind of a battle happening, and I'm wondering what's going on, and if it's still the theory or some kind of novelties are already happening. I'm sure Miro will give us some information soon, but really, really curious because of body languages and reactions of the players. I think it was interesting to follow it for the spectators.
Well, also it's the style of this game, right? It looks very dry, but it reminds me of the first clash between Gukesh and Nepo at the candidates, in fact, when Gukesh also chose this type of very dry-looking position, but he managed to outplay Nepo, and in fact got a winning position, wasn't able to convert that one because of the time trouble situation, but still it seems like Anish perhaps has taken some inspiration from that game and trying to play these dry positions, try to outmaneuver his opponent. That definitely seems to be the case. Also, why is everybody seem to be playing the London against Fabiano?
That's a good
Alireza played the London against Fabiano.
Yes.
Now Nodirbek plays the London against Fabiano. And Fabiano, to be honest, it does seem to know a lot of ways to play against the London as well. He played knight f6 followed by 2b6 in the first one. Now we see a completely different approach. It does seem, to get back to my initial point, that all of the players right now are playing on their own, which is very good for us and very good for the entertainment of the fans as well. Guys, back to you.
Thank
you.
Miro, they're crying for your services.
Yes, opening surprises all round was the verdict. No one is comfortable.
Right?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's still theory.
Faces.
Well, at least up to the last move. So apparently bishop d7 is like a first independent move in this game. played by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
What a standard
the
prior.
phases he was pulling after knight c3, I would attribute to not being so keen on playing this line, because it's a very tricky way if you did not repeat before the game and so on. So the main thing, so that's what happened in the game. So usually if white has short castle instead of knight c3, and that'd be a very popular position, black's main reply is to go knight c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, queen moves. So that's some sort of a tabia, and usually you would have, once again, a castle short and the knight on b1.
Exactly.
Right, so here, white tries to make a difference with queen a4. Not sure what the move was, say rook d8, queen c4, and the whole position, sorry, not queen c4, bishop e3. Yeah. So the castling long was as this thing. Believe it or not, but castle long was the thing, and one of the games in this line, from GCT, one of the tournaments, it was Fabiano Caruana winning against Nakamura. So, and as surprising as it is, yes, you castle long, and the king, and Jovi gives me this look like, you don't believe me, right? You don't believe me. Let's try. Okay. No, it is queen c4, but look how many games you have here. It's 200-something games. And if I would have the time, I'd find, so probably rook d8 is just off. C5's the move. I'm sorry. C5's the move. D takes c5. D takes c5. Can't take on c5. D takes c5, queen c5. Okay, we figured it out. Bishop e3 and then castle long. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, light a bit.
But still it looks so weird.
It looks so weird, but this, I'm sure, was one of the games here, was Caruana beating Nakamura. And it's an interesting positional solution because it looks like b2 pawn. So you're castling into the attack.
Right, exactly. And I was like, it's breaking every single rule that I've ever been taught about attack, right? You never castle into the attack. There's open lines. This is the currency for someone to attack against your king.
White makes an argument that there is no attack, and it'd be relatively easy to defend the b2 pawn, and then your light square bishop is pretty much useless in this kind of attack. Right. Whilst when you castle short and black develops the bishop on b7, that's one of the main sources of counterplay for black.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, back to our game. So instead of, after knight e5, instead of going knight c6, Jan goes c5.
Much more.
And say the cluster of these positions after exchange of the queens with c and d files being open, it's always like intuitively you would always say white is slightly better because the bishop is developed on g2 and there is slight pressure.
Right.
And there have been a lot of examples, I think, in the 70s, 80s by Ulf Andersson and many great grandmasters of the past.
Right.
Yeah. So the evolution of understanding of these Catalan positions, they were considered boring, drawish, and therefore, like anyone who would play the Catalan would be considered, okay. So instead of playing something normal, he goes for the Catalan, right? Right. And then later on, people understood it. They're full of life. There's quite a bit of, little positional ideas here and there. So knight to d4, bishop d2, bishop d7. Computer doesn't like the last move. So apparently previously there've been one game with rook d8, bishop d7. But looking at the fact that Jan played it spending only 5 minutes, I believe he knows what he's doing.
So it was all just a performance with the face. It was just to out-psych the other
A little
player.
kabuki theater. And by the way, how do these players match up together?
Let's check out their track record, and wow, this one is close. They both have 3 wins apiece, 7 draws. That's a lot of chess.
For me, looking at Anish at the 14th world ranking, that's shocking.
Yeah.
He's tumbled out of the top 10. I've always thought of him as a top 10 player.
And it's very, very important for players like Anish and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to maintain their top 10 positioning so that they can get the invites. And if rating is going to be a problem, then it's absolutely must that they finish in the top 3 of the Grand Chess Tour, because then they'll get an invite back to 2025.
Right, the top 3 are guaranteed the next year's invitation. To see players like Lanier Dominguez and Levon Aronian not being part of the Grand Chess Tour, That's shocking. But yeah, the young kids, they're coming up. I wanted to turn our attention back to the game of Nodirbek and Fabiano for just a moment, because that was that London system with an early bishop e7 that we witnessed. Knight h5, bishop g3, d7, d6, along the lines of what I have said I like to do when I was black, not capturing the bishop on g3 right away, knight d7, and knight c3, castles. Now it's sort of like, now that you've castled, I want you to take on g3.
I'm sorry, I'm just kind of like laughing a little bit because the words of Miro kind of like echoed in my ears about castling queenside, right? In the other position, and here it's been done.
It's about to go.
Because it feels like it's a bit of a rare beast, right, to castle queenside.
And opposite color, opposite sides, yes. Queen to c2, and again, we're hoping that after any captures on g3, will combination of rook and knight, g7, g6, and here we go, castles. Well, this is just ideal for us as commentators to get positions that are rich like this, and a very, very different approach from Alireza.
But you know, Fabi came into this tournament as the favorite to win the event. It's day 3, so let's check out his chances on this day to win the event, and our computer has increased it to, this was after round 1, this is after round 1, 37.9%. So after his victory against Alireza Firouzja, and after round 2, well,
it only went up fractionally. It wasn't a big jump.
It's actually gone down. It's gone down a tiny little bit to 36.6%.
How could it go down when he won?
No, this is after round 2, after yesterday.
Oh, that was the draw.
After yesterday's draw, he's been punished by the numbers.
Gotcha.
It's gone a little bit down. Gukesh is still there with 24.8%. So, well, we can see Wesley there on 8%. So the numbers, they are ruthless. You don't perform and the numbers will punish you immediately.
Before I give my version of what's going on in the current position, are we in standard opening theory still?
I don't think so, and I can tell you so by pressing this button. It says 0 games.
No games. So what was the novelty?
No games, so I think this would be pretty standard. Knight to c7, knight c3.
I can tell you the novelty.
Castle short.
Yes.
Castle short. So no one castled short before that.
They've been doing some weird things like h6, g6, but I have to mention that this is a pretty rare line.
With bishop e7 on move 3. But yeah, I'd always been playing b6 and bishop b7 myself, and reluctant to castle. I wanted to see where white was putting his king first. So we're in novel territory, and tell us the computers eval.
Well, around equal, as you would expect.
Sure.
And once again, human observation, if you will. Right, black has castle into it, as we call it, right?
Yes.
But it's only if you can force black to take on g3. So, as far as I understand, Fabi's argument is that I've played g6, the knight's protected, and I'm not planning to take on g3 anytime soon.
Right.
And for you to threaten to move the bishop away, you'll have to push the g pawn, and this is the moment when the h pawn, and that's the moment, of course, when I take on g3. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's one of those kind of stalemate situations, if you will, because in order for you to force me to take, you'll have to give up the ability to open the h-file.
Well, you can force that knight to move, at least, by going bishop e2.
Yeah, so bishop e2, it's black to move, so let's pretend black is launching a6, b5 and starts the attack of his own, right? So if we go bishop e2...
let's pretend I don't have to deal with b5.
In fact, computer's already screaming, go b5, sacrifice. But yeah, let's prepare it one more time.
Yeah, exactly. And then the knight moves...
say knight to d2, right, so threatening to take. And this is the moment where computer captures on g3, because instead of, say, preparing the real attack, you've put the bishop on e2, which is probably not the most aggressive, and also you've moved the knight back. So this is the moment when it says, yeah, okay, we can actually take. And if anything, rook e8, knight f8, and it'll be very hard to break.
And could you be a bit more refined here? Because I was really clunky. I was a bit too clumsy with going bishop e2. Can you just go, move the knight out of the way? Anyway, yeah, let's put it on d2. Let's just... Okay, again, I'm going to pretend that b5 is not working. And then here, kind of go for like an f3 or
So something, or
f4.
f3.
Let's just.
Yeah, so once again, the moment we move, computer insists on capturing. But then again, we can pretend that b5 does not exist only for so long. If black is deprived from his only source of counterplay, of course, white's attack will work one day. Yeah, so b5 again, that's what black has to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Novel position, and after castles, I thought that from black's point of view, let's put it that way, I will be going a6, b5 right away. And it's not that easy, as you guys have just been discussing, how white is supposed to get in g4, h4, and away you go on the king side. One of the things that it did look...
It
well, you were
weird.
playing directly with bishop e2, and you weren't getting, I want to say, there.
I feel like castle queenside is too committal, because immediately black has a plan, right? Whereas you can wait with castling queenside for a while. You can kind of go bishop e2, and then move the knight out of the way, leave your king in the center. I don't see any issue with that.
So bishop, for example, to e2, yes?
Yeah.
Something here. And in this case, I'm still uncertain what you're doing with your king, so I'm cagily waiting.
But my issue was that b5 doesn't come with any power in this particular circumstance. Whereas when the king is castle queenside, it's like b5 is on the agenda every single move.
All the time. And that's exactly right. Yeah, but on the other hand, again, you've got to do something, Jovi, with your king. You can't just leave the king in the center. When you castle short, then I'm taking on g3 and I'm playing b6.
I'm a Caro player. I can leave the king in the center.
No, you can't. Not allowed. Okay, but castle, sorry. I never got a chance to tell you what I thought.
And this is a very important game. Okay, this is the standings. Okay, let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 2. Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh, they are in the shared lead with 1.5 points. And of course, you see a 6-way tie with people just half a point behind them. So victories are very, very important in this event when it's such a close field.
Castles, to me, is kind of a challenge. It lays down the gauntlet, and I think the move a7, a6 should come. One of the things for me is, again, I see these positions. I've got to attack your king. You didn't look at it, but the move that would come to my mind would be h4.
Yeah.
You're more or less going to take the bishop because maybe I'm threatening to go away. Takes. Now, please do me a solid favor and play h5, which you will never do, so that I can play g4 and get my sacrifices in. The computer will laugh at us, but as human players, we're sitting there saying, I'm going to go after your king because I know you're going to play b7, b5, and you're going to try to maul my king. Now here, there is this move, knight to f6, which really does hamper me and slow me down. And it's sort of like we've all seen these shifts where you're going g4 and you're going h5 and you're trying to sacrifice. It's challenging to try to make these attacks work.
What would you say if I'd offer you to do the reverse thing? Because usually you come up with the idea and I have to check. So computer's not impressed, so let's leave computer alone in this position. I have an idea. So after a7, a6, and I've already checked and it's not a very good idea, but you will have to tell me how it looks to your eyes, to human eyes, please. To go bishop f4.
Something similar.
So that, if you totally ignore what's happening, I'll go bishop h6, and then all of a sudden g4, h4 comes relatively quickly.
Right.
So very likely you'll take. And you'll go b5. We all know that b5 is the main source of counterplay. And I'll say go h4.
Now we're talking.
And this at least looks like the way you play with the opposite castles.
Exactly.
You're attacking me, I'm attacking you.
Exactly.
So it's not very good according to the machine, but not that bad either. It's slight minus. It's not like, white's losing or something.
Exactly.
But it seems to be in spirit of the position at the very least.
That's a good way of putting it. It's the spirit of the position that both sides are going after the opponent's king. Bishop f4 feels like a better idea than h4, again, from what you're doing.
I just love, like, Miro's playing that move with a big smile on his face, and the computer's like, no.
No, I can't do it.
Of course not, of course not.
This is one of the problems with chess these days.
It's very hard to convince computer that your idea is, well, at least half decent.
I remember when I was first studying with my first trainer, and he would say to me, ignore the computer. Ignore, because it's just saying, you're giving up 2 pawns or 1 pawn, and if it's only a little bit in your opponent's favor, ignore it. It means it's tricky.
Exactly. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's just go around.
We've got one game still to
Please.
visit, and that is Wesley So against wildcard Bogdan Deac.
Let's take a look. It seems like a day for the Catalan and the Open Catalan. In this particular variation, c7, c6 has been the go-to, and I don't know if you're going to call this the King's Indian or even the Grunfeld Indian, right? The Grunfeld Slav. The Grunfeld Slav. Geez, that's really two.
Everyone has its own name for it.
What do you guys call it?
King's Indian.
No. Symmetrical Grunfeld. Because symmetrical Grunfeld, because Karpov-Kasparov matches, CD5 when you have the symmetrical position. So that's what we used to call it.
There you go.
Anyway.
C7, C6, I've seen thousands of games. D takes C5, knight A3. I remember playing a game with Gregory Kaidanov, I believe, where he ended up playing C4, C3. And there were so many games back in the 90s with this line. I don't know if it ever played itself out, but it seemed like it was interesting, imbalanced games, Miro.
Well, C4, C3 till that day is the most popular move.
There you go.
Is the most popular move. Well, C5 being the third most popular.
Okay.
And what's interesting that after C5, Anish Wesley.
Yes.
We were just.
Anish,
I was looking at Anish games.
Nepo.
So castles, and so it kind of gives black a second chance. If you'd like, you still can go C4, C3, B3, and then castle. And I believe we would transpose into the position where we have almost 1,500 games. So that would be something very, very popular.
I think we've all played this position as white.
Or as black.
Or as black.
Depends.
By the way, Wesley's taken a few minutes, but Bogdan, really half an hour.
Right, because it was very, very odd moves order,
Okay.
So it started with knight f3, d5, g3, almost like if Wesley was planning to play the Reti of some sort, right? And we have no answer whatsoever what would happen after the Reti set up knight f6, bishop f5 and stuff like that.
Right.
So second move g6 is a very clever move to play against the Reti, but only if you are ready to play the position that we currently have.
Right.
Because if white insists on not going d4 but doing any other stuff, let's say go bishop g2, bishop g7, and once again d4 is by far the strongest move, but you don't do it, you say castle. Then after e5, black builds this center, which is very, very hard to try to shake off. And I'm saying this because I'm used to play a lot of Reti, and I had no idea how to get an advantage. After d4s, I was trying all the sidelines.
Right.
Yeah, and this particular one, white has close to zero ideas of getting an advantage or even like playable position whatsoever. Yeah, so and that's exactly what happened, and white decided to play d4. So once again, g6 is very clever, but if you are certain what to do after we get this position, knight f6, c4, and this is something that apparently Bogdan was like not very comfortable with.
And that was why he spent so much time.
You wouldn't expect him to spend so much time in this position, right?
And he doesn't look very happy. How do they match up with one another, Jovi?
Let's check it out. The lifetime history between these two, and very few games just for one win for Wesley, so 3 draws. And well, when you compare their universal rating, you can see there is a marked difference. Wesley with 27.61, Bogdan Daniel with 26.85, 9th in the world versus 50th in the world. And this is Wesley's first white, so he's got his eyes on this game as being one of those that he will do his utmost to win.
Absolutely, as he comes in this game with the double black. Daniel just not looking completely comfortable. You've been explaining, Miro, that C4, C3 would transpose into our mainline database. Is there something independent about this particular position that Daniel can consider?
Let me see. There is knight c6, and
for example.
Yeah, I have no idea where it leads, to be honest. And knight to c6 applies pressure on d4, so you'll have to react. You can't really capture the c4 pawn.
Right.
You can simply capture on c5 and then the endgame, or queen a5 and black tries to capture on c5 with the queen. So both possible. Alternatively, there is queen a4 move, which if you look at it, it's very typical for the Catalan, with the difference that the bishop is on g7 and not on e7.
e7, right.
Yeah, so usually imagine that e6 played, bishop e7 played, right?
Yeah.
Comparing it to the Catalan, I'd say this one should be better for, not better for black as a position better for black, but kind of better version of the same.
Because the bishop's far
the
more
bishop
active.
from c8 would be much easier to develop. And since white did not put the knight on c3, one of the ways to develop the bishop would be to go bishop e6, bishop d5 to oppose the bishop on g2.
Yeah, I would say that black is doing well there. So knight c6 might be a very good viable
is an alternative,
to the c4, c3.
Is the so there we can see castles.
Castles would be once again something very, very normal. Castles, knight takes c4, and then again we are talking like minimal possibility of minimal initiative because of like white starts to play first. So.
But I do remember that after moves like knight c6, aren't you meant to just capture on c5?
For sure.
Yeah, and queen a5, I guess, would be sort of.
And you get this very open position.
Well, right, the computer's not happy, by the way. So happy for white and not very happy for black in this case. I'd say goes knight d4, and I don't know where it leads. So what I know for sure that positions like this are not great.
No.
And here white apparently just wins with bishop e3. I was heading there just to show that if white wins back the c4 pawn, let's say it's a more pleasant structure and everything, but here white just wins because bishop e3 and you cannot protect the c6 pawn.
Exactly.
So the feeling is like as much as knight c6 is independent and everything, it's probably like between castling quickly or going c3. That should be one of those moves.
Sneaky move order there by Wesley. So maybe we can revisit the game between the teenagers, Gukesh, and my pick for the tournament, Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, so when we saw it was the Catalan gambit, if you will. Gukesh has played the move b2, b3, just back here to break up the queen side, accepting the loss of the pawn. But in return, if you stop and think about this position for a moment, your extra pawn is the pawn on c6. And what white would love to do is just occupy these outposts, very nice dark squares on the e5 and c5 outposts, and this bishop will do great damage along the long diagonal. It would be very awkward for Prague to get active play. Here we see exactly what I'm talking about. Again, just give me 1, 2 moves and I occupy c5 with gusto. That's why we're seeing this break. e6, e5, takes, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, queen takes d2. I think we caught, oops.
Yeah, we caught up with the players.
Yeah, that was just the last move when I came. I saw this position.
Rook d1, and only one square to my eye for the queen.
Exactly.
Queen h6. You've got to park her there.
Looks.
Unless What it is, Praggnanandhaa? Hang on a second. I always have to look for the counters.
Queen takes h2 and knight to g4. I just wanted to say, Miro, and we did see queen h6. Everything looks kind of like it's flowed correctly. Are we still in modern
There
theory?
is one game.
That's what I was wondering.
There is
okay.
one game in this position.
Modern
and
theory.
The next move, apparently a clever move, is Queen C7. That's what was played, and that's one of the
Sidestepping knight
top
g4.
computer recommendations. Not only that, but it tends to be really awkward for black to react.
You mean the bishop?
Because, but there is also the a5 pawn which is hanging, so you can't play rook a to b8. Presume that in this case, white will take on a5 and c6 will remain weak. So, computer has rook f b8 as the move. And let me double check. No, it wasn't played, so after queen c7 must have been played something else. But queen c7, if we follow the computer recommendation, rook f b8, and we stop here, and we think a little bit, it's not that easy for black to play. Like, how do you
Queenside
possibly
clusters.
escape from this corner? Yes,
Exactly.
And I say rook a to b1, knight d5, bishop takes, pawn takes. This I would assume to be very
nice.
pleasant for white to play.
Yeah. It was interesting though, because I was looking at the people who played that one game. It was Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. So instead of going rook f to b8, Magnus came up with a very shrewd rook a to b8 after queen c7.
Go ahead,
And
take
then
the
the
pawn.
whole point was that he could tuck the bishop onto a8 when needed. But so the game kind of went rook a c1, but there is an a pawn that is up for grabs.
Yeah, so rook a to c1, computer's not, it doesn't make it the two computers' three top choices. It's between a4 or queen takes a5,
Yeah.
two main thingies. Queen a5, the most natural, and to please Yasser as well.
Yes.
We need to take the pawn. It seems it fizzles out later on, so it was given like half a pawn advantage for white, now it's becoming less and less. I presume once again it's everything analyzed and will
Okay.
peter out to a draw.
Let's check
possibly.
out their lifetime scores against each other. And here we can see 3 wins in favor of Gukesh, 2 wins for Praggnanandhaa, 5 draws. And, wow,
You
look
can
at
see
their
the-
universal rating. Gukesh might be the World Championship challenger, but he has a universal rating of 27.31. Praggnanandhaa 27.57. But when it comes to their classical world ranking, you see Gukesh number 6 in the world, Praggnanandhaa 13th.
Yeah, you can see a budding rivalry there. They haven't played the 30 games that Wesley So and Fabi play with one another, but you can see that despite their very, very young ages, they've already played each other. Truly the pride of India here. Queen C7, that rook A to B8, and I'm sitting there going, this looks so strange to me that black's queen side seems to be, really, really awkward to my eyes. I want to play A4 and I want to try to exploit this bishop. I've sacrificed a pawn, but obviously white's such a huge favorite to simply win it back. Feels a lot more comfortable. And anytime we get those positions where you're playing knight d5, I'm happy. I'm not getting mated on these light squares. The knight on e1's very good. I want to say that Gukesh's opening has paid some nice dividends. The jury's still out on that, of course. But for the moment, after the move queen c7, and if you're, whatever rook you're playing to b8, rook a8 or rook b8, I really feel like the compensation is more than sufficient.
And we should
Advantage.
also mention
Yes.
whether it's the F rook that goes to b8 or the A rook that goes,
Yes.
you cannot grab that pawn on c6. That would be a terrible move.
Tell me why. Give me the pawn.
Okay, rook bishop takes c6.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, there's knight to g4 because the queen is hiding there on h6.
And you're threatening checkmate in 2 moves. Queen takes h2 check, followed by checkmate. But you're also, you're mean.
Yeah.
You're threatening. You're threatening my
I'm
bishop.
being complimented by you an awful lot. An influencer,
and mean and everything. But there's one more. You have to go one step further. Imagine I play h3. Mm-hmm. What do you do? Click, click, click. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick.
Okay, yes. This bishop takes c6.
And that was the checkmate that came. Wow, whoops! That was the long diagonal. And by the way, rook on not the Magnus Carlsen rook a8 to b8 that you just cited, but Pragg and Miro made this suspicion that Pragg knows this
Well,
position.
he just played rook f to b8 very quickly. So, yeah, now the question for him is how to unravel. But in terms of the clock times, you both, even though like Gukesh has got 1 hour 36 minutes, Praggnanandhaa 1 hour 48 minutes, you still indicate that both of these players know what they're doing.
Absolutely. And we'll keep an eye on this one.
Can we
Please.
revisit again the
Which one?
all-French derby? It doesn't quite sound the same, the all-French derby. It needs to be
French.
all-American, right?
All British.
All British. Yeah, that works, but the French doesn't.
All British should be called the Derby.
The derby.
They've invented the word.
Yeah, the reason I kind of wanted to go back there is because, I mean, take a look at the
Bishop
clock times.
D8.
That's the first thing I noticed, that Alireza has got more time than when he started, 2 hours and 4 minutes. So he's definitely within preparation.
Right.
Maxime has 1 hour 21. Okay, they're obviously fighting for national pride, you know, because Maxime is French number 2, whereas Alireza French number 1. But I also wanted to ask you both. You've both been seconds, and as Cristian told us, that Alireza is now working with Etienne Bacrot, who has worked with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Also in the past, yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to being a second, do you have certain agreements that you're not going to be relaying information?
Yeah, I think most of that is understood, but also what is also understood is that chess marches forwards, and the work we do today, right now, this year, might in 18 months just be superseded by something else, you know, some new computer, new things come along, and you know, we don't carry that baggage with us. But there are certain things that you just say, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to talk
because you
about
could have
that.
a discussion where where Alireza could say, hey, I've got Maxime. I've noticed that Maxime is weak in this.
Right.
And you have to go, no comment.
Right. Well, you stake out the parameters of the relationship and where you want to go. And you go, look, I did a lot of work. It doesn't matter. I'm the Berlin. And there's a lot there that, you know, MVL would like to keep secret. So don't ask me about the Berlin, but I'm all game where the Nimzo Indian is concerned. And how about yourself?
Well, of course.
I never had any issues
I've never
with
been
my
second, let's say, on this kind of level.
Right.
But I remember a couple of times, my approach was very simple. Like, that's my ex-student of recent, let's say. So this game, I will not help you to prepare. Like, we can discuss if you have a particular position that you are looking at and you want my opinion on this one. Right. But yeah, everyone's different. I thought of Peter Heine Nielsen.
For example,
when you brought up this example.
Vichy, he worked with Magnus.
He worked for Vichy and then with Magnus pretty much against Vichy.
Exactly.
So it was,
And I remember, actually, it was very nice. I remember Grandmaster Lev Gutman. Lev Gutman worked with Michael Tal for many, many years. And then Lev said to Victor Korchnoi, I'd like to work together. And Victor immediately accepted Lev. And even though Korchnoi and Tal didn't have, quote, the rivalry at that time in their career, I mean, it was sort of like understood by Victor, and he's not going to go into Tal's territory. Let Tal enjoy that. We'll pick up the game between MVL and Alireza because essentially we did leave it with the move Bishop D8, and Miro was saying, okay, the most forcing, and when you're thinking about the position from Black's point of view, the benefit that Black has, 2 bishops. Let's rob our opponent of their advantage. Bishop to g5, f7, f6. And this was the moment where we were talking about this ending, which was quite an intriguing line of play that went takes, not to take on g4, but to play the move knight to g5. Then we saw a line that went like this, I think.
Yeah,
we were
knight
taking
f7, rook e8.
Knight f7, rook e8, and we were taking on g4. And it was your conjecture that, well, it's quite likely that Alireza has worked this out to virtually a draw, which I thought was an intriguing, I mean, how deep you analyze.
Interesting that you say this, that you'd worked out to draw, because I do have the daily win probabilities for all the players going into the round today. And well, what did you expect MVL to come into the day as? What kind of probability would you say?
Oh, I'm going to go 61.9.
MVL had a 22.8% chance of winning, 62.8% draw.
Oh, I'm so close on that one.
Firouzja pretty high with 14.4%.
With the black pieces.
With the black pieces, and when you actually consider the top one, which is Nodirbek against Fabiano, you see that Fabiano playing black has a higher win chance than Nodirbek playing white, which
Remarkable.
I find quite surprising. It's the same when it comes to Anish, Giri and Nepomniachtchi.
Also,
And Gukesh, significantly higher than Pragg, chance of winning.
So this is
of
Ben
course,
Underwood.
Ben Underwood, our resident statistician.
Exactly.
Big thank you to Ben for compiling this data.
Okay, so just I'm looking at the graphic. Gukesh with the white pieces has, according to Ben's model, 27.7% chance of winning in a 15,000 game probability, right? This is how it would break down. That's remarkable, and the fact that Fabi and Nepo both have higher chances of winning with the black pieces.
I know, that was what's surprising to me, because I would have thought that, that would have been. And take a look at how high the draw probability is for every single match. Yeah.
60% in the first one. Again, I'm going to bring up MVL and try to get to where they stand, because bishop g5 and bishop h6 was also the key alternative that Miro was talking about. And if white is given a free hand, sure, he's ready to go king up, and take advantage of his extra half a pawn, as you described it, due to the double pawns there, Miro, on the queen side. Alireza, as you mentioned, he's playing all of these moves, like just banging them out. He knows what he's doing. a5, c5, double of the rooks, give me the bishop. The bishop moved to e6, a2, a3, rook a6. Very, very standard stuff that we're seeing here from black's side. We oftentimes see black trying to use his majority on the queen side to get something going, and I think we just caught up with the players.
We did. Rook a6 played very quickly by Alireza. It did take him 3 minutes to make that move. So I guess that could be a good sign for Maxime. But Maxime down to 1 hour and 17 minutes on the clock. And Maxime is a quick player.
He definitely is, and he's not going to be surprised on the white side of the Berlin. He's not the one who's going to be surprised, but guess what? More time than he started with, Alireza. Jump in on this, Miro. I'm sure the engines are going to say zeros, because I know all of these Berlins have been analyzed to quite an extent.
Right. Let me start with the fact that the engine we have access to is not very helpful in this position. Because this is all about like very long-term plans, my understanding at least. Well, this one is. The engine we have, it's up and down around 0. White has like a 1/10 of a pawn advantage, so 0.1 is kind of the best white can hope for.
Okay.
And again, it's a big plan for white to say, what we were talking, like get the king to g3, and eventually I'd like to move the knight. And again, ideally, in terms of the structure, the moment I play it may be 10, 15 moves from now, right? But the moment I play F2, F4, F5, this is where I'm a happy camper.
Right.
Right. So
this
is
putting
like
your majority to
fix
work.
the pawn and everything. What surprised me that Alireza keeps the bishop on d8. It's like compared to this other line when they were like going bishop e7, bishop c5 and everything, there's always one piece, it feels like there's always one piece in the Berlin endgame that you kind of deliberately do not use. Sometimes the rook on e8 stuck for long, sometimes, I don't know, like the knight on e7, they had the whole with this knight. Yeah, so here, this role belongs to the bishop on d8. So the rook is getting quite active.
That's good.
And as far as they sound, like next move will be rook b6.
Right.
And if you play, say, you go king g2, rook b6, and you guard this pawn by playing c3.
Right.
And then black has this tactical kind of trick, which I don't know if it works and how well it works, but the point being that the rook on the 6th rank keeps an eye on the bishop, and there will be some tricks with bishop b3. Say computer's uncertain about this one, and well, if computer's uncertain, how can I be certain? Say rook g8, we have once again a weird position where white, in a way, kind of made progress, advancing his majority, but his bishop's stuck, which appears to be for a very long time / forever. And how do you know, like, if it's good or bad? And then, yeah, it's a very, very complex position. That's all I'm saying.
Very complex position there from Miro. But let's go to Bucharest and check in with the team over there.
I'm just seeing some trends, guys, especially with the players and especially with Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. One thing that I've noticed, and Alireza has noticed as well in yesterday's interview, he was mentioning that he's very, very confident. He looks very, very confident. He makes his moves quickly, no matter what the assessment of the position is. And I'm seeing that in this particular case as well. There's absolutely no chance that he still knows exactly what to do. With whether he's still in his theory, there's absolutely zero chance, but he's making his moves with confidence. And that's perhaps a good thing, or maybe a bad thing, because right now I'm looking at the position, and it does seem like Fabiano has the easier plan. He just played this move a6, g6. I don't see the attack for white coming on the king side. I do see the attack coming very, very swiftly on the queen side. For black, b5 is going to be the next move, and I have to say the questions are all in Nodirbek's camp. Whether he's going to answer them successfully, we're just going to have to wait and see. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Before we go on break, I just wanted to stay with the MVL game because I didn't get a chance to share what I would be considering if I was in MVL shoes. I would play the move king h2, specifically for the line that Miro was saying. If we ever see f5, g5, rook g8, I don't want to see the move rook takes h6. I can get to g3 via g2, or I can get to g3 via h2. I'm going to play king h2. Then the next thing that I really want to do, very, very much so, and I really like to get both of your opinions on this. Again, forgetting about the computer for just a moment, but imagining the move rook to b6 for a moment, I want to play bishop g7. I want to play bishop g7. I want you to play rook g8. I'm going to sacrifice my rooks. And what I'm going to do is leave my bishop on this long diagonal so that I keep b2 under control. And what I'm trying to achieve is a situation, say, like this.
Okay, anchor the bishop.
Anchor the bishop.
Start
clearing
the path for the pawns to move forward.
Exactly. So my majority is going to be 3-1. So I get a bishop and one pawn, but those pawns can go up the board easier. I've cleaned the board a little bit, and I get to play on the dark squares with f4, f5.
Brilliant, yes. And computer approved.
No.
Computer approved. Okay, it doesn't see it as the best move. It doesn't see it as the best move, but the evaluation of, like, if you do all that, say king h2, rook to b6, and you go and you take, and capture on f6.
Yes.
And that's the position we're looking for.
Exactly.
And it's again, well, around equal, as the evaluation, but then again, it tells us nothing pretty much at that point. So it means like white has his chances and perhaps black has his chances.
Exactly.
Because I presume like if you put the bishop on c3, you have to be aware of bishop a2, bishop b1 sneaky attacking the c2 pawn. So no, seriously, like that's always the question in this, either exchange Ruy Lopez or the Berlin, like how to make sure that these 3 pawns do not allow black 4 pawns to create a passer. Yeah, and sometimes it's done with, say, going c3 and defending b2 somehow. Right. So here you'd have to answer this question first.
Very good.
That's a very interesting idea.
Yes.
Thank you. The sacrifice I find compelling. We're reaching that point that we're going to take a break. Tell us about our standings once more.
Yes, of course, to remind everyone, and also for those viewers that just joined. Well, here are the standings after yesterday's round 2. We see Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh sharing the lead with 1.5 points in a 6-way tie for 3rd place, with the players on 50%, 1 point out of 2. So today, very, very important.
Quite the chasing pack.
If someone manages
to get some separation.
A victory, exactly. Either someone's going to pull away from the pack, or someone's also going to make their bid for the top. But I think it's come that time.
Yeah, Q Boutique. Let's check in with our friends and see what we can do. Unleash your inner chess champion with the 2024 Grand Chess Tour men's and women's jackets. Made from a blend of high-quality polyester and spandex, this jacket is the official apparel of the prestigious Grand Chess Tour. With the tour's logo on prominently displayed, you'll feel confident and stylish as you can make your moves on the chessboard. Elevate your game with this must-have jacket for any chess enthusiast, available at qboutiquestl.com.
And as we go to break, Anastasia asked the players at this high level, how do you balance chess and life? We'll be right back.
How do you balance your chess career with other aspects of your life, like family, hobbies, or other interests?
It's a good question. I think it's always a question of you can't have it all. It's very rare that you have that perfect chess machine. At some point I was thinking maybe I should try to become one, like that perfect chess machine that the guy just does 24/7, everything perfectly to be a great chess player. So your entire life is dedicated to chess. There's no waste of time. That is very difficult on your mental aspect, because if you start failing despite that, you might go crazy because you've put all your entire soul into that. That's why you see the people with the I don't care approach doing very well these days, because taking off some of the pressure is good. I have big doubts whether I spend less time on chess than many of my colleagues, even though I have some commitments with family and some other things I do. It's so easy these days to waste your time. I mean, you can just spend hours on scrolling TikTok or something like that. So I'm sure they find ways to waste time, and I don't think I'm at a disadvantage.
I don't think I manage well there. Yeah, for now I'm just totally focused on chess. Yeah, my mother usually travels with me, and yeah, my sister also plays most of the tournaments together. For example, Candidates Norway, we were playing together. Yeah, I do miss my father time to time because I rarely go home. So I miss him every time I travel, but I think it's same with him. He also misses us, but we have been traveling around for last 12 years or something, so we are sort of used to it.
For me, right now I'm at an age where I can just fully focus on chess, so that helps. Obviously, when I'm at home, I try to meet with some friends and spend time with family, but yeah, most of my time is spent with chess. But I guess it's important to have some kind of balance in work and personal life as well.
It's hard to combine, have everything perfect together, but yeah, chess is a tough game because you have to travel a lot and you're not so much at home. But lately I'm trying to play less tournaments and be at home more, so maybe that helps. But yeah, it's a game that takes a lot of your time from hobbies and family, but you can manage that.
That's also difficult because the chess scene is just always moving, and tournaments are non-stop. it's sometimes a decision if you want to like try to maximize the amount of tournaments you play or the amount of chances that you get, let's say, to qualify for candidates or whatever you're trying to achieve, or to make the most amount of money, which would be just to play nonstop and every single event, which some players do as well, especially younger players who have that freedom, right, which is very important. But then you also have to balance that with how much time do you want to spend with family or with friends or in a relationship, or just relaxing away from chess, which is also important. So that's a tough balance. And usually I go towards the side of playing a ton. I've always played quite a bit. Maybe not as much as when I was like 19, 20, and then I was playing like 130 games a year. And now maybe it's a bit less, but still I'm staying quite active.
Back at home, I spend a lot of time with my family. We do a lot of things together, and I try to spend at least a few hours. Once the tournament gets closer, I try to spend at least 2 to 6 hours per day preparing for the tournament. You just gotta remain focused. You gotta have the complete focus during training, I guess.
Yeah, it's, when you reach the, absolute top level, you have to spend a lot of time on chess, but many other things in life are important. So I try to, distribute my time fairly, and, I try to spend my time with my family and also do my other jobs, like watch other sports. I know I like to do other sports as well, like playing football, playing tennis, table tennis, and I would say it's hard, but it is possible.
Yeah, depends, of course, but in general I work my life around my schedule, basically. So like right now we're coming to a busy part, so I try to have family and friends to see them quite a lot in the past few months. Also it was a great time in Paris, and now it's time for the real work to start. Should be fun. Also, it's what I'm looking forward the most anyway, playing chess and winning games. I haven't won so many games lately, so it's my challenge here.
Well, previously I think my hobbies would take over because they would, take the most of my time. Yeah, like not like free time, but the overall time. So I was like more or less the part-time professional. But for now, okay, I try to focus on chess more. But that's also probably because of the age. Yeah, okay, older you whenever you become older, you should spend more time to keep up the level in the things which are previously just completely natural, but now you have to put some work.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back. It's round 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic, and we have a very wide selection of positions. But before we dive into the chess action, let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 2. Well, Fabiano Caruana came very close to getting 2 points out of 2, but he had to settle for a draw as he blundered in the last minute against Wesley. So he has to share the lead with Gukesh. Both are on 1.5 points, and then we see a 6-way tie with players just on 1 point out of 2. So really, it is still very much anyone's game at this point.
Tied at the top, let's dive into our co-leaders.
Yes,
let's start
go
with
there.
the game of Fabiano and Nodirbek. As we left it at the position that we were very excited about. Kings on opposite flanks. That's usually the telltale sign that both players are going to launch their pawns against one another's kings, and that's what we're seeing. After the move castles, a7, a6, well, I don't have to be clairvoyant to understand right away that b7, b5 is coming. A2 pawn can be a little vulnerable. I like the decision of tucking the king in on the queen side with the move king b1, and we're caught up with the player. So the last few moves, they've considerably slowed down. One of the things that White is wrestling with is how to get in the move g2, g4. You really want to get in the move g2, g4. And one of the moves that Miro had suggested is go ahead and play bishop f4, encourage the knight to capture, and then you're ready to go g4, h4, and just let's go. In the meanwhile, here's a question I would have for you, Jovi. Are you ready to gambit the pawn?
I was going to ask you that.
I got it first. I asked you first.
Out of my mouth. Okay, let's dive in and have a look then.
Right, exactly.
So let's just take the pawn.
Take the pawn. Let's
play
see.
with fire. Let's
Indeed.
see if we're going to get our fingers burnt. Okay.
Right.
Okay, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes b5.
I'm going to say
I want a pawn.
thank you very much.
Yeah, let's do it. Here, I pause for a moment. I definitely do want to play the move c7, c5. The reason I pause for just the briefest of moments is also I do find development with bishop to b7 rather compelling. But okay, c7, c5. I'm just trying my best to open up as many lines on the queen side.
And I'm going to agree with that. So I'm going to take some more pawns.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes, knight takes. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to give my pieces some purpose. So I'm just saying, okay, fine. I'm going to forget about attacking you on the king side.
Well, you're not getting an h4, h5 right away.
No. We'll leave that for another time. I want to centralize the pieces.
Exactly. Knight c6. You had it heading for c6.
Yeah,
sorry.
I just wanted to kind of caveat my play here by saying I don't normally play like this.
What? All in at every moment? Let's go. And here, I'm not that comfortable with my pawn sacrifice. And, you know, I could say it's not Fabi's way of play. The more conservative members of our audience might say, well, wait a minute, you don't have to sacrifice anything. You can play c6 and you can play b5. Right. And because white isn't so fast, it's not like you're going h4, h5 right away on the king side. I can slow play it. So it's either
that's true.
Hyper speed, you know, uses go, you use blast open.
One of the things I wanted to say, though, is if black is not prepared to sacrifice a pawn, say
with
go
b5?
with immediate b5, then I don't think it's a very good idea for white to voluntarily capture on b5 and open up the lines. Instead, you know, just be logical about it. Say, okay, a pawn is arriving on b5, but it's just a pawn.
Yeah.
A pawn that is going to be challenging the might of the queen, the knight, and a few of white's pawns. So this is the signal to me that, say, after c6.
So,
even b5, I would be very hesitant about taking the pawn. But I just kind of said, hey, I'm going to be greedy for analysis.
Okay, so
but if you went c6,
bishop here,
b5, it's just a pawn.
Right. You don't have to necessarily.
I don't have to panic, right?
Yeah. And you can go on with your play.
Exactly.
Bishop h6, g4, and let's go. Miro, weigh in on this one. Again, as human players, we sit there and say, the king is on b1. Hey, I'm true to my colors. Open up the position against my opponents.
Open up the position.
Come on.
Yeah. So
but
I'll start
I'm also chicken-hearted, and I don't want to give up my pawn.
Beg your pardon. So I'll start one move earlier, because right here, king b1 is a good move in this position, and one of the recommended by the engine. But I would argue that what makes king b1 a good move in this position makes the whole position not look that great. Because what you want to be doing, again, going bishop f4, g4, h4 attacking. If you have to take care of your king first, that probably means the position is not great. And indeed, b5 has to be played. Just that after this capture, keeps curing to me. Yeah, so bishop b5, you do not have to play c5. Just play bishop to b7. That's what engine says.
Yeah.
And you have knight b6 and queen b8 and so on. So as far as I can understand, that's eventually what you're going to do. You bring the queen to a7 after moving this knight away, and the other rook to b8. And then you constrain all the pieces against the king. Yeah, so this one computer has as being slightly better for black, which doesn't give us too much information. Well, because the position is so sharp strategically and about to become sharp tactically that this evaluation, pardon me, doesn't make sense. It has to be either white manages to defend or black wins. I mean, that's in human terms how we look at such positions.
Right.
Right. So after king b1, and if you are trying to slow play it, which you can, c6 happens to be not a greatest of choices. And the reason for that is quite interesting, because after b5, white actually gets to play c5 according to the machine, and you just weakened the whole complex of the dark squares with your c7, c6. And if you go after this pawn, White has like quite a series. I'm not sure if knight e4 was... Yeah, bishop e5 in this case. You even keep the bishop on the board. So in order to kind of capture properly, you had to take. And then bishop c5, g4, and computer insists on white now having the initiative, which is worth more than a pawn. And the bishop on c8 is not great in this case. So it's either go b5, coming back to this one. Yeah, either go b5 or... If you want to prepare, you can go rook b8. You can even play c5 in this position, but not c6.
Not c6.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that insight, Miro. And by the way, for me, what's very important about these kings on opposite flanks, when you're white or black and you're castling long with your king, it's very oftentimes we see this tempo move, king c1, b1, what British Grandmaster Tony Miles said, tucking the king in. You know, just tuck the king into the bed. The difference is that black doesn't have such a duty, requirement. The king is already tucked in on g8, so castling short does have that benefit of not having to lose a tempo in these all-important clashes of kingside versus queenside. And I really did like that suggestion very, very much. When I played c5 and I took on and allowed that knight to come to c6, I really felt uncomfortable in that case. Bishop b7 looks a whole lot better. I'm going to play knight takes. I'm going to move this knight. I'm either going to play knight takes g3 and move the knight to f6, or I'm going to go to b6 and queen b8. Makes a lot of sense.
It certainly does.
Right.
And I don't think most players would be capturing on b5, even if it wins them a pawn.
Yeah.
I think instead it would be just going bishop e2 or bishop... I mean, it's very slow. That's the only thing that concerns me, is that there is no clear-cut plan.
Right.
That's something that Cristian mentioned for white.
One of the interesting aspects of this little clash that we're having together, you and I, in this position, is I think it's very important for our audience to understand that you don't take on c4. If you back down and you don't take my pawn, I should not back down and I should not take this pawn. There was a game, very, very nice game, Boris Spassky versus Garry Kasparov, Nixich 1983, with Garry capturing this pawn on a c4 in a very similar position. What you do is you insist on sacrificing the pawn. Please, take on b5. And
White will probably do the same, right? C5.
Yeah, and the difference, though, is I get to play my knight to c4. So whether I start with bishop b7, followed by knight b6, is you've played b5, but don't be in such a rush to
Yeah, you
capture
don't
on
want to
c4.
be eliminating the tension too early. And the same analysis is there, actually very relevant if you go b4 as well as black,
Yes.
because it's very tempting to go, hey, I'm attacking a knight.
Exactly.
But this is just allowing white to jam up the position with a knight a4.
Yeah, and then, oops, your attempts to blast open the queen side may come undone. We're going to break from this, Miro, throwing it over to you. What's caught your eye in round 3?
The endgame.
The endgame.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Alireza Firouzja. So still almost an hour, no, less than 45 minutes extra time for Firouzja. 45 extra minutes, yeah.
That's huge.
And that was the position, like a few moves back,
Right.
was the position that we were discussing extensively, suggesting the exchange sacrifice, right?
Bishop g7.
Rook b6, and yeah, that would allow the line that we were looking at to go bishop g7, sacrifice the exchange. Maxime went with king g3, which is
offering the pawn.
A sneaky move in a way, because after rook b2, that'd be rook here, and then you sacrifice on d8. And it's, it's not for long that you are material down.
Sacrifice.
Anyway, but it's not always, it doesn't always work, So king g3, Firouzja played rook g8. Now there is no bishop to g7. the b2 pawn is hanging for real, and moreover, in various lines like that, once again, we have the 6th rank problem.
Yep.
So computer currently favors black, and white already has to be sort of inventive not to get into that big trouble, because c3 f5, for instance, it's almost a pawn for black.
Wow.
Almost a pawn for black. So Firouzja's somewhat tricky opening play apparently pays off.
Yeah,
apparently pays off. So computer has rook e1 as the good move, which is
tactically defending.
Yeah, tactically defending b2, counterattacking the bishop. After f5, I'm not sure how good the moves are. It's just first line of the computer, bishop f7, and then again, remember, Yasser, you were keen on taking this bishop, even though it appears to be protected, right? And the line goes very funny. Knight e5, bishop to h5. I don't know what bishop to h5 means, to be honest. I mean, you just have to move the bishop somewhere. King to f4.
Yeah, you can't attack the bishop with the king. Because of your funny move again.
Rook takes h6,
yes.
Right?
King f4.
Yes.
Yeah, like if you go to h6...
that's what I wanted to point out, because it's a bit funny.
So here rook h6 would appear to work because you have bishop g5 next.
Rook takes bishop.
Then in this case, white is very happy because he eliminates the bishop, rook takes, pawn takes, and now white achieved quite a lot. It's all harmony, and the king's very active, and the h-pawn, despite being doubled, it's a very, very threatening pawn potentially, right? So, yeah, it's very tricky. But after king f4, what computer insists on doing, capturing on b2.
Exactly.
And it's not only that you win a pawn, it's a crucial pawn. So after that, your queenside majority is always it's always powerful. And it goes on and on. Knight d7, I have no idea what's going on.
King takes f5.
Oops,
in the final position.
Yeah, like I'll have to repeat the whole thing. Yeah, so bishop, was it bishop f? No, it was f5. Yeah, g5, bishop to f7, knight to e5, bishop h5. I messed it up, Yasser.
You did.
I'll do it again. Rook to e1.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
Rook to e1, f5, g5. Bishop to f7, knight to e5, attacking the bishop, bishop going to h5,
king
the
f4.
line was king to f4.
Rook takes b2.
Rook takes b2, and you wanted to take on f5.
And I thought that you won my b2 pawn, I won your f5 pawn.
Oh,
it's not a bad move.
Okay.
It's not a bad move. It's a good move.
I captured a pawn.
No, but seriously, that's why it makes so hard to navigate even with the computer. I mean, moves like this, rook a2, and then white defends and black finally recalls. I have this bishop on d8, so c7, c6, maybe go bishop c7.
Okay.
And again, from the looks of it, I'd be inclined to say, okay, white has like passed pawn and black is better, that's what machine has to say.
Wow. Quite the line. And what's really remarkable about this line is in one game, in the Fabiano game, we're trying to maul one another's kings. In this game, we're trying to maul one another's flanks. White's got a majority on the king side, black has a clear 4-2 majority.
I almost feel like rook a2 was designed to stop the knight coming to c4, attacking the rook in order to give checks. So,
True.
I mean, it's so weird, this type of kind of nuance that you think is just pawn hunting. Absolutely not.
No, that's and again, if I look at the continuation of this line, it's also like here, the best move again, according to the machine, is just go forward. You have a bunch of pieces, and guess what? You use the king as the main attacking force.
Well,
good
if
king
this happens, I will
lead
tip my hat off to the players.
Absolutely. So the ending is a very, very sharp ending. And by the way, we did see Fabi playing b7, b5.
Can we check in on one of our co-leaders? Yes, exactly, Gukesh, because the white queen found herself on c7, then it came back to e5, and then it went back to one of his other squares. There's been to queen to b2.
Very strange.
It's very, very strange. I'm asking, where's the progress?
I'm a little bit stunned. I think we were looking at moves like rook to b1 in order to prevent knight to d5. The idea of rook b1 was we would take on d5 and then take on b5, and there would be issues in black's position. Instead, knight to d3, knight to d5. Now, Gukesh wasn't that eager to give up his bishop, so he retreated his queen and retreated his queen
exactly.
again.
And it's like, white
Where
is
was
still...
the progress, right?
White is a pawn down. Let's not forget about that.
He does have his... He's back to his ideas of just playing the gambit for control. He'll put his knight on c5, and that will kill the majority, right? I put a knight on c5, blockading the pawns, and then going e2, e4. This is actually really double-edged stuff. First impressions, white has full compensation. Computer says what?
Yeah, white probably has full compensation. So computer was advocating for this capture on
even
d5.
if it doesn't win a pawn.
So c takes and knight e5. Okay. And honestly, I thought there was something that was prepared, because black is limited to pretty much only moves. It's all of a sudden not that easy to defend on f7. So the line would go queen to e6, knight to d7. And it's a confusing stuff. Like white leaves two rooks behind and just attacks with knight and queen.
Right.
Here, for instance, you have strictly only move. Well, not surprising. Rook d8, knight to c5, queen to c6. Queen takes, rook d1 to c1, I guess. Yeah.
Trying to win the pawn.
And again, yeah, if you win the b5 pawn for free, so to speak, it'd be slightly more pleasant for white. Once again, maybe nothing special. So, but there is rook a b8.
Okay.
And yeah, like queen b8, you do have a check. And if the other rook would have been here, then queen a3, of course, would happen. Yeah. So rook b8, and yeah, there is apparently nothing better than just taking here. You could take on f7 and win the pawn that way, but still, it's round equal. So yeah, I guess that's... Again, white wins the pawn back, but not more than that. It would be a draw. After knight d5, queen e5, computer feels relieved for black. Queen b2, rook a d8. But after knight c5, the move it recommends, it's very hard to play for a human player. You know, to go bishop a8 and say, you know what, I'm slightly better, I'm a pawn up. It's very hard to imagine.
No.
And
but the computers are very sophisticated. I'm pretty sure it's saying that because it's the knight on c5. It looks impressive, but it's not stable. It doesn't have a pawn anchoring it on d4.
That is
so
true.
I'm just thinking, put the bishop on a8. And then the knight b6, knight c4.
See,
honestly, this would be kind of more of a human reaction, right? You go back.
That's
but
true.
then in this case, yeah, at least you can win back the pawn
in a nicer way.
However, now that I'm thinking, it could be that this is good enough, like queen h5 or queen g5 and launch the h pawn, right?
But it feels like black is better here.
Well, it gives around equal, but yeah.
It's the light squares there.
And of course, this game is very important, of course, in terms of the standings, in terms of national pride, and also in terms of ratings. These are the live ratings so far. You can see Magnus Carlsen, he's currently at the top with 28.31.8. And let's take a look at how our players in the Superbet Chess Classic are doing. We see Fabiano Caruana inching towards the 2,800 mark at 27.99. Nepomniachtchi 27.69. Gukesh 27.67. And of course, Praggnanandhaa trailing him by 10 points.
That fight for the second position, I'm just looking at Bobby's and Hikaru's rivalry. It's 2 points, and I mean, and that victory over Wesley yesterday would have been a big difference. Just talking about this position after Queen b2, let's say Rook to d8, Knight to c5, you bring back memories Miro, this move bishop a8. We human players, the engines don't have these kinds of things, but we human players, I remember, I think the whole world was tasered by a game between Anatoly Karpov and Joel Latier. Back in the day, Joel Latier was a top French grandmaster. And essentially what happened is this bishop on a8 never moved. It was like the ugliest bishop the world had ever seen.
But did it make a good defender?
It did, but he lost the game, did Joel? And we would never play bishop a8 thereafter. I mean, we'd play bishop a6, bishop c8, absolutely, but we would never allow because of that one game. It was just
it seems so he's not planning to play bishop a8 either.
Anytime soon.
The move Prague played, queen to d6.
Isn't it much more natural to
Stopping,
kind of activate the queen side, like after rook ac1, just kind of get going with b4?
For white,
for white,
black,
yeah. I mean, because if white is insistent about putting the knight on a c5,
and I think
c1 makes sense.
Yeah. Also, this position, first move that kicks. By the way, your rook ac1 came just in time before I could get in a thought there. Knight c5 and e4. First things that came into my mind is that when it's always that I'm hardwired to pins. You know, can I get this in? In this particular case, the answer is no. I mean, the desirable e2, e4, you know, you munch it right off the board, right? So that was why we saw rook ac1. And again, we're looking at e4 and knight c5 and trying to do damage. The queen on d6 suddenly might be a tactical target. Why did he put his rook, queen via the rook? I mean, I would be...
Well, I'd presume to get it to e7 and say that, yeah, I didn't like it on h6. However, now looking at computer lines, one of the moves, and again, it's not the best move, but you know, engines turn to do this, that you think of the position, okay, there is a threat and you have to address it, and then the engine says, you know what, you can push the pawn h6, I mean, just in case. And I do not see why this doesn't work, so I might as well check it. Knight goes back, and knight c4, and queen goes back, and there is nothing, it turns out. Because when we play e4 and kick this knight away, we also close the diagonal.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, as much as it looks like white squeezing pretty much all the activity out of the pieces,
yes.
If you'd ask me, it's hard to suggest like better placement. Okay, the knight will go to c5, of course. So let's just do it. Yep. h6. I'll play the stupid move.
Could you go a4?
With...
Oh no, a4 would allow knight b4. Okay, sorry.
With black?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you won't go a4. Like...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the b4 ideally. Yeah. So knight to c5 and say queen. Bishop c8 is another move.
Well, queen e7 I can take on b5, right? Bishop takes d5 and take on b5.
So apparently this is never impressive. Again,
never impressive.
I would not. Please do not quote me on this one.
I will. I promise.
Yeah. Bishop goes here. Rook's here. No, well, okay, here I can believe it. Honestly, I can believe it. So white has an extra pawn, I agree. But somehow everything starts
h3
like that. The moment you hint at the king and white's looking, okay, all of my pieces are far away, right? So it's around equal.
Wow.
Some lines it's 0.5 for white, some lines are 0.5 for black. So was it like dynamically balanced?
Yeah.
Something like that
So
would be the word.
Grabbing the pawn on b5.
But h6, of course, is the made-up move, so no one's going to play it.
h6
I think
was a great
you play
move.
queen e7 or I don't know.
I mean, computer. If it happens, then we should scan the players, right?
Something like rook a to b8 might be an idea. So you're foreseeing, you know, this scenario where white captures d5 and b5. It makes sense to have the rook on b8. Of course.
Because then after the knight coming to c5, I would be putting the... Okay, obviously I need to sort out the pin.
Yeah, so you go queen e7 nonetheless.
Because of e4.
Yeah.
And then again he can take it turns out. So it doesn't change much. I'm getting confused.
Well, hang on a second, but this queen takes pawn. Why is that not
you
work?
probably go bishop a8 first.
Pin on the B line. Yeah.
Back rank mate. Right?
So bishop to e8 first, and after queen takes a5, black captures on e2.
Yes.
Once again, like how do you evaluate this one, and especially from afar, right?
This looks so like it's going to be.
The moment black plays d4, you're so scared.
I'm scared. Rook e1, but I'm scared.
Yeah, and the fact that computer evaluates every single one of those positions is equal doesn't really help much.
Not much. Thank you, Miro.
Thank you. And I have also some big updates in the game between Nodirbek against Fabiano, because
our marquee matchup.
In that game, well, we left it when Fabi was hesitating over whether to directly break with b5, sacrificing a pawn. He did, and Nodirbek
took it
very confidently.
Yeah, he is a very aggressive player. And don't forget, he needs to bounce back. He lost yesterday against Alireza. Now, in this position, our main move for Fabi was bishop to b7. And, you know, slowly preparing, you know, knight f6 or knight b6 and queen b8. He actually played knight b6 immediately, and he's taken quite some time, Jovi, to get
he's half an hour down on the clock. You know, he's under 1 hour, whereas Nodirbek has 1 hour and 26 minutes, but he will need that extra half hour because after knight b6, bishop b7, and the lines that we were looking at with black rerouting the queen to a7 in order to pile up against the a2 pawn, it looks scary, and there's no immediate line of attack or even play for white. I mean, attack is like ambitious.
Yeah. So we see in for Fabi, bishop b7, queen b8, queen a7. Maybe that rook on f8 will come to b8, the half-open b file. I would start to think, look, I've got to slow you down somewhat. I want to go bishop here and maybe trying to plug up some holes on the queen side with knight to d4. This, despite the time differentials, Miro, as a human player, I'm not enthusiastic to play white's position, but I mean, the engine is relentless. It will probably say, it's okay, you can play it, don't worry.
Well, Yasser, confess you like white's position, white's pawn up.
I'm a pawn up, no, I don't. I'm not comfy. I'm not comfy.
The thing is, the objective evaluation might have changed with knight b6 instead of bishop b7.
Oh, really?
While both were a part of the plan, but the move that you've highlighted, going bishop c6, might be a very good move in this position.
To slow
Indeed
it down.
Does slow black down quite a bit.
Well, you can't move your rook on the A line, so you have to go rook b8.
Well,
no, I think you have to play
You have to go rook k5.
Yeah, a5 or even a6, that's one of the choices. So
because
after rook b8, what happens after rook b8? And I do struggle to understand what computer has to say, but some rook d3 is very strong for whatever reason. Rook d3.
Rook d3? No, that's not in my radar.
So
how would we continue?
Knight c4.
Knight b5, that's the point.
Knight c4,
Knight
and I
b5.
guess, knight to
okay,
e5.
exactly. Okay, so let me be sophisticated. Let me get bishop d7. Let's get rid of the thorn on my side.
Yes, so bishop to d7, and then knight a4.
Not even.
And this is something, this is something not that easy to foresee. Yeah. So it goes rook d3 to be able to, like, one day put the rook on b3 or c3, but this knight a4 thing, now that I'm thinking, knight a4 is not very common. And in some other line, let me show you, like after bishop b6, rook a5, I guess it was.
Yes.
It also goes a3, knight a2, knight b4, or intending knight a2, knight b4 to kind of to keep the bishop on c6 for long.
That is crazy.
And still, I'm not certain, because black can say play d5 and just open this bishop as well and just go for all-out attack. But it gets interesting, let's say. It gets interesting for white as well. So he might say, if I'll defend, maybe it's a game for 3 results, while for bishop b7 it would be somewhat grim.
I think rook a5 is not that intuitive, because you're literally putting your rook
to a5,
because normally you want to be lining up the battery with the queen in front of the rook, and this one you're just going rook a5, and then it's not that easy to break through.
But again, like rook a5, why Engine wants to do this, to be able to answer rook d3 with bishop a6. So once again, you have to go like really deep to find rook a5.
And but either way, we look like we're going to get a decisive game in this one.
We're going to get a very sharp game. We have it already.
We absolutely do. And well, guys, I'm going to put it to you. What do you think? It's the rest day coming up on July the 1st.
Okay.
Okay, so the day...
after 5 rounds?
Yes, so the day before the rest day. Do you think the players kind of take it easy, they play more cautiously, or do you think they go full gung-ho and go for that win before the rest?
For me, I always thought that, oh, great, I have a rest day. Let's
give it all.
Give it my all before the rest day.
So you're prepared to take risks. What about you, Miro?
More decisive.
It really depends from tournament to tournament. A counter argument to Yasser's would be like if I go all in and I lose, I'll have an extra day to eat myself alive, you know. So I would guess that our players mostly trying to be extra cautious before the
Okay, well, we do have the graphics. So I'm going to be the judge and jury. And here you can see that before the rest day, we have 30.8% decisive games. Now, these figures were compiled from the previous 3 editions of the Superbet Chess Classic.
Gotcha.
And after the break, well, you can see there's actually a drop, 28.3% decisive games, which means that after the rest day, everyone comes back and they start to play more cautiously because there's more at stake.
Yeah, jockeying for those top prizes. So the round 5 is a little bit more of a decisive round.
Yes,
Nice.
30.8%.
Nice.
So Monday's our rest day, so on Sunday, tune in because you're going to be guaranteed fireworks.
Let's just go around the horn. I haven't seen the game between Anish and Jan for some time. When we left it, I mean, take a look at this position because it's actually pretty funny looking pattern-wise. No, I mean, I've just never seen this. Excuse me, I mean, I've played a lot. But 2 knights lined up against 2 knights.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen a lot.
That's
but 2 bishops
unfortunate.
alongside them?
I know, I was actually lamenting the fact that this bishop is on g2. I mean, it should park itself on d3, and then you'll have the complete constellation.
That would be the harmonic convergence. Let's catch up with what has gone on. It seems like the players, well, so let's move e2, e4. Let's pause for a second here, because I am, as white, getting something, aren't I?
Bishop b4 quickly played.
Probably because I am getting something. This would be a blunder. I think knight d4, bishop d6. I think this was from yesterday's Alireza game where we had this bishop d6. And we can see, oops, the knight on d4, vulnerable. Oops. Yeah, don't go there. So that was why we saw bishop to b4.
With the counter-attack. Okay,
you attack me, I attack you.
Let's stop and do some calculations. So the first point to answer is, what happens if you grab the knight?
Well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
Take the knight, take the knight. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming we want to follow it up like this. Take, take. For the moment, material still balanced. You've kind of messed me up. By the way, the players are catching up with us. We've traded the knights, but check this out. I've suddenly got a square, and it's not a bad square. If I can capture on c3, play knight to d5. Careful, Yasser. The pawn is on b7.
Okay.
Miro, we're going to break away from this. You've got some news about the French derby.
Yeah, French derby, MVL against Firouzja. So they've reached this position we were discussing, and indeed there is a potential of capturing this bishop on h6, but Firouzja apparently gotten it wrong. So he went bishop a2 with a transparent trend of capturing, king f4 was played and rook takes b2. So already after king f4, computer likes a white, simply because the bishop on a2 is misplaced.
Okay.
And capturing on b2, what he has already done is a big mistake, because white gets to show why exactly the bishop on a2 is misplaced. And the move is c2, c4, double exclamation mark. And then you have to exchange the rook, and after knight takes, the bishop is trapped on a2. So you really would prefer this bishop elsewhere, like any other square, not on a2. And we were, if you remember, discussing how bad this bishop is on h6. It got stuck and everything. And we would never expect the light square bishop to get trapped.
Well, it has a hiding place, but it comes at cost, right?
Well, c4, white's winning. There is no hiding place. And c4 is on the board. So rook takes, knight takes.
I think I have to play a4,
A4.
in order to save my bishop.
And then
rook a1.
Bishop to
bishop
b3.
Bishop b3, yeah, knight takes, pawn takes, and rook b1. It's very boring, but then all of a sudden other factors become into play. King f5, and you can't even give a check on the f-file after king f5 because the bishop on h6 guards the f8.
Bishop.
Oh my
so
God.
white is just winning.
Maybe we can see the players actually, because C4 is a brilliant move, and it's going to come like a cold shower to Alireza.
Alireza is just like staring.
He had some fantastic preparation. It felt like he was on the verge of turning the position round into his favor. Well, it was never turned round, but
this double-edged position. I can imagine that there were many lines where bishop a2 was a key move, and we analyzed some lines ourselves. I was sacrificing an exchange, and you were bishop a2.
But yes, it's this tactical idea which was apparently missed.
Nice.
And then again, you do not have much of a choice.
Can you save the bishop with b5? So we saw
you
that
can go
a4.
b5, but again, white is not winning the pawn back. He's not capturing on b5. White has to insist on exchanging this bishop, and you have, well, that's the moment you say I have 3 passed pawns on the c file, but they're not very efficient.
Right.
And just king takes e5.
Not even
doesn't
rook c1.
Even play rook c1.
Yeah.
King takes f5, and then the f pawn will decide.
They're dropping like flies, but the key feature for me is the fact that I've got f8 covered. So that king takes f5, there's no rook f8 check. You're not taking the pawn on f2. If I get to play king f8 and f4, you're just done. The majority, the white pawns will roll. Please.
No, I mean, I have nothing to add to that. I mean, I was kind of hoping to transport the black bishop magically to f8.
Ratsa-ruck. And MVL with this really nice move, c4. Has definitely turned the tables. He's left the board. Alireza is suffering at the board. Let's just continue, because we haven't seen really that much of the game between Wesley So and Bogdan. Is this a game for kings on opposite flanks? I mean, that seems to be the day, right? So when we left it after knight a3. Daniel didn't go for any of these lines with c4, c3, by the way. He just kind of transposed back to what looks like normal patterns, takes, castles, and we're up to date with the players. If you didn't play c4, c3, maybe I should play c5, c6.
It makes sense.
Does it? Let's have a look-see. If I play c6, can I get an advantage in this pawn structure? I assume we're going to take. And
well, if you take,
let's do it. I have a funny line for you.
Okay.
Imagine you play c5.
I will play c5, just to indulge you, but I'm worried about rook c1. Yes, and I knew I was walking into a trap.
Well, I don't know if you are or aren't. So I was going to go, maybe I went the wrong way. Check.
Yeah.
And knight c5. Ooh. Okay.
Well, messy tactic.
I'll work this out. But first,
let's go to our friends in Romania.
The games are definitely getting exciting, but we have a birthday boy in the playing hall. Tell us a bit about that, Anastasia.
Yes. We have Anish Giri, birthday boy. Actually, he's playing today against Jan Nepomniachtchi, as you remember. And today it's a really nice occasion. If you want to send him great wishes for his birthday, you have this opportunity. Go to our social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour and wish him the best. And I'm sure he will come back and he will check the account and he will see all your wishes there. Now that he's playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I was just wondering, Cristian, imagine you are playing on your birthday. You don't want to lose, right? I mean, you don't want to do it, yes? But you can see that he's spending a lot of time. He's down on his clock, 40 minutes less compared to Jan. I don't know what is going through his head. Like, maybe he's trying just, to get a little bit better position and keep playing. Or maybe he just wants to finish this game and go and celebrate. Like, what would you do? What would be your approach if you had your birthday?
I think he wanted out of the opening, once again, to try to find something against Jan. He took some inspiration from that game that I just mentioned, Gukesh versus Jan from the candidates, but unfortunately I don't think he got anything out of the opening. And I was talking with Jan Smits, his second at this competition, and he wanted to go into the playing hall and see what's happening, and we discussed a little bit. The consensus was that the position was quite dry now. So I do expect that one to probably finish very soon in a draw. I have to say, the game between Nodirbek and Fabiano is exploding right now. A pawn sacrifice from Fabiano with b5, which we expected. Now d5, everything is changing in that particular game. A lot of exciting stuff happening. Guys, back to you with all the analysis.
Thank you.
I don't know about
Cristian
all the analysis,
and Anastasia, but it was an interesting tidbit of information that they gave us there, that it's Anish's birthday today, because there is somewhat of a birthday curse.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's kind of... It's difficult for people to play on their birthdays. It's like they can't fully focus. They're always thinking about the birthday. In my opinion, it's because people haven't been given presents. Because
they don't get enough presents.
They say, if you're there at a tournament, you're away from home, because normally there'd be like a big fuss made of you. You'd have some presents. Right. And when you're in a tournament, everyone just goes, happy birthday, happy birthday.
I'm beating you, I'm beating you, I'm
exactly.
beating you.
So, yeah.
Is there a birthday curse?
One of the games I've lost on my birthday was against MVL, when I've managed to get I've managed to get an equal position against one of our tour participants. Okay, that'd been a lot of years back, and then I've lost. Yeah, plain and simple. There is birthday curse.
There is a birthday curse.
And you, Yasser?
I've done quite well on my birthday, and the strangest part is, in a very, very long career, I probably played about 4,000 tournament games. I only played one person that I ever remember playing on their birthday, Judith Polgar. It was really a crazy...
And how did you do?
Well, what happened was really funny. We sat at the board and we filled out a score sheet, everything's cool, and the arbiter gets on the PA system and it says, very, very nicely, I want to wish happy birthday to Miss Judith Polgar. And I go, oh, Judy, I'm so sorry, I didn't bring you a present. And she said, Yasser, you can take anything you want off the chessboard. Well, knowing the story of Bobby Fischer saying that he could give a woman knight odds, I wanted to say, well, women's chess has made such advances, I took her knight away. She would give me knight odds. So I took her knight from G8. She said, you're not a gentleman. Give me back my knight. I said, no, you're right. I'm not a gentleman. I'm not giving you back your knight. I held on to her knight as long as I could. And then I very reluctantly gave her her knight back. Her first move was knight f6, putting the knight into play. And it was a match, United States, Hungary, and the world team. I've won.
I have to ask this question. So how old was Judith?
She was very, very young.
I thought
very young. 30-ish. Yeah.
Oh, 30-ish.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say she was 16.
No.
And you were stealing her knights when she was just a child.
No. She was top 10. She was top 10 in the world. Trust me on this one. Firouzja. Still suffering. Nothing
changed.
Now
he's trying to understand what he has done to his beautiful position.
Oops.
When, as we think, is already too late.
Yeah. The move king f4 is
no,
really...
no news. It seems that both a4 or b5 lead to a very similar position.
Right.
White takes. Okay, in this case, apparently white has to go rook b1.
Okay.
Because otherwise b5, c4, and the pawns connect.
Right.
And yeah, and computer is not that pessimistic at the very beginning, but the more you kind of continue with the line...
Let it analyze, yeah.
Yeah, the worse it gets, yeah. So rook takes, rook e2, well, at least the rook is getting active, but again, f3, the f5 pawn falls.
Can you throw in a check, at least?
And take on c4?
Take on c4, you know.
Yeah, over here.
e4 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could, but rook e4, king f5, rook c4. I presume we'll lose the race.
We're just too slow. H4,
we'll lose the race.
H5.
And let me see. So say rook to d4. I'd like to kind of start moving the c pawn in this position, but at the same time, I want to keep an eye on the f4 pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
But rook d4.
Yeah,
also
like rook
bishop
d4.
g7.
All of a sudden, we recall. We have the bishop. Yeah, so the bishop goes to g7 too.
That bishop on d8 is not helping one bit.
No.
I think this is just too easy for white.
Could you not play rook to d4? Could you instead go c6? Because I'm inspired by your words.
Yep, c6.
What, push it, baby?
Bishop c7. Yeah.
I want to go bishop c7.
Well, I don't know.
Go, hey,
Again, I don't know what human players would do, but computer says there is no threat.
I
and
will
just
play
starts
h4.
moving
Yeah,
the
then you
h-pawn.
just go bishop
So bishop c7, I
rook
presume
f3.
you can play rook f3. And the moment we play h5, g6, it's game over.
Yeah, you will recognize.
Oh, what a catastrophe for Alireza.
Well
It
put.
turned just like that, a series of two moves.
Well, you know what? I'm thinking maybe it's possibly that we are getting carried away with the computer evaluation. Again, yesterday Fabi had what computer was claiming +4, +5.
Right, and couldn't win it.
Again, like in Fabi's case, I'd say maybe it was more transparent even that he could say, yeah, I'm sure I'm winning. Here, Maxime, obviously he feels his position is good and everything, but again, if we go along one of those lines after a4, b5, maybe Firouzja still will get a chance to save. But of course, a huge shift after blundering c2, c4.
Exactly. Thank you, Mira. Jumping to our game of Gukesh and Prague, truly a budding rivalry. In this particular case, after rook to c1, Prague made, for me, a very natural decision. He got his queen off the d6 square, and after knight to c5, again, for me, these are just really clear moves. The bishop on b7 really didn't have a life on this diagonal, and at long last we're ready to take on e2, and we're trying to encourage white to take on d5 and take on b5, those variations. And for Gukesh, this is kind of a moment of truth. If he doesn't play bishop takes d5 and play those positions now, he may not get a chance to do it. For example, after e2, e4, we're closing off this bishop and we're making knight to b6 to c4 possible. And you mentioned a moment ago, Jovi, that your knight's not anchored, and that's a big deal suddenly. If I get my knight to c4 as black, then that unprotected knight on c5 is a target.
I was looking at
crucial moment
instead
here.
of
Instead of
e4 because
Yeah.
I don't like that move because it just limits
I
white's
understand.
options.
Yeah, sure.
And now I was just thinking, like, how dangerous is it to allow queen takes pawn on e2?
Okay.
Because I'm just thinking maybe there's some knight to d3 possibilities, maybe knight to e4 as well.
Knight.
I wasn't sure about knight to e4, but I want maybe put a knight on b3.
Knight
Let
to
me
b3.
go round the circuit.
Right. So in this case, I can pretty much see what you really are intending is
Yes.
to you get
No,
a
I want
tempo?
to take the pawn on c.
Oh, okay.
c6.
Immediately.
Nothing sophisticated with
Oh,
me.
wow, no. It's so base.
Thank you.
Direct.
Yeah.
But a good move. Rook takes c6, and I can imagine an accident is about to occur. Although, is there an accident that's going to occur? Probably. If I get... Wait a minute. Hold on. No. Wait. No, this has gone wrong. You're absolutely right. So knight to b3, I shouldn't be pawn grabbing. I should probably be holding.
Yeah.
Something of this nature.
And then now I can be very refined and go knight to d4.
Okay.
But although I'm not sure about this because somehow I'm pinning myself, and I'm beginning to learn from you, Yasser.
Do what? Pins are not.
They're not the best thing in the world to get yourself into.
Miro, jump in on this clash of the prodigies here, the Indian prodigies. How have they played it so far? I'm just looking at your accuracy rating.
Accuracy numbers
pretty
are
impressive.
Through the roof. Yeah,
It's crazy.
98%. I don't know whatever it means, but it means very accurate, very high, and up to queen back to e5 from c7. It was all computer top choice, right?
Wow.
Right.
So over here, after bishop to c8, one thing that you can try to do, because like all the moves you were looking at make sense.
Knight b3,
knight b3. The little problem with knight b3 potentially is that black can play b4
and stick a knight
and
on
then
c3.
knight c3 is of course the big kind of threat.
ID.
And the moment like you take on d5, I guess it's I thought maybe ba3. No, it just takes like this, but too many things hanging apparently.
Yeah.
One of the options to try would be to go e3.
Okay.
So this way you achieve two things. Like the e pawn is no longer hanging, but at the same time the bishop is still there. So unlike in e4 line. And the best apparently is still to try to go b4 for black. Point being, after a b4 now you take with the knight, and all of a sudden you keep the extra pawn and your pieces start playing.
Okay.
So after b4, rook d4, something like that, computer has is once again very balanced. Black keeps the pawn for now. White has, well, apparent compensation in the form of a knight on c5, and again...
Good pieces.
Yep.
Good pieces.
So I feel like very likely it will, like if no one makes huge mistakes, and it's very easy. I mean, it's not that easy for white to imagine how you make a mistake. You just keep the pieces like that, right?
Yeah.
With black, you potentially can blunder something.
Well, it's important with white not to just irrationally go bishop takes knight in order to recover the pawn.
Yeah.
Because those light squares, they are weak.
Yes, they will. Especially whenever you have this pawn on g3 and you're missing your light square bishop, you're feeling it. Let's jump to the game of Nodirbek and Fabi and see how things have developed in this one. When we left it, we had seen the gambit being accepted. Bishop takes b5. We kind of questioned the move knight to b6 and thought that bishop b7 was a bit more accurate, just to disallow the possibility of bishop on b5 to c6. Knight to b6 was played, and check this one out. d5, throwing a different spanner in the work. What white is intent on doing is jumping to the c6 square, where not only is the knight really beautifully ensconced on that c6 square, but it really stops the attack suddenly. d5, knight takes d5, takes on d5, knight to d4, and we've caught it with the players. So Nodirbek returns the pawn for an initiative. I don't know what's going on. Who's got the initiative? Who's attacking whom?
So what's the initiative, I may ask you? And it has nothing to do with this,
Exactly.
the definition of the initiative.
So this is a very important aspect of chess, as we like to use certain terms and certain vernacular. The initiative is defined very simply as the ability to make threats. I have the ability to make threats. But both sides seem to have the ability to make threats.
Absolutely. So who has the initiative? It's very hard to answer.
Who has the initiative?
Right, and attack, when we refer to something as an attack, it's something more substantial.
Yes.
Right, so Black doesn't have the attack yet, but has the potential to create an attack because he has two open files. Who currently creates threats? I'm afraid it might be white with knight c6, jumps and everything.
Be careful.
Yeah, so one of the lines, and again, a computer has me confused a little bit because that's the moment when it takes on g3 or goes c5 with pretty much the same evaluation.
Okay.
So I would presume it could be leading to the same. Knight c6, queen to e8, rook takes d5, and then again, you can take on g3 or go bishop b7.
Yeah.
Not thinking about bishop f5.
And it's a very
so
maybe
messy.
we have to highlight that bishop f5, rook f5. White will be very happy.
Exactly.
I'm reluctant to call it an exchange
safety.
sacrifice.
It's not.
Sham.
Yeah. So bishop to b7, knight takes, queen takes.
Oh my.
Now capturing on d6, as smart as it looks, would be bad because queen e6 attacks the rook and also
A2.
an x-ray on a2. So again, I'm not sure how it... Okay, there is an option to once again sacrifice an exchange on h5, gh5. But this is kind of less efficient because black has threats of his own with bishop e4. So once again, but you know what? My problem is like having this position, showing this position and saying engine thinks it's equal. It cannot be equal, right? The only way it's equal is that white gets to give a perpetual to a black king, right? Otherwise, one of the kings is getting checkmated. So
And
it could be
talking
balanced,
about
but never
equality,
equal.
well, we are going to
Sorry,
dash
Miro.
to the game between Anish, Giri and Nepomniachtchi. It's Anish's birthday today, and it seems like he's going to be very happy with the halving of the points as the two players just repeat moves.
Yes.
They're just seeing that Anish just checking the king. And that means that both players, they've drawn all of their games so far. And
Play some more. Play some more, says Anish. It's my birthday. Let me play you, and let me get in an extra repetition.
there's a whole flurry of moves. Suddenly they're in a rook and pawn ending. We'll have to see how the players got there.
Where I got the halving of the point from was Bill Harston's How to Cheat at Chess. And there is the bad master, playing the big grandmaster. And it's like, your grandmastership, Lord and grandmastership, would you like the halving of the point? Shall we share the halving of the point? It was this great imagery of British wit at its best. 3 draws by both players. They need to find, it's nice and everything like that, but you said it best. You need wins if you want to win the big prize money.
Okay, that is absolutely true, but it's very important to recognize that when it comes to these type of events, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But maybe we can kind of just go through the game and understand, because when we left it, all the minor pieces were on the board for a while.
I think it was this crucial moment, e4, and when Jan played this very important bishop b4, this is where we had left it, and then everything kind of got hosed right off. All of the pieces simply disappeared and got traded, and then they're in a drawn rook ending.
That's it, yeah.
Professional play, I would say. Miro, jump in. That was a very important moment.
But I was about to show.
Please,
I was about to show the same, pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. There was. I was looking for alternatives because apparently ef5, rook takes c4. What happened in the game leads to a draw, but there is not much of an alternative. So the move like knight e5, hoping for black to move the knight back, and then you can once again get on a. Oops. Why I keep doing this? On a train of, exchanging everything.
Right.
Black for a brief moment of time, black would be a pawn up. But
that was the worst 4 versus 3 I've ever seen in my life.
When we were discussing like what's equal position or what's the equality is, right? That's. By the way, now that I'm thinking, could it be that white is better after rook d7?
Pawn down.
Because you know what? Like potentially, if white has an extra pawn on the queen side. You're supposed to create counterplay on the other hand, and how do you create counterplay with 3 pawns?
That's
Anyway, so it looks like close to perfect played game by both players.
Again, I'm looking at your accuracy. It does look like a
very
well played game.
Wow.
By the way, I did this. One of my teenage heroes, let's put it like that, was Paul Keres. And I always admired Paul Keres, especially in open positions. And I put one of his old games, one of his really great old games in a modern chess engine, and he played 100%.
Wow.
He played perfectly. And I was like,
What game was
there was
this?
a reason I forgot the game. But there was a reason why I liked this guy. This guy's play was really, really good. 100% perfect. I'm going to go to the game of Fabi for just a moment. We left it at what I thought was a really sharp moment when Miro and I were trying to figure out who had seized the initiative. C7, C5, knight C6, queen C7. We're up to date with the players. And this looks like a very intriguing position. Rook takes D5, right? Because otherwise, I'm thinking bishop E6, D4, and I'm a little bit regretful about this pawn on A2. Shall we have a look?
Okay.
Rook takes D6, right? Let's go. Now, I'm anticipating bishop E6.
Makes the most sense.
Okay.
Attacking the pawn on,
Now-
attacking the rook, and then also.
Now, I'm just looking at these two minor pieces on B5 and C6, and I'm imagining a missing light-squared bishop, and I like it. I like the fact that these pieces kind of gummy up the queen side, makes my king a little bit safer, and if you do accept the exchange sacrifice, takes, for the moment you don't have knight, or do you have knight F6? Sorry. At first I thought you did not because I had this and this one. But now I'm less sure.
Well, one of the things I was
Please.
thinking is that knight F6 wasn't possible because the rook takes C5.
Also, I like that one. I feel like I've
Although-
got good minor pieces, don't I?
Yeah, although I'm worried about how unstable the white pieces are.
It's a little unstable, Miro, but how about the exchange sacrifice? How do you like the apples?
Exchange sacrifice. Which kind of exchange sacrifice do you want, Yasser? So after bishop e6, the move you were looking at.
Rook d1.
Well, it turns out there is knight e7, queen e7, and bishop d6, and that's
Right
why
away.
you sometimes need to check stuff with the computer, because apparently white is able to defend against threats. So queen b7, rook takes c5.
Whoa,
and is,
whoa.
You know,
I wouldn't be touching
as
this.
dangerous, as dangerous as it looks, but well, you know, your rook is hanging as well, so it's a big mess, right? And the whole question is if white is getting checkmated or not, because if he doesn't, he's very happy. Anyway, back to the current position on the board. All you have to do is to capture on g3 first.
Okay.
Capture on g3 first, hg3, and this is the position which comes about either in bishop e6 or bishop b7 variation. White has to take, and white has to go rook
Exchange
to d1,
sacrifice.
go to sacrifice and exchange. And this is a very, very hard position to judge, I'd say. Attacking the king's white, I'd argue, has, well, no immediate initiative against the king, right? Black, well, has to open fast, but at the same time, like, the bishop on c4 will stabilize quite a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah. So, queen b7, bishop c4, queen e7, computer starts repeating moves, which once again is very silly.
Right.
I have no idea what it would do.
Yeah, because you would assume that, say, instead of queen e7, that I would feel very happy as black. So I would be like rook fb8.
Rook fb8.
No, with the queen on
queen
e7.
on e7 back.
Yeah, I would be like,
queen
hey.
E7, so here, right, rook b8.
I can do maths.
I presume bishop.
Bishop is...
No, wait a second. So in this case, a4 is what it wants.
Aha.
So it keeps the bishop on b5. Like I would automatically go bishop c4, but yeah, it wants to keep the bishop on. I can see this. Look, the bishop controls a8. or e8 pawn. So in this case, you can actually play e4 and somehow build the... So I would trust, strangely, I would not trust the engine's variations on this one because it's not deep enough. But I would trust the evaluation, so it's around equal.
Yeah,
it's around equal.
G3, H takes G3, just as you prescribed. My attitude about this position is a great sense of relief for white. Okay, I took this pawn on b5. I purposefully exposed my king. And now I get to shut down the queen side, my bishop on b5. I'm going to exchange down for sure. Bishop to b7. Knight takes e7, queen takes e7. We're about to see all of these moves occur. Now, the desirable rook retreat, I think there's bishop e4 in the air.
The bishop can drop back.
Just a second. So, I'm not absolutely obliged to sacrifice the exchange.
But you can steal the pawn on g2.
How? Oh,
well, if you move
yes.
the rook, I'm just...
Okay, good for you. Yes. A good influence or a bad influence, it's good. Take the pawn. Yeah, there you go. But what I wanted to say is in these positions, I have the feeling, or I know from my chess knowledge, that my king is actually safe. And whether I'm playing bishop c4 or I like a4, I like anchoring, I like a4, e4, queen d3. And so long as I've got my bishop on b5, I'm not being assaulted. Your move queen b7, you provoke the move bishop c4. And I was curious, is this the reason why that I can't play?
Yeah, you can't go a4 because rook takes a4.
Yeah. Ooh, that just cut the stool right out from underneath my bishop. I was so beautifully anchored on b5 for a moment, not anymore. And that was why queen b7 by the engine, bishop c4, but then queen e7, and you started to question the strength of the engine. It's like, what are you doing? You're going backwards.
You started pondering life's existence.
Exactly, right. Yeah. So the current position, we've just seen the move bishop b7. And once again, the pawn count is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, yeah, I've got an extra pawn. So that's why we're looking at knight takes e7 and sacking the exchange.
Just a quick question.
Please, John.
There's no devious sacrifices.
Oh, there's always.
Like, I'm just thinking of rook h5. Yeah, I mean, I know.
Okay, you woke up on the...
Those 3 a.m. starts making me reckless. Yeah.
Okay.
Take the knight, yes. Take the knight.
Hey, man, take the rook, take the knight. And you just want to park the bishop on f6. I think that's
okay,
it.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I accept that.
Fair that the bishop... By the way, these positions where you're doubled on the h-file and the bishop patrols the long diagonal, it is so infuriating how one bishop can neutralize 2 rooks. You think to yourself, I've got these double-barreled rooks. It's worth 10 points, and this lousy little bishop is covering the key square.
Yeah. Unfortunate there's no white pawn on g5. Because if there were white pawn on g5, just for symbolic sake, yeah, I could go. Yeah, I could just go queen c3.
Right. Some of these puzzle rush tactics. You've tried your hand at puzzle rush. I can see that, and getting the checkmates. Miro, what's caught your eye?
Maybe we can go to the game between Wesley So and Bogdan Daniel.
All right.
Because I feel like this one might be getting ignored in the coming future. So maybe we should.
Here I attempted to create an imbalance with the move c6. No, Wesley was very happy with his Catalan bishop, as well as the initiative.
Bogdan just played king b8, which is very nice. just saying you can't take the knight because of rook
We have to
d1
see.
check.
We have to see it.
Well, we're going to take a pause on this game because we're going to go straight to Bucharest, where Cristian is with Anish.
Birthday boy.
Anish, first of all, congratulations, happy birthday. As an early gift for you, you had to find a way to break Jan's very solid repertoire. How did you tackle that?
Well, no, I was just thinking, my best Grand Chess tour was, I think, 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And it's been like almost 10 years. Back then, I was invited to studio because I was winning games. Now I'm invited because it's my birthday. So I was thinking, we've come a long way. But no, I think he mixed up the move order. There was one very interesting moment. I remember knight d4 was, it was inaccurate. And
We saw you on the camera. You were kind of surprised by this move. When you first saw this knight
No,
d4
but the thing is, when you are analyzing with the computer through all these equalities, because it's unbearable. You're analyzing through all the equalities, and then you see there's a mistake somewhere. And you see it's like 0.30, 0.40, and you're like, oh yes, if he goes there, I'm going to crush him. And then you come to the board and he makes that move, and you first think, okay, I'm probably winning. And then you start calculating, and you don't see anything. And afterwards you come back and the computer shows you the line that you should have played, which you saw. But it's just 0.30, but at home you're thinking, I'm going to crush. So it's the same story here. I saw the move knight e5, and I thought in the worst case he goes rook a8, and I was also thinking about knight c3. I'm very curious. Wait, knight d7.
Knight is d7.
Yeah, just have knight d7. Okay, that's embarrassing. So no, he just has to go rook a8. Or I think he said f, but I thought rook a8. Yeah, knight d7, rook d7. I collected the bishop pair, but I don't see how to consolidate. And that's also what he said as well.
And you cannot take on d5.
Bishop d5 is d5. Bishop takes d5 is a move that
maybe
you just
E3 here,
you don't really see these things. It's not very easy to give up the bishop and then make a slow move. But this is it would have been nicer if I checked this, because it's something I cannot find. Bishop d5 and bishop e3 sequence. But if I had checked it before, because I think I have checked.
Was there any inspiration to go this route? Like, how did you come up to the conclusion to go for this type of positions?
Honestly, I wasn't sure we'll land there, because he actually, if you look carefully through his games in the candidates, because he started with Abasov and he ended with Fabi.
Yes.
I think he was sort of in two must-win games at the start and at the end. So I thought that his repertoire got a little bit more funky than it was when he prepared for the World Championship matches. So I was kind of hoping that he prepared something more fun than this. And I thought, okay, if this happens, I'll play it. I think fundamentally Jan is not really this kind of player, to play these boring endgames with black. Like, he learned to do that, of course. He's a gifted player, but I think at heart he's, is this Grünfeld Neidorf kind of spirit. I thought against Jan it could be okay, and I did get something.
So you were hoping once the candidates are over, he's going to go back to his basics, let's say.
Well, no, I thought he would be a bit sharper maybe as well. But no, I was happy with this as well. So I thought, okay, against this more solid line of Catalan, you cannot, you can't sacrifice a pawn like Praggnanandhaa and play these crazy positions. But okay, that doesn't always work. So no, I think the opening was fine. It's just that, you have to make like couple of really precise moves and then get a stable advantage, and then I can play. But finding these very precise moves without the computer is very hard. And I played this prophylactic rook b1 and I missed something very embarrassing. Like, it's really embarrassing. But I think I was thinking about knight e3 or knight e5, all kinds of moves, but they don't work at all, because here the knight is not even trapped. And I realized rook d8 is the biggest problem. And I was trying to trap the knight, like. In fact, knight a5 is also possible, and then it's even closer to getting trapped. Like, I was trying to trap the knight for a while with a move like rook b2, and then it is sort of hanging or trapped rather, but I couldn't really make it work. I think rook d3 was my issue, and it just always comes out. And
it's also a bit dangerous, right? If
you
miss something,
and also I think the most awkward was that I missed the knight of 3 check from afar. Like, I thought he has to retreat. So I thought, I have all these possibilities, but then after q1, knight f6, we get a position which is theoretical position where my rooks are on f1 and a1. So I'm up 2 tempi. but these extra moves, and I spent so much time. I was trying to make use of these two tempi, but the thing is, the rook has to go to d1 and to c1.
Or something.
No, but they have to go to d1 and c1, and whether they are on f1 or e1, a1 or b1 doesn't matter. So these two extra tempi, and I was trying to find some very sophisticated way where maybe the fact that e2 is protected or b4 is useful. So I was trying, like there was a line, for example, I can play bishop e3. Knight g4 is probably the issue, but actually knight g4, now there is b4, knight e3, f e3, you know, and I have this extra b4, so I was thinking that maybe this is winning. Okay, there's bishop e7 here, yeah, e8, take rook c8, but I thought maybe this is it. Also, I was thinking, okay, maybe he can just take here, play rook fc8. Now, before he goes bishop f8, so I thought this was the cleanest, and then yes, if I, again, rook bc1 or rook e1 are best moves, and then this position is kind of, it's actually like a theoretical position from some other line. So, some nuances were there, but I think I missed my chance with the soft rook b1, and would have been nicer to recollect my prep. Maybe I even checked this knight e5, but I don't know. I was not. Yeah, this bishop d5 everywhere. Bishop d5, bishop e3 is a very nice idea. Because if you trade, of course, like once you get this position, okay, you're gonna milk him very nicely. Yeah, put a knight on d4. And, this is the second play, but to get here is a problem.
Well, Anish, any plans for tonight to celebrate the birthday, or still in competition mode?
It's if there was rest day tomorrow. I mean, anyway, how am I going to celebrate is a big question, but at least I could, feel the celebration inside me, inside my heart. But it's hard to feel celebration inside your heart when you're playing Praggnanandhaa with black the next day. You got to make up your minds against all his possible options. Oh, yeah. Maybe he'll sacrifice the c4 pawn again. I mean, I'm already sweating. Yeah, so hard to feel warm and fuzzy about your birthday. Yeah?
Well, you have plenty of time to get ready for Prague. Go do that for the moment. We'll take a look at the standings after this result. As we see, Fabiano still leading. Anish at 1.5, but he has an extra game. Nepomniachtchi in second position, 1.5 with an extra game. And Gukesh still fighting. Everybody else still fighting. We're going to go on a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly.
Fabiano, welcome back to Grandchester, welcome back to Bucharest. Last year you managed to win this tournament. What do you think was crucial for your success last year, and what are your predictions for this event?
I think last year my level was pretty good, but also it was like half I was playing well and half I got a bit lucky, because I only scored +2. It's a good score, but it's not usually what you expect to win a tournament. And in the last round, like a bunch of people could catch me. I remember Alireza was trying to catch me, and I think Anish had a chance, and Wesley had a chance, and even Richie, who I was playing, had a chance. So it was like a bunch of people could have won, and then nobody won. And I managed to get by with +2 clear first. So it was like half. I was in decent form, and I was quite happy with how I was approaching the tournament, and half that nobody else was doing super great. And also, like, let's say Jan and Ding were coming straight from the match. So they were still a little bit struggling, and they scored not very well, both of them. I think -1, -2. So they were both struggling a bit from the after effects of the match. This year, things will probably be a bit different, but hopefully I'll still play well.
Yeah, this year we'll also have a different field. Many youngsters came, and are you expecting more decisive games, more fun, more emotions and risks taken by the young players?
I think there will be some more decisive games, but I'm not sure it's because of the young guys. But I think that like the trend now is that people are taking a bit more risks to try to win tournaments, and we see sometimes like some crazy things happen, even though everyone's well prepared and you think like everyone's going to play very solid, but then you see some crazy things happen totally unexpectedly. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, how would you assess now that half a year of your chess, now we are in June, and let's say you played a few events, and what do you think about your chess so far?
Well, last year was good, and this year not so good, fortunately. I mean, my main goal was, of course, focused towards the candidates, and it didn't work out. And it's also a very specific event. Like, if it was any other tournament, I would say, okay, fine tournament, +3, and okay, didn't win, but still fine tournament. But in the candidates, it's a bit specific that it doesn't really matter if you're second place or well, it matters a bit not to be 8th place, but still, it's not like the difference between first and second is much bigger than the difference between second and 8th, right? and my last tournament was not so good. So I'm hoping to recover. I still have also some goals this year. Still some hopes to maybe do well in the FIDE circuit and see if I can qualify there, although it's a very difficult path forward for me. But still some hopes there, and any way to play well would be a reward in itself.
Now that you have so many young players participating in this event, Pragg, Gukesh, Nodirbek, is it motivating for you as well? I mean, and for your chess, are you trying to work more on your chess, and are you changing a little bit the focus and aspect, the way you work?
I don't know if I'm, like, I think I'm changing how I work, but it's more as a result of how the chess scene and the analytical scene is changing, and technology is changing chess. So it's not like you sort of have to adapt to it, because chess is not going to adapt to you. And so yeah, there are also some young guys, but the main difference is that they have like the highest motivation, and so to try to match their motivation is difficult. I mean, definitely these young players who are up and coming and starting to break through, or even have broken through to the top, they're like at their peak motivation. They're working very hard. They want to try to win every tournament they play, or to try to get past the other guys of their age. And you see it with like Nodirbek, and Gukesh already won candidates, and Pragg is very strong, working very hard. All these guys are really tough, and we could already see that they were going to be a few years ago, but now they already made it, let's say. So to try to keep up that level of motivation with them is tough, but it is also a challenge. And I think anyway, you can't like have success without work. So it's not like a new thing for any of us.
Yeah, so it seems your motivation is pretty high still. Fabi, all the best of luck for you in this tournament. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back. It's day 3 at the Superbet Chess Classic, and we have one result already. It was a draw between Anish Giri on his birthday against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and let's see how that affects the standings. And you see they move to 1.5 points out of 3. Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh, they are on 1.5 points out of 2, so they do share the lead. And now there are 4 players on 1 point.
Exactly. Going to one of our games of our tournament leaders, Fabiano, the 2 players are going into that exchange sacrifice. I put it like that. It's not much of a sacrifice. We've left the computers on. Has the computer changed its mind at all about the evaluation?
No, not much.
Not much?
Not much. The queen takes e7 back was just played, so
yes.
Fabio recaptures, of course. And I remember we were discussing what if white does not want to sacrifice an exchange.
Right.
And there is nothing dramatic, but black apparently captures g2.
Bravo,
and
Jovi.
it's not really clear where you want your rook to be. So rook c1 as an example, and queen to b7, so controlling the long diagonal. And computer prefer this for black over the other position, which far more likely to happen in the game, where white goes rook to d1 and sacrifices an exchange.
An intuitive sacrifice.
Yeah. And if you think of it, the ability to anchor the bishop with a4, right? White tries to say that my bishop and the pawn is not much worse than your rook.
Exactly.
Right? So, like, I'm closing both the open files with the duo of a4 pawn and the b5 bishop.
That's precisely right.
Let's say in this particular case,
yeah.
right? So, and as long there are like no open files for your rook, so you cannot really penetrate into white's camp. So white might be happy.
And indeed,
I'm thinking like in a long run. Can I get the king like kind of evacuated all the way to the king side?
Yes, a king walk.
Yeah.
And the players are going exactly in that direction, to the point that you were just making as well, that the bishop is worth both. The rook worth 5. In this case, the bishop and pawn are only 4, you would say materially, but there's something else. Another feature in the position is that the rook on d5 is occupying this really beautiful blockading square. There's a backward pawn, which kind of also, well, that's annoying. That's worth something from a material standpoint. And as you were saying, if it was your turn and you got to make a lot of moves for free, bringing the king over, and it's time to think about how am I going to win this position as whites. Fabi will certainly be aware of that king march. And by the way, Nodirbek just did play the move rook d1, not giving up the g2 pawn. Jovi,
and there's
please.
a few critical moments, actually.
Please.
And the one I want to draw your attention to is Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa.
Okay, the match, and finally we get the
We see bishop takes
e2, e3.
Yes,
Remember
played.
that moment?
B5, B4, indeed,
Also-
was the way that Praggnanandhaa chose to break out. And now, after some thought, bishop takes knight. Well, this is a risky approach, because if Gukesh mishandles the position, then that's it. He's going to be terminally weak on the light squares.
And what we were talking about in this case, let's just put some moves on the board. We can include this one. Yep, take. And what we really want to talk about is this fact that our bishop is on h3. And this is where, human players get uncomfortable. This is where we sit there and we've all been checkmated more often than we care to remember. A queen lands on our doorstep. Queen comes to f3, and it's a quick signing of the score sheets as queen g2 mate is inevitable. The engines have taught us that we shouldn't be that fearful of the bishop coming to h3, and that we can put a knight on f4 on a good day. We can play f3 and king f2. Still, I wouldn't be that happy with white. How about you, Mio?
Well, white definitely shouldn't take on d5 with the rook.
Not to take on d5 with the rook.
Bishop takes d5
is okay, but take twice on d4.
Perhaps is okay. After c takes d5, rook takes d5. I'm afraid it's too much. Yes.
Yeah, that's...
ba3. And you know what? Not only, say, the king side weaknesses, but if you look at the position overall, the fact that the knight is on c5 is no longer that impactful.
Right.
And black, if you wish, has two weaknesses to play for. So the white's king side and the a passed pawn, which won't promote by itself. But like if you create some weaknesses, some threats here, white will have to drag some of his pieces to the king side, and then you start deflecting with the a pawn. In fact, after bishop d5, it's a huge debate for black, because black can try to take on a3. So now, if queen takes a3, c d5, we've reached the same position, and black is very happy.
But
however,
bishop f7.
after ba3, there is an opportunity to take on f7, queen f7, queen a3, and even this one, computer thinks that it is somewhat more pleasant for black. It's much harder to decide on this one, because potentially, if white defends, he has a pair of passed pawns, right?
Right.
Yeah, like black plays bishop h3, or a4 is another computer's move, kind of to trying to push this pawn as far as possible.
Queen b3 as well.
Yeah, and let me tell you, like if we go this route, it will be very sharp. It will be sharp, it will be hard to play for both players.
Do you think it would be hard to play for black?
Well, I'm not sure, because again, if you're not careful,
By the way,
rook d4, you just lose the pawn.
No b4 takes a3 for Prague. He recaptured on d5.
He recaptured on
didn't
d5.
allow bishop takes f7.
Okay, and after he recaptured on d5 and a b4, I presume, was already played.
Yes, immediately.
Yes, and now, well, we have to understand that something like this is, I'd say, more pleasant for white. You rarely win this one, right? But you can torture black pretty much forever.
Right.
But, I just have to point out that a b4 isn't forced, because you can go
rook
b8,
exactly.
or you can go a4 as well.
So
rook b8
is an interesting try.
Yeah, but b5 and who is
b5 and
whose passer is stronger?
Okay, so then that also begs the question: what happens? Oh, bishop h3
is possible.
Bishop h3.
Bishop h3 is an option. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
h3.
Now, I'm a little bit. I'm ready to post up. I think rook to d4. Not sure. B6? Ooh.
Yeah, B6 looks attractive, right?
Exactly.
B6, and guess what? After B6, computer wants D4. All the rest is very bad. But D4 is,
equal,
kind of destabilizes things. Yeah.
Because rook D4,
Rook
queen
D4,
F6.
queen F6, your favorite motif, Yasser. Pins, a lot of pins.
And queen F3.
Queen F3 and B6 is hanging.
And your back rank is vulnerable.
Wow.
Okay, after
we're
some
not seeing
pause, we
any,
do see
AB.
AB is actually being played.
But Prague seems to be going into an endgame position that both Miro and I would say, wait a minute, I mean, aren't we just going to be tortured for a long, long time? White's domination of the dark squares and his ability of the knight to reposition itself.
Well, black is going to get very active, though.
How?
Okay, so for starters, you can plant your bishop on e6.
Okay. I wouldn't call that very active.
No. I mean, but give it a moment, it will go to h3. I'm just trying to first mobilize the.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Now let's go h6.
H6.
Just for fun.
And we'll centralize.
And now the rook will come to a2.
Rook to a2, and so we pause because we're going to trade one pair of rooks. We just don't know on which square yet. A1 or D2.
What I'm trying to get at is
Please.
like even in the worst case scenario, knight takes bishop, queen takes.
No, never.
You know, you wouldn't go into that.
No,
double
I
rook
will
empire.
never. No, that you escape.
Yes.
Here, well, I think I'm going to trade a pair of rooks with rook a1. But what I want, okay, Jovi, I'll tell you what my ideal is. Okay, you can tell me your ideal, but what my ideal will be to put my knight on f4, and essentially, with my knight on f4, my light squares are kind of protected on the king side, but I'm always ready to take a pawn. And you're going to have a major piece ending a pawn down.
Yeah. Well, my ideal is just simply to go on the counter with bishop to moves like bishop to f5, bishop e4. If I can anchor the bishop on the e4 square, great.
That would be a dream. But you started with bishop e6.
Yeah, because it was under fire. So it might be right here.
It's not under fire.
Rook takes pawn is not threat.
Yeah, but that rook a2, bishop h3. It takes me.
I mean, if I can, I would like to go. Yeah.
This is.
Yeah.
But what I'm really getting at is, Prague had quite a number of opportunities, including this very double-edged one where he could take on f7, take on f7, queen takes. This is what we would describe as a 3-result game. 3 results. I mean, you could easily win this. You could lose it, but you could easily win it with black. Put your queen on f3, put your bishop on h3, and boom, you've got to win.
I agree with you.
This position, the current position, however, is not a 3-result game. It may be a 1-result game, a draw most likely, but there's a 3, 5, 8, 10% chance.
I know, I completely agree with you. But it did make me smile when Prague played bishop e6. I was like,
his pawn was under fire. Defend the pawn. Does the computer evaluate it? It's just a tiny
bit for white, and like to show that our let's say, old-fashioned understanding maybe is not viable here. Let's say after knight d3 takes, and it doesn't even try to protect the pawn.
It just
goes whatever, h5, take the pawn, it's a draw, we all know this, right?
Right, okay.
I mean, which is hard to imagine in the practical game, that you do not put any effort in saving this pawn.
Right.
But at the same time, if you think of it, like if the player with black knows how to make a draw 4 versus 3, then he can accept this position and say, okay, I'm not scared.
Yeah. Okay, can I also draw attention to the game between Wesley and against Bogdan Daniel? Because that game could be fizzling out. But again, I feel like this is a critical moment.
Let's take a look. When we left it, we
left it here.
Knight went
eight
there.
went to a6. And even though it does look like it's a very gentle position, you do kind of realize that the pawn on b7 is vulnerable.
Sure.
And black's
That's
pieces
our-
don't have too many possibilities. So that's why bishop to d5.
That's our
happened.
Catalan
you don't want to
bishop.
be going b6 or something,
Yeah,
because
this
the
is
knight
where
will jump into c6.
That rocks your world.
Yeah,
Knight c6.
absolutely.
So bishop to d5. But
And-
these are the positions that, by the way, Ulf Andersson, please do look at him.
Right.
This was his heaven.
I agree with, yes, absolutely. But
No?
there's a pin.
What?
Why can I not do the pin? So
this
this
moment.
this is the kind of point, right? So black's banking on bishop e6.
No.
No?
I will play knight
c7.
Knight c7. Simply I'm waiting for you to play e4.
And then go bishop e6.
Exactly. Now you've closed down the diagonal and you can't win the pawn on b7. So rook d1, I think knight c7.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so
This is where
just go f4.
Yeah, this is where Ulf would be absolutely in some kind of Swedish heaven. His king is a little bit more active. He's got a little bit more active pieces. And if you don't play really accurately with black, he will grind you down. Now, mind you, the engine will say, well, bishop d5 is pretty much a fizzle.
Yep.
And most players
Okay.
would. But Ulf is not one of those players. He enjoyed the ending a lot. Miro, jump in on
How
this
did
one.
you get to this position, Yasser?
I went f4.
Oh, you went f4. It's not bad.
It's maybe not the
Not
best.
bad.
Maybe something for
Well,
we said for
something that
b4.
I feel like we all tend to forget, because I also thought, like, optically it looks so pleasant for white.
Yeah.
Well, black has the king on b8, which
Right.
he rarely has. And one, partially, let's say in your line, partially why white is better in these situations, because the king is somewhere on g8, right? And
Right.
black spends like an awful lot of time to bring the king to defend the queen side.
Right.
So here, computer's not impressed at all.
No.
And says like knight to c7 and possibly rook d2 is already not needed. Yeah, after king g2, let me find out.
Knight
rook
c7.
to c7 it likes, and then rook d1, king c8 again.
Yeah.
So strangely, it even gives us ever slight minus in this position.
Yeah, and thank you, Miro. And let's check in with our team in Romania.
Thank you, Jovi. I just came back from the playing hall, and I have to say I'm starting to feel some nerves from some of the players, in particular from Alireza and from Fabiano as well. And the position for Fabiano is fine, maybe even slightly better. The problem is his time management right now. As we've seen in yesterday's game as well against Wesley, he spoiled a tremendous advantage because of the time format, because he got himself into time trouble all the way towards his last final few minutes. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this one as well. Nodirbek with more than 50 minutes, definitely putting a lot of pressure. And the position is still extremely complicated. So I'm feeling some nerves from Fabiano. I think what he's looking for right now is perhaps pulling the brakes and making a draw, trying to simplify the position. Another player that I'm seeing as being nervous is Alireza. He's playing fast, but his position is really, really bad. And MVL right now is in his element. We see that bishop on e5. Tremendous piece in the position, I have to say. I think MVL has this. Still some technical questions to be answered, but definitely in pole position to get his first victory at the Classical here in Bucharest. Guys, back to you in St. Louis with the analysis.
Thank you very much. And it just goes to show how important it is actually to visit these playing halls live, because there you can get a sense of the atmosphere, whether
The
people
tension
are
between the
nervous.
players.
You can actually get really up close and personal and see whether they're actually entirely comfortable, because from a distance, it's nice to see the players, but it's actually very, very difficult. And I can see Miro has the game between MVL and Alireza on his screen.
Right.
It was bad when we left it.
It was, and it still indeed is bad. And I believe Alireza looks nervous, but again, like, the computer numbers tend to fool us a bit, right? Because now, for instance, there's only one way of, let's say, keeping the huge advantage. It's quite tempting to go king g4 and push the pawn forward, but nonetheless, like, you do something else and all of a sudden black is back in the game. So it has to go king g4 and after rook h1, f4.
Let's go.
And I guess black should try to do something like that.
The bishop is too powerful.
But at the same time, now that I'm thinking, how
could you, instead of going bishop c7, can we go rook c1?
We can, I guess, but then, c takes.
Yeah, I know.
And you want to go c4.
C4, yes.
And then in this case, okay, that's a nice geometry. Rook to h3, rook to h7. That's something that, I didn't see as well. Yeah, because there was black rook on this h file.
And there was also pawn on f3 as well.
Yeah, well, strangely, it's not the only move, right?
Yeah, right.
It's not the only move, so you can do much anything according to the machine. But the moment you see rook h3, rook h7, you realize that that's completely weird.
And the g-pawn is too strong.
So king g4, I wouldn't say only move, but perhaps, the one that MVL is going to play.
Right. Could it wouldn't be good to go pawn takes pawn, just to look at the captures.
I guess c4 is very annoying in this case, because then f3 would be hanging with a check, so you have to go here. And
this is not so easy.
No, already not so easy at all, because a4, some bishop a5, so black is, the moment black starts having those intermediate moves, creating threats, that's the moment you know you went wrong.
I think it's important to chase away the rook from
the rook
f3.
is too active to be,
so
to be
king
kept
g4,
on h3.
One of the things that's a little bit surprising, though, after rook h1.
h1.
Okay, you're threatening rook g1, and I get that.
Yeah.
So
this guy,
f4. And in my mind, I actually thinking I'm going to play rook h3 too, right? I mean, because my bishop is so dominant, I'm thinking my f-pawn. And then you just play this move, rook c1. And I was like, oh my God, no, rook h3. That was I had missed rook h3 as well. I was thinking takes and rook to b4, and you've got this bishop a5 business.
No, this apparently is hopeless. If the best move, if you trust the engine, the best move is bc4, it's definitely something.
Rook c3.
Yeah, rook
yeah,
c3.
here I was thinking, could you try to create some confusion with it's coming, guys.
The crescendo.
I was thinking of h5, but I mean, obviously h5 is not a good move because the f-pawn has such a clean path.
It does. It just feels like Alireza.
Okay, go h5.
H5 check.
And I guess king goes. Yeah, king goes in.
I was hoping you wouldn't do that.
Two connected pass pawns.
Well, I was kind of hoping that there might be some
Black is a pawn up.
confusion with the fact that,
Black
there's
has
also now an
passed
h-pawn.
pawns, technically.
Push the h-pawn.
Yeah, but how do we stop this guy, right? How do we stop this guy?
Pawn gets to g7, where it's really...
So the problem would be like that after g7, right? h3, I'll just take it. Yeah, I'll just take it. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
it's probably no chance.
We're too fast. We're just too fast. That one is in trouble. Wesley, so we think is even-ish. Gukesh, okay, he's going to try to torture his opponent. We're back to Fabiano for a moment, because we do have that exchange sacrifice on the board. a2, a4, the bishop's nicely anchored. We've just seen the move rook to b6. And then Cristian from Bucharest is telling us a nervous Fabiano.
Yeah, he said that in terms of the clock time.
Right, that
Fabiano
he's mismanaged.
is feeling the pressure somewhat.
Time.
I mean, Fabi isn't in any time pressure at all. He's got 25 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, Nodirbek has 48 minutes.
A 2-to-1 time advantage. So after the move rook b6, I'm kind of happy to see that move as white, because I see this rook now playing a far more defensive role, and obviously it's a fine rook and everything like that. But I feel like this is kind of giving me, as white, a free hand to play moves like e4, g4, f3, g5, queen d3. I get an expansion on the king side, and I just tie black down. What I think I'm saying is, for Fabi, not having an active plan is not that much fun. Does he have an active plan? Oh, I see you're trying.
Well, he kind of does.
A7.
Yeah, he kind of does, especially I think after this e4, black can try queen a7. It's a very
b5.
transparent threat of capturing on b5, but somehow it's not that easy to
queen d3.
Queen d3?
Defend against it. Yeah, and queen d3 allows this, computer says, and then some like invasions on e1.
That's not
so that's
what we have
not something that you would happily do.
Guys. Sorry to interrupt. Okay, well,
what happened?
I just got a bit sidetracked because we saw an inaccuracy from MVL there.
Oh, he didn't play king.
What? No, he did not play king g4, which, as we saw, was quite the straightforward way to get a winning advantage. Instead, he went pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn, and what, blundering c4?
Yeah, he blundered c4.
Whoa.
And we were looking at this, and we put the rook on c3, and then there's pawn takes pawn. But I guess he was banking on this move, rook b4.
What? Ah, sorry, it's checkmate on b8. I'm very confused. So at first I thought takes here, and I'm threatening mate on b8. So rook to. So if you play bishop c7, well. Why won't you
hang on a second, but you can take. You can
where?
take on f3. I like that idea, and then go rook b3. Or am I miscalculating this?
No, you're not. Dang, that might be the way that Alireza can save the game. Rook b3. That's an excellent move. Jovi, you got me on this one. Yeah, I mean, it was a mistake not to include king g4, right?
But I think also your move is quite okay as well.
Yeah, well, rook b3 allows for b5 takes c6 still.
Okay.
And it's rather this capturing on a3, plain and simple, straightforward. Yes, you do have a checkmate threat, but after bishop c7, how does white win?
Yeah, you're in that rook ending where you're good. You hold.
Where are all the pawns? We were supposed to have two connected passed pawns on the king side.
One was on f4. I remember it was very vividly
demonstrated. This one's just equal. It's a huge miss. It's a huge miss by MVL.
Wow, and he was. I mean, he had plenty of time, didn't he, Jovi? MVL.
Yeah,
He just.
No, he didn't have so much time. I mean, he's on 22 minutes. He took a long pause, right? But Alireza on 1 hour and 2 minutes on the clock. He has the time to work out the complications. And just to kind of clarify, how narrow is the path to safety for Alireza? So he has to go rook takes f3, right?
Clear. But that one,
he has to, right?
You're taking away
With
the most important path.
Could he be thinking about putting the king up the board?
Checkmate?
Yep.
And checkmate on the...
Yeah, looks like not much can be done.
Yeah.
King to e6 is another way I was trying to make it work. Yes, rook takes f3 has to be played. That's the only way.
Right. King
e4 we looked at. The other
king e6
try could be king. Oh, sorry. Rook b5. Could it be that he blundered? Rook b3 idea. Now that I'm thinking,
that's
because
that
otherwise,
all the time.
It seems like he was going for this as a checkmate or bishop c7, rook c5, white wins, and possibly he just overlooked that there is rook b3, but after rook b3 is on the board, there is nothing left to try for white. White isn't even better.
No, but rook b3 saves the. It's the only move that saves the game, but it absolutely saves the game. That's the problem.
Big opportunity there for Alireza to save the game. So I kind of interrupted you in your analysis between the other game, between Nodirbek and...
This was really
Fabiano.
a breaking news, and thank you for that, Jovi. Returning for a moment, we did see the move E3, E4, and I thought it was nicer to G4, G5, get some space over there. Started with E4, and then suddenly came this annoying move: Queen to A7, Queen to A5. And Queen to E1 ideas that Miro was showing us. But instead, after E4, Queen to B7. Okay, again, the same kind of transparent idea of Queen takes B5. So Queen to D3. And why is the Queen on B7?
Could it be that you
Rook
want
takes
to...
A4?
Yes, go and let's try that one.
Let's
I'm
have a
not sure I
look.
believe it, though.
I know. But at least it gave us pause, right? And I don't see any huge follow-ups. No, Rook B4, Bishop. No,
Bishop C2.
It's not. It's the Rook sacrifice is no good.
So one thing
after Queen
I
D3,
was
please.
seeing that maybe, but again, I don't believe it. I was thinking maybe you have some C4 ideas.
C4.
Or maybe you can go Rook C8.
Rook to C8. So now you've kind of revealed your hand, haven't you? That you really want to play C4. I don't know how frightened I should be. Let's say I ignore you and I give you your...
You gift me the chance. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, but then this one I wanted to go C3 where possible, but I'm not sure.
After C3, you know me.
Yeah, you'll take it.
I'll take it and I'll cement my bishop.
Okay, so let's go Queen C7.
Okay.
Oof, this rook is so passive.
That's exactly what I was thinking, that the rook on B6 is a very, very passive rook, and that it gives me the time I need to get more space on the king side. I'm not saying I'm winning with white. No, nothing like that. It's like I feel comfortable. I feel like I'm not under any duress as a material down, and that, I'm making inroads, progress.
So hang on a second, we have a move?
Is the progress? Ooh, Rook A5. No, Rook D2.
Rook D2 was played.
Whoa. Was that can I sacrifice the exchange? No. Rook takes B5, takes. And now I'm looking at Queen F1 check.
Right, but you can take the pawn. Let me get as greedy as possible, because if you check,
yes,
I will drop the
rook
back.
I took a pawn. Unless I'm doing something maliciously wrong.
We're good on material, but maybe I can lock your queen out with Queen E2.
Yeah.
I mean, I think...
The king is... You're not moving your B pawn forward anytime soon.
I'm not saying that white should be proud of their position, but...
I think Fabi could now return the exchange, and...
That's what I would do.
Right you are.
Yeah.
Right you are, Yasser. So after Queen B7 and the move you were looking at,
Queen
D3, which would have been a better move.
Okay.
And one of the ideas for black would be to go Rook A5 and insist on returning the exchange. And after Rook D2, he gets the chance to do so immediately.
Okay.
Position is once again around equal, but in a practical game, I would presume that we slightly favor black. No?
Slight.
Because the king on B1, the king on B1 is somewhat less safe than the king on G8 for now.
According to my rules, my rules, right? Yeah. So I kind of call them major piece endings.
Yes.
And when you have such a situation, then you're going to judge the position in two ways. Piece activity, king safety. These are the two most important things.
Okay.
And, well, white fails in the king safety test.
And maybe the peace activity test as well, the queen on g2. I don't know after queen e2 if you consider the queen on g2 trapped or imprisoned.
I think white's pieces are active.
Do you?
Yeah, I think they
on
have
the
some
first
open,
rank and on the second rank.
They can move up the board, but it's just the whole thing that there's a lot of air around the white
You forget
king.
one very important principle of judging these positions. Number of dudes. First, you have to check if the pawns are equal. I mean, because the number of dudes. I mean, if one side has a couple of extra pawns, then it can neglect the piece activity or something. That's what I'm saying. No, in this position, of course, you're right. So the fact that the king is somewhat more exposed,
vulnerable. Yeah.
Well, it kills e5 and perhaps survives somehow.
Yeah.
But
I like your Jovi's rules because I did a broadcast with Elizabeth Pates, Elizabeth from Germany. She had all of these rules. In these endings, we have this rule and this rule. I said, my goodness, you have so many rules that you have to follow. Rook to d2 on the board. Suddenly, I think Fabi's out of any potential danger. Once again, we're looking at rook takes b5, takes on b5, queen takes b5, and probably Fabi's feeling fine here. So much so that he's starting to think about, maybe I should sacrifice in a different way, or do I have to sacrifice? I don't like the move
He's
rook
got
to d2.
18 minutes and it's ticking down.
Fast.
So he can't spend all the time in the world.
No. By the way, Wesley mentioned in his interview yesterday that Fabi's mishandling of his clock was a factor in his decision to keep playing. Not having a second time control, the players are used to those 90 plus 30, time controls. Not having a second time control was a big factor in his miss yesterday. So you don't want to be only playing on increments. And
no, you have to be practical in this
Exactly.
time control. Think about it.
it requires.
You have some rules actually.
Here's a rule for you to follow.
Well, one thing is very important. Before you get suckered into that time trouble stage, you have to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Like you really do.
Yes.
I mean, it's one of the life's worst things, having to play a
We've all
game.
been in that situation, and trust me, it's not a joy. 17 minutes, and Miro, where's the action?
where is the action? There is no action in Maxime versus Alireza, which suggests that we might witness, the mutual blindness, because the moment you understand that rook f3
and rook b3
saves you, rook f3 check followed by rook b3, you play it immediately because you don't really have an alternative.
Right.
And the fact that Alireza did not play a move for some good 10 minutes already suggests that he might believe MVL in, let's say, this line, for instance, like king e6.
But he has all the time, just in Alireza's defense, he has all the time in the world. It's a critical decision. He has some choices here. It's like, for instance, he could go c5, right?
But he was blitzing out moves like in much more confusing situations.
Yes, but it's always a good idea, to pause before you make a critical move.
Okay.
And consider, because he has to work out king e6, he has to work out what happens after king e4. Some of the lines look quite dangerous if you don't spot bishop c7 or you don't spot rook to b3.
Fair enough, yeah.
He's for sure working on rook. If you can see him on our screens, he's working on rook takes f3 as we speak.
Yes, he is. Okay, well, we know that he does have a draw in his pocket should he just find rook takes f3 check. Going to the game of Gukesh and Pragg for just a moment, because I think in a certain way both players have played this endgame well, in the sense that I like what Gukesh has done, and I'm sure you, Jovi, are going to like what Pragg has done. When we left it with the bishop on e6, yeah? And we're just about these parts, and we saw the move rook d8. So I like the repositioning of the knight to the f4 square. So for me, this was kind of a dream square.
Bishop I love this move, by the way. Bishop to g4.
Playing the active move that you wanted to play.
And then you park the bishop on f3 and say, that's a thorn in your side.
Exactly, exactly. So we're thinking that you've got at precisely the position you want. I got precisely the position I want. With your bishop parked on f3, to my way of thinking, I love to play h3, king h2, and lessen the impact of, rook h1 checkmates and queen h3 and queen g2 checkmate. So I'm thinking, and I really don't want to win this pawn for a long, long, long time. I want to do it on my terms. So h3, king h2 would be my approach here for Gukesh. And again, I don't think the engine is going to say you've got anything here, but do I? Nah.
If you make a move like h3,
yes, of course. H3.
Can I ask?
Yes.
It's a very English question. Can you guess what move I'm going to come up with next?
I'm waiting. No, I don't know.
h5.
H5.
Yes, because you've made a weakness. I want to kind of exploit that. And when you're stuck for a plan, there's a very English rule. Let's just push the H4.
Sod it. Off we go. Let's get a runner.
Yeah, exactly.
H5.
I just kind of want to go h4 and say, your king is not very safe.
Okay, h5.
And then
h5. Yeah, knight. The major piece ending, nothing. No, knight g2, I've got nothing. h5?
After h3.
It was only as a response to
h5 is a good move.
Yeah.
Just as good as king h8, rook to b8, rook to c8, and so on and so on. Well, according to machine, once again, so d to c8 is something that computer prefer, because apart from getting the queen on h3, there is also the back rank thing, which it's trying to exploit. But overall, the position is equal, and it is so for quite a long time. So the cool move was indeed bishop g4, and knight d5, queen e6 would be a little trap that Prague was kind of setting up. And then you, like if you move the rook, bishop f3, I think just finishes the game. I do not expect much action, to be honest.
Well, talking about action, you guys did for a second
rook
wobble
takes f3.
as to whether Alireza would be playing rook takes f3.
No.
I was never in doubt.
I thought it was simply forced, and I guess he just did have to double check that king e6, and he doesn't. At first blush,
it does look really dangerous, right?
Oh, come on. I mean, checkmate galores. You protect against the checkmate, and you lose the bishop. And this saving move is very nice.
Mm-hmm. And here we do see the players, Nodirbek and Fabiano, repeating moves.
And let's see what they have.
Christian's hunch was correct. He sensed Fabiano was nervous and that might want to be bailing out for a draw. And here you see Fabiano stop the clocks.
Declared his intention to play queen b7 and claiming a threefold repetition as the players waiting for the arbiters to confer that is the case. Strange repetition just at the end. I got a feeling that Nodirbek I'm not going to say an opportunity, that's too strong, but I'm not a big fan of the move e3, e4 when he played it. I thought he needed to do it a little bit slower. Queen d3.
Kind of stabilize everything.
Yeah, maybe a king walk.
That line which we looked at as an alternative, like without looking at the board, but just like Fabi returns the exchange and has this position with equal material, somewhat more active pieces. Even having 10 minutes on the clock, how likely he is to mess this up? Not very likely,
No,
right?
you're right.
So his decision to accept the repetition, or rather to force the repetition, is a little bit surprising. But maybe once again, maybe he's not happy because of the way the game developed. He felt like he had an advantage after the opening, and now.
We do expect that the arbiter will confirm, and there we have it, the hearty hand clasp.
Yes, and another
draw
between these players. So 2 games finished, 2 draws.
I'm expecting that with this move, rook takes f3 by Alireza, this game also to end in a draw. We think the the Gukesh Prague game also is heading that way. What does that leave us? What do we have left?
Well, maybe
it's Wesley So.
It's Wesley So.
Let's jump to Wesley. By the way, f2, f4. Oh, no, that did include the pin. So bishop e6 to d5 was met by rook d1, knight c7, f4, king to c8. And we've caught up with the players. What do you like? Do you like knight endings? Shall we have a quick peek? I take. Do you want to... Yeah?
Can I just check
Please.
one line? No,
Well-
it doesn't work. No. I was thinking knight takes pawn, but it doesn't work. No.
Okay.
No, sorry.
No worries. Takes on d5, rook takes d5, rook takes d5, knight takes d5. No. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not making any claims that this is any great stuff. It's just that it's so very rare that we get into a pure knight ending with no absolutely clear advantages for one side, like that you could say, oh, I've got this. But in my mind's eye, I would love to play the move e4, king e3, king d4. And if you were to oblige me for just a moment, you could imagine that, for example, this is a way that you could spoil your position. I know it's a draw. We know it's a draw. Nice. How do you best draw? And there you've just shown me f7, f5.
Yeah, well, can show you on that board. Yeah, so 2 options for white would be to trade indeed like Yasser was trying.
Right.
And after this and king f2,
actually
does put some pressure on black because
just to find that
king
moment.
c7, e4, indeed there could be some chances, but f5 apparently is very strong.
That's a very nice move.
So the symmetrical setup, and after king f3, even going back to f6 to stop e4 completely.
That was it.
And then the king comes to the center that apparently is, for whatever reason, completely even prefer black. Just slightly. I don't pick up on the pattern. Why would it be?
Right.
Because we do get into some very symmetrical position. So that means like white's not fighting for advantage. Therefore, Wesley will not go for it.
Exactly.
And what about if you do moves like
the other
E4,
the other thing would be to go e4, and here, apart from like just dropping the bishop back, there is also a possibility to go b6, which at least kind of brings some imbalance, if you like. Yes, it takes, and well, computers still see this one as equal. All I know that if black gets the knight on d6, he's usually very happy. So the question is black really able to do this? Because like rook d4, rook a4 is what white's gonna do.
Right.
Something like that is happening along those lines. If rook to b6 takes. After rook a7, king goes here and king goes to d6. Okay, and I can believe that this is,
solid.
despite white having an extra pawn, this is very likely a draw. King goes to d6, and then black can go check, check, check.
Some weird ways too. The rook on a7.
Rook on a7 almost
trapped, ensnared in the position. A quiet day. We had a great start in round one. 2 victories in round one. A single victory in round two. That was Alireza snapback win over Nodirbek. And today, very solid play by everybody.
Well,
I think Fabi tried to do something.
Fabi, the game between Nodirbek and Fabi looked like it was sharpening up very nicely.
Early.
Because we had opposite side castling,
That
Fabi
was
giving up a pawn. I mean, there was some attempts, serious attempts to just sharpen up life there. But also when we look at the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja.
Oh, that was a big
That
miss.
was, first up, Firouzja came very well prepared to the board and was just blitzing out the moves, and then he blundered twice in a row and got into huge problems. And well, we have the resulting position. But Alireza is not out of the woods just yet. He has to calculate that rook takes a3 is the way to go, because you can meet pawn takes pawn with bishop c7.
Yes, precisely. And he is in a rook ending. After bishop takes c7, king takes c7, a pawn down, but a very easy hold in that case.
And we have another fun graphic to share with you all. Let's take a look at the average number of moves per game, per round. And
So
wow,
we're in
this is
round
interesting.
3.
We're in round 3 and 42.
What?
42 is the average.
42 is the answer.
42.
Yes, but
For round 3s.
it is indeed the answer.
But why is this?
45,
Look, in terms of outliers, this second round is
It's
usually
just
the
37.
shortest.
But yesterday was quite a long day.
Yep, felt like a long day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and well, very, very interesting statistics. Let's see whether today the average will be 42 moves. Let's see how that one plays out. But in the meantime, I can see that Alireza has indeed worked out that rook takes a3
He's
will
done it.
indeed save the game.
And MVL knows that he's missed a golden opportunity. That he I mean, these guys slip away. You just give them that just, however brief, chance, and they find it. Bishop c7, as expected, on the board. And immediately rook takes c4. So I'm thinking I'm just taking this bishop. Make sure of that. And I wanted to bring
Is this
my...
rook and pawn endgame so easily drawn? Because if
think
you just
so.
take the bishop,
Right?
right, king takes.
I was going to go rook to
Yeah, now king to f6.
check and go back. Now I'm
And,
assuming you go here, right?
Yeah. You're not giving me what I want, which is the rook to be on h4 and the king to be on f6.
I don't think
and it's
I don't
happy
think
days
you can
all round.
I don't think you can get that set up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here, I was just going to check you away from the pawn, right? So that was why I was thinking that you were going to be forced to be in a situation
Okay,
where
let's okay, so you go rook h3.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, now this rook will move. Okay, give me some shelter. Hang on. Rook to f5.
Fair. Okay, so it's going to take you how many moves to
No.
attack my pawn?
It won't take me that long.
No?
No.
Okay.
Put the rook on h5, yes. That's the,
Immediately?
yeah. Put black rook on h5 and white can't do much.
As soon as you're kind of
Hey.
maximized, aren't you? You've got your king on the best square, you've got your rook on your best square, and moment you try to attack my h-pawn...
I was thinking rook f8 check.
Yep. King up. Now you've got to defend the pawn.
Yeah, I will.
King f6, but how are you going to win the pawn?
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
Ce n'est pas possible. Not possible. No.
Even if you could get your rook to h6 in some magical, mystical moment, I think that it's already a draw.
I can get it there. I can go king f5.
Right, but by that time I'll have gotten my king in time.
And, well, this one is heading towards a draw. Let's check in with our friends in Romania.
Nodirbek, after a difficult game yesterday, surely you must be feeling about a comeback, right? But how would you assess this game today?
Yeah, yesterday was a very disappointing game by my side. So, yeah, you know, I didn't play the moves that I wanted, but, you know, I thought for a while and played some, you know, some stupid moves. So, yeah, today, fortunately, I made a draw, which is I think if we judge by the position, I'm happy with the result because, you know, I think it got very dubious for me after the opening.
Were you surprised by his choice with?
Yeah, I decided to play London because lately Alireza has played twice against Fabi. So yeah, but Fabi, you know, choose, you know, different lines every time, so it was very hard for me to what to expect. So yeah, he chose this knight h, bishop e7, e3, knight h5, bishop g3, d6. Yeah, after the game, he told me maybe he should have played first castle, like to wait after maybe after c4 he has d5.
Okay.
So yeah, okay, d6, c4, knight d7, knight c3. Yeah. Castle,
you know, usually you play the London, you want to put the pawn on c3, play more of a strategic game. But you went for the long castle.
Yeah, but black had, you know, this knight on h5 is very annoying, so I have to play something, you know, dynamically because I've played like bishop e2, short castle. It's not so impressive for white. So yeah, so I went for this g6, long castle. Yeah, initially I thought I have very interesting. I might have, you know, some interesting play in the king side with h4, bishop f4, h4. But you know, after thinking after a6, I thought for a while and, you know, couldn't came up with, you know, any interesting plan because if I play bishop f4, then he takes like I don't like b5 and
his attack is coming quickly, right?
His attack is very quick and, you know. And whenever I play h4, after like bishop f4, b5, h4, he has just knight f6, h5, knight h5. It's not so dangerous for him.
And you weren't willing to sacrifice the exchange?
Yeah, so also here I consider h4 playing, but just take a knight f6 also very annoying. So my structure is damaged, so I can't create any attack. So
you had to calculate a lot of things.
Yeah.
In this position.
So after a6, you know, I decided to just play king b1, just to, you know, to wait what he does. So he
did you expect him to play b5?
Not really. I thought he has some interesting, like maybe c5 or c6. I thought interesting, yeah, with you know, preparing b5. But yeah, he came up with b5. I was, you know, a little bit surprised, but okay, it's also logical, you know, to give up pawn. Like this is a, I mean, golden version of Benko. So
yes. You have something to attack
compare,
right? On this side.
So yeah, it was not so stupid. So yeah, take bishop b5, bishop knight b6. Yeah, and here yeah, d5 is maybe too optimistic. No, I want to put, you know, I want to create some, you know, chaos, but complications, but it didn't work out.
But I have to say, so you must have been thinking about his time as well at this point. You're making your moves quite quickly. You're putting a lot of pressure on the clock. And with this time format, you know, it's so important to be up on time.
Yeah, especially after yesterday's game. Yeah, I mean, he was completely winning.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, but d5 is, I think, too much. I mean, yeah, I should have played bishop c6, rook b8, and knight d2. I thought maybe just, just to, keep that pawn and play for, just stabilizing like rook c1, knight e2, just to have control. But yeah, and I went for d5, knight d5. Yeah, it's clearly this knight d4 is
important.
Yeah, knight d4 is important because otherwise I just get mated on the queen side, like bishop e6, queen b8. It's just so knight d4 is my only idea.
We're trying to assess the position after this whole exchange sacrifice.
And bishop b7 is, I think, very, very good move because he could have played like bishop f6 or bishop e6, but I think after bishop e6 he expect like e4. So if he takes ed and play a4 and his rooks are not so
kind of stuck.
Yeah, kind of stuck, and I'm controlling a lot of squares on the 8th rank, so he can't move easily. So yeah, bishop b7 is very, very, very strong. But yeah, I thought I might have some interesting ideas with rook h5, but it doesn't work.
There's no mate.
There's no mate. There is. I saw this idea kind of, but it doesn't work. Like check and bishop b2.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sacrifice everything.
Yes. Yeah. No, it doesn't work. So to just
accept this.
Sacrifice and just sacrifice the exchange.
How did you assess this position? Because actually, at this point, especially when he had 25 minutes, you had close to an hour. I felt like he's the one risking in the position if he spends too much time trying to find something.
Yeah, if he tries to play for exchange up, like he doesn't try to like sacrifice at some point with rook b5, it might get dangerous at some point. I just push e4, f4, I just improve my position, queen c4, king c2. He doesn't have just clear plan how to improve his position. So yeah, it's logical for him to have this idea always to sacrifice and just simplify his position. So yeah. But yeah, fortunately, I have enough resources to.
How are you feeling about your form after the first 3 rounds?
Well, kind of mixed. Well, the problem is just yesterday, as I said, I didn't play the moves that I wanted. I could have played just quickly and just knight a7 like yesterday instead of b5. Yeah, but I thought for a while. But maybe this is a kind of problem when you think too much and too deeply, overthink and play some random, stupid move. So maybe I have to just play faster and believe to my instincts.
Perfect. Nodirbek, go get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the standings after this result. As we can see, Fabiano still in the lead with 2 points out of 3. Jan and Anish with an extra game right now compared to all the other competitors, 1.5 out of 3. Gukesh, Alireza, Wesley, Maxime, Praggnanandhaa and Bogdan, Deac still playing their respective games. We're going to go on a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly. Let's meet the players.
The exciting Fabiano Caruana is a 31-year-old grandmaster and reigning 3-time United States chess champion. Fabi's list of accomplishments is nothing short of impressive. He won the Sinquefield Cup in both 2014 and 2018, and with a peak rating of 28.44, is the 3rd highest rated player in the history of chess. Fabi also played in the 2023 Grand Chess Tour last year, and he won by 18 points, coming in first place overall. It will be exciting to see if the fabulous Fabi can take home the Grand Chess Tour crown again this year.
Alireza Firouzja is an Iranian-born French chess grandmaster. Only 21 years old, Alireza is the youngest player to ever surpass a FIDE rating of 2800 and achieved his grandmaster title at the impressive age of 14 years old. Currently the #1 French player in the world, Alireza promises some surprises this week.
Three-time U.S. chess champion Wesley So is a thrilling force in the game of chess. The 30-year-old grandmaster ranks #9 in the world today. Wesley has won many major tournaments, including the highly rated Tata Steel event and the 2019 Sinquefield Cup. In 2019, Wesley also won the first ever FIDE-sanctioned Fischer Random World Chess Championship. His many accomplishments in the chess world make Wesley So a fan favorite.
Known to the world as Prag, 18-year-old Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa is one of several young Indian chess champions making waves in the world of chess. Prag is a multiple-time world youth champion and is the 5th youngest player ever to become a grandmaster, achieving the title at the age of 12 years and 10 months. Prag recently played in the candidates, finishing a respectable 5th amongst the best players in the world. His older sister Vaishali is also an Indian chess grandmaster.
Damaraju Gukesh is only 17 years of age, but he has already established his place in world chess competition. Known to the world as Gukesh D, he has recently come from an amazing performance at the 2024 Candidates in Toronto, Canada, where he outplayed some of the best in the world. His win at the Candidates qualifies Gukesh to play Ding Liren for the World Championship next year. Gukesh Damaraju has quickly become a world favorite. This will be his first Grand Chess Tour appearance.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, otherwise known as Nepo, is a Russian chess grandmaster with exceptional skills that have made him one of the best chess players in the world. Currently ranking #4, Nepo is no stranger to the World Championship. He won the delayed 2020-2021 edition of the Candidates, which sent him into the championship against Magnus Carlsen, where Magnus won. Nepo won another Candidates in 2022. Magnus retired as the world champion, so Nepo went on to play Ding Liren for 2023 title. He again came up short. Nepo's fast-paced and sometimes reckless style made him one of the most exciting players to watch here in Bucharest. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is 19-year-old grandmaster from Uzbekistan who brings excitement to every chess event he appears in. In fact, at the age 17, he won 2021 World Rapid Chess Championship, making him the youngest to be a world champion in any time control. Nodirbek was a youthful grandmaster, earning his title at 13 years 1 month. It will be exciting to watch Nodirbek Abdusattorov at his first GCT event.
Former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a 33-year-old French chess grandmaster. MVL has proven to be an exciting and entertaining player to watch throughout his chess career. MVL is a 3-time French chess champion, and his peak FIDE rating of 2819 makes him among the top 7 highest-rated players in chess history. MVL is a regular on the Grand Chess Tour. His first GCT appearance was in 2015. MVL is sure to bring the heat for the upcoming competition.
Anish Giri is a 29-year-old Dutch grandmaster and 4-time Dutch champion. Anish has ranked in the top 10 of all players in the world for the last 10 years. His victory at the 2023 Tata Steel event and his 5-time contributions to the Dutch Olympiad team have made Anish Giri a favorite player to watch.
Among some of the youngest grandmasters in history, Bogdan Daniel Deac is a Romanian chess player that achieved his grandmaster title at the age of 14 years and 7 months. Deac is coming off a win in March at the Reykjavik Open. Bogdan Daniel Deac will be a crowd favorite here in his home country.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
We are back. It's day 3 at the Superbet Chess Classic. We already have 2 results finished. And maybe we can revisit the standings so far. So it was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, which means that Fabiano Caruana moves into the sole lead with 2 points out of 3. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri, who celebrated his birthday today, they are on 1.5 points out of 3. But the question remains, Gukesh is 1.5 points out of 2. Exactly. He has the white pieces against his countrymate Praggnanandhaa, and still a lot of fight left on the boards.
And Gukesh has a chance of either catching or surpassing. And let's just jump to that game as he's playing against his countryman Pragg. Not much has happened, but I don't think white has gone forwards either. We left it just around this part. I kind of said h3, but I gave it up shortly thereafter. But after this move, queen h3, knight e1, this looks not the way you would play this as white. And I feel like if anybody's better, maybe Pragg is a little bit, I mean, it's still balanced and Miro, but why did I move my knight from f4 to e1?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. The engine doesn't know. It starts saying black is slightly better, and like some lines that it gives, say going f3 and just playing pawn down, something that you would never think of, right? I mean, why would you do this? And other than that, it seems impossible to evict this bishop from e4.
Right.
So the lines provided, it just hovers around with the rooks, and the question would be, can black squeeze something out of it?
Yeah, suddenly.
Yeah, so it definitely wasn't the best idea to bring the bishop to the knight to e1.
Can the white queen try to snake its way to f4?
Well, but what would be the route? It's
So
like
queen
e5's
b6?
covered. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's try queen b6, and then all of a sudden, if we put the rooks the way they are, it starts to be annoying. Like this rook c2 move, for instance.
It's a beautiful move.
Which kind of double capture possible, right? But then if the knight takes, I presume it's queen f3 game over.
As we know from our patterns.
And and if the rook takes, it's queen d1, queen d1 game over. Yeah,
clear.
So it's not a catastrophe yet, but you'll have to return. You'll have to return, and then I don't know. It goes rook c4, queen back, and perhaps black also does not win here. It was a glimpse.
It's kind of with apologies, like as white here, because I would start thinking, I'm going to go king h7. I'm going to double my rooks. I'm going to go rook a1.
Yeah, I presume kind of the safety net is that you at some point you attack d5 million times, and you go f3. You sacrifice your f-pawn and you take d5, which leads to perhaps an unpleasant but defendable position where you just...
Right. Yeah, but it is unpleasant for white. I mean, I know that we've been showing that black actually doesn't have a concrete path to anything. But at the same time, it's in a bind. Maybe we can also... I was wondering, because as white, you have this urge to do something in this type of position.
My urge would be to trade queens. I'd love to play queen to... oops, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong position on my board.
We're going to go to that game because I can see the bishops have come off the board in the game that you had between MVL and Alireza.
Queen to c5, not necessarily coming to f4, but what I would do if I was white here is I would want to play queen to e2. Queen to b5, queen to e2, play for f3, and, get rid of that bishop. That bishop is simply too strong on e4, and trading queens would be on my agenda as white. Not exactly a great play here by Gukesh, but maybe he didn't really have anything anyway. I wanted to go to the game of MVL for just a moment because they have reached the ending that we had looked at, but I don't know, hasn't Alireza given MVL a bit of a chance? Because remember, we were getting the rook in a passive position.
Right.
The rook on e6 is going to be a little bit more of a danger. Maybe on a good day sliding over. Probably it's... maybe I'm just confusing myself and thinking...
I'm sorry, but what are the ideas if black shuffles on the h-file with the rook? I'll just give you all the time in the world.
Okay.
So I'll go rook e6, you shuffle.
Yes, we shuffle.
Okay, I'll go here. So I'll kind of...
Okay, I'll have to give a check on the d1, not to let you play the rook e7. And go back to shuffling.
And he has played rook e6 and go back to shuffling.
Well, not to mention I cannot trade yet.
Not quite yet, but I know where you're heading there.
So I have to reply rook h5 to king f6, I guess.
Yeah. I was trying to do something that Jovi wanted to do, which was
rook h6.
Yeah. So.
But the fact is that if I'm waiting and you go rook h6, I'm safe to trade on h6.
That's the problem, right? And so long your king is comfortably in the square. Oops, excuse me.
So if your pawn would be b pawn, the other pawn, white's pawn, would be on the b file, then this would be a viable idea. But
exactly.
Like this.
My king gets trapped in the corner. So this looks like it is heading towards a draw.
Yep. And Alireza is indeed shuffling the rook on the H line.
File shuffle?
I say line.
File. Yeah, we definitely say file. File and ranks. Yeah, those are pretty ingrained. Line? Where does the line come from?
Well, because file isn't necessarily a standard word.
A line. Yeah, okay, this one looks like it's headed for a draw. Wesley, so? I was expecting a handshake very quickly, but that's not the case.
I was expecting this one to go on for a long, long time. In fact, I still am.
Really?
Because in terms of the ratings between the players, Bogdan Daniel is around about 26.50, Wesley 27.40. So you kind of want to be winning this with white.
You want to be winning it with white, but be very careful you're not losing it with white. After the move knight c7, which was played, remember a moment ago your rook was trapped? Imagine a really terrible move, right? Yes, a really terrible move.
White carries on oblivious, yes.
That's one way you can lose it by, getting yourself excited. Knight c7, and the other thing is, when you go king to e7 to d6, are you really even playing? Because again, the rook just feels on a7.
It feels terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, how
I
are you
mean, it
getting
would
yourself...
be something if the rook could plant itself on c4. And then we're talking about maybe having a better minor piece, the outside passed pawn as a decoy.
Again, even in the...
Yeah, but I know. You're going to meet me with rook to b3. I know you.
Yes, you do. We've sat next to each other. And I'll take the pawn. This is a very strange way of playing for a win. So when we left it, I kind of expected right here a perpetual check, bishop f1, knight takes, king f2, check, and knight goes back to c7. Strange way of playing for a win, I would say, Miro.
Right, so it's maybe not playing for a win, but just playing on. Expecting Deac to maybe kind of go low on time and maybe mess things up, because the position itself, it did not change the valuation all that much. So you could accept the perpetual with white. Now you continue, but you are not worse. Neither you are better.
Right.
So it should be a draw on so many levels.
Of course.
Indeed, as you pointed out, getting the king on d6, and very often, I don't know how to do it. Let's say we move the h-pawn and king goes to d7.
Yeah.
And then white, we agreed, has to perhaps try to return the rook back.
Exactly.
So one of the patterns that I wanted to highlight, if, let's say, things go terribly bad for black and something like this occurs, and you're able to start moving the pawn, then having the rook behind the passed pawn, it also should be a draw by a huge margin. So usually those pawns, they're not running too far.
Exactly.
So it would have to be like the pawn on a6 already, which is very hard to achieve, and an extra weakness on the king side, which it currently isn't there.
Yeah.
So it's too many ifs for white to have a real chance.
Agreed all around. Gukesh, let's just go back to our teams, shall we? Rook to d7, and this was the last. Not much. No, it is. I was trying to remember. There was a queen on h3. It got kicked.
Yes, I have a. No, it doesn't. So I wanted to go rook c4. I just wanted to go rook
build
c4.
Me up and then
I know. I just wanted to make use of this.
Rook c4.
I mean, that's just a flashy move.
Whoa. Flashy moves. Just a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting very, very nervous
The
about
queen's
my friend.
hanging. The queen is hanging. Yasser.
Oh,
So
thank you.
That was the whole.
That was the whole plan.
Yeah, but okay.
Because a
There's rook
moment
takes
ago, I
rook.
was really getting nervous
Yeah.
about Queen E2,
But they
right?
have rook takes rook.
No, just pause here for just a second, Jovi. Rook A1.
Yeah, then they have F.
Then you got
F3.
Queen E2.
Or queen e2, yes.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
okay,
Queen
so
E2
rook
was very-
takes here.
Okay, but this is just
Not good.
No, it's not good. No.
No good,
You
not
got
good.
F3 and rook A1. So.
No,
But okay,
no,
I
no.
was just attracted to the possibility of.
You're getting used to the
Yeah.
pins.
Okay, but maybe you can, instead of going rook c4, maybe you
Yes.
can go rook to d4 was a kind of.
Rook to D4. I get scared. I
know,
really do.
I know. I'm also scared. I don't know what I'm doing, but
Queen E2.
I'm just trying to set cheapos.
Cheapos. If I'm white, again, I really need to mean to emphasize this. I'm playing Queen B5, Queen E2, and just kind of grabbing and fighting for my light squares.
Then you can go rook A7. Sorry,
Rook- oh, please.
Rook D, A7.
A very good move because you've got at least this one on the agenda,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Whoa.
Whoa.
What?
Wow. Yes, because Queen E2, so much desirable, in fact loses in this position.
And this
Believe
is
it
a-
or not.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that after this trade and Rook A1,
A1.
you'll have to trade. And it doesn't seem like a catastrophe until you realize that there is no way to stop Bishop F3.
Right.
So in fact, even though the position is equal or equalish, White has to be very careful because a couple of moves we try, a couple of ideas we tried are both losing for White. The Queen B5, Queen E2 is not great, and also Rook D4, Queen E2, computer immediately starts saying, yeah, this is winning.
Big
problems.
Yeah, there was one moment I wanted to highlight, okay, which has nothing to do with the real game, but computer was mentioning Rook A6 as one of the moves, and I thought if the pawn was on H7, then I would know what Rook A6's idea is, to take on H2, to go Rook to H6 and checkmate on H1.
Right.
Yeah, but the real idea perhaps always would be to double on the A file, to have this Rook A1, Rook A1 ideas.
Right.
Yeah, surprisingly, the game goes on, and we were mentioning, Gukesh will torture Prague for a very long time, and we are witnessing something quite the opposite, it seems.
Yeah, we got it, the old switcheroo. Sorry, in this variation where I was trying to bring my queen back to E2, this final position, and you were saying, and black wins, and at first I was ready to agree with you wholeheartedly. Bishop F3 is a winning threat. I do have the move F4, right? If you go Bishop F3, I move the rook, you take my knight, and King F2 draws?
Well,
No,
in this
D1.
case, there is Rook D1, but Bishop
Sorry.
D3 is another motif. I think Bishop D3 would be more precise.
And it's
Bishop
the same
D3,
story.
and then it's a check.
And yes, you're right.
If you attack
Okay.
the rook, it's one more check, and Bishop C4.
Good morning, St. Louis. That is blindness on my side. Rook D7, and you're right, I think, and the clock times too, is an indication that Gukesh is kind of waking up to a certain realization that he's really mishandled this ending. As the bishop is now really a tower of power, really, really strong on the e4 square. Remember, there was a knight on f4. There was no problems around the white king. We were going to go h3 and settle matters there. No, no.
Scary news for Gukesh is that machine's first line involves
F3.
going f3.
Yes.
So it's queen c6, rook a7, f3.
And let's bail.
Captures there, queen d5, queen e3, and it says it's equal or close to equal. And
Right.
it might be right, but once again, no one plays like that.
No.
Like
So
voluntarily giving the pawn
Yeah.
If Gukesh just waits, so instead of going f3, he's like
so go queen c6, rook a7,
queen c3.
Well,
just to stop rook a1.
Somehow it's already very unpleasant. I have no idea yet.
Queen d4, you know.
Queen d4, rook 8, a4, and somehow you start kind of...
We're driving you away from a1, aren't we? Yeah.
Queen b2,
Queen b2.
you can still be there.
Okay.
Chaos king h7, it says it's already a pawn up for black. So apparently, I don't know, there's some sort of Zugzwang. Okay, what's your next move with white, if you think of it?
Exactly.
Like, you don't want to be leaving the first rank because rook a1, right?
That's clear.
You don't want to be leaving the second rank.
I agree. I've messed it up a little bit. Let's go back. Can we put the queen on b2?
Yeah, so we go, what, here?
I don't know.
No, we don't go here.
I don't want to drive you to the correct plan. So,
yeah, let's say you go here, right? Rook goes here.
Yeah, and now queen b2.
And now queen b2. And what's the... Again.
King
wow.
h7.
Rook a5. And I start getting the idea of rook a5.
Queen h2.
So the thing I wanted to do, and it was illegal because the h-pawn was there. So let's say after queen b3, there is d4.
Threatening queen
takes
and if
h2.
you take d4, yes, queen h2 is
and
right.
how ridiculous is moves like h4?
h4.
No, instead of
well, no,
queen
here.
queen b2, queen.
Okay,
so instead of queen b3,
to go h4 here.
Instead of queen b3.
Instead of queen. Wait a second. Yeah.
Yeah. So here.
To go h4 here.
Yeah, because at least then I'm thinking after g5, I've
starts doing this.
King h2.
Once here.
Yeah,
king
I can't
h2.
let that in there.
Starts doing this. Gets to h3. So it is annoying. It is annoying. This one, but in particular.
Yeah,
no, I agree. I mean.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
too.
Gukesh is down to what, 5 minutes?
Right.
He has a choice of accepting the position pawn down, and perhaps he understands, yeah, it is defendable, but kind of unpleasant. Or you try to calculate any other option, and
his
it's
other
very,
option was f3. He did, pardon me, rook d1. He did play rook
He played
c1,
rook
d1.
d1, yes.
I don't know if this is a signal that I'm ready to, like if you go rook a7.
That's what you do, yeah.
Yeah, and if I
a7.
take, and if I give up my exchange as did Nodirbek, this is not comfy. You go rook to a1. I have to play king f1 in this case. And I'm presuming you play rook to
a2.
a2. So here's the question for you. Would you rather play an exchange knight and pawn versus a rook, or just the pawn down and the major piece ending? The problem is I think you're doubling on the first rank, and I can't protect the knight in a nice way. Or maybe, let's just see. I go rook to d3. You go rook here, yes? I go e4. You go rook here, I go rook here. This one, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Feels creaky,
yeah,
doesn't it?
I feel, yeah, and f5. Thank you, Miro. f5, getting ready to double on the first rank.
This would be just winning for black.
Just winning,
honestly.
No, I think
out
I
winning.
would prefer just to hold the position as is without giving anything.
Except you can't.
Well,
you got rook
my
a1
queen can
is
move. I know. So I would kind of go back to the game position, and I would just
yes, we have the game position, and we're going rook to a7.
7, yeah.
Okay, so Black's threat is he's telegraphing his threat. He wants to play rook a1, attacking this rook on d1, hoping to provoke a trade, and then your knight on e1 is pinned in an absolute pin. So we were putting the queen on b2, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were playing queen to d4, and there was some crazy line where we were doing something
Could
funny.
we do some queen d6s? No, we can't go queen d6 because rook a1 is coming all the time.
All the time. So queen d6.
Look, rook a1.
You were trying to put the queen maybe
No
on-
time.
No time.
Okay, so
This is the problem that White's having. And Gukesh after rook a1. And how about Prague's time?
Prague has plenty of time, 13 minutes, whereas
big difference,
Gukesh
right?
just under 5 minutes and 25 seconds.
It was mentioned at the top of the show, but Gukesh defending against against Nepo yesterday was really impressive defense. At a certain point, though, you stop liking playing defensive chess. And here we see, after rook a7, the pendulum has definitely swung in Prague's favor. And he's enjoying the moment. How much time did you say for?
Prague is just under
for Gukesh.
13 minutes and 30 seconds. For Gukesh, he's just over 5 minutes and it's ticking down.
5 minutes, okay.
Ooh, such a big task ahead of him to defend this position.
Yes.
Because he always has that question, you know, should he radically change the nature of the position?
Yeah.
Or should he try and set up some kind of fortress? And how viable is a fortress? And it's not an easy decision when you have now under 5 minutes.
Once you come to the realization that queen b5, e2 is never working, the rook is coming to a1, I think you reach for the f pawn. And you
when is it going to be
f3.
too late?
Yeah, in the next few moves,
exactly,
it will be very late.
it's very much a now or never approach.
Right, and yikes, f3, okay, your pawn down, major piece ending, you're going to suffer. Has Wesley made any inroads in his...
Well, he's gotten his rook to b4.
Well, that's a great success.
That's already a success, because I was expecting the rook to come to b3.
Exactly. Or a2 or something.
Get behind the rook b4.
Okay, rook
a2, put the
and
rooks
you have to
behind
play
passed pawns.
rook to b3. There's just no other choice in this case. And we're going to bring our king nicely to the d6 square. Okay, and clock times in this one?
Oh, very balanced.
Very balanced.
Yeah,
okay.
where we have Bogdan Daniel, he is just under 8 minutes, whereas Wesley is just under 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So,
by the way, we didn't, I really wanted to get some insights from you both yet from yesterday's game. Daniel would play a move with 7 seconds on his clock. He'd have 30 seconds, and this one is a draw.
Let's go quickly to the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja as they are repeating moves. And there you can see the disappointment in Maxime's face.
Yes,
he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see he's very cross with himself.
For
you
sure.
know, he let a golden opportunity pass by. And Alireza will move to 1.5
50%.
points.
Yeah.
Yes, but he was really dancing on the edge in that game.
Truly. I like the arbiter. Hey, man, I don't want to look at your score sheets. Would you guys just play a few, like 2 extra pairs of moves, you know, another repetition? A fourfold repetition would be fine.
Yeah.
And they said, okay.
Yeah,
a missed opportunity.
Definitely a missed opportunity, but when you kind of consider the whole story, obviously Maxime is going to be gutted about having let the win slip.
Yep.
But Alireza was the one who got in this great piece of preparation. He
was.
had a chance to put Maxime under pressure, and then he spoilt it within 2 moves.
Bishop a2, for those of you joining us late, it was a very intriguing approach from this Berlin ending. And Alireza with the move bishop to f7, according to our engine 3-result game, is completely possible with all kinds of reasons why you might want to play this variation as black. Bishop a2, however, was a step in the wrong direction, and it was this cold shower move right here.
C4.
Whoa. What appears to be an impossible move just completely turned the tables, and after the forced trade of rooks, the bishop made a discovery. How do I get back? And here, with a very powerful king, we thought the game was actually, at this point, we more or less thought the game was over. And we just expected that after king to g4 and start pushing your f-pawn forward, it would be game over. That didn't happen. Sorry, it was king g4 here. I made a mistake. King g4 here, start pushing your f-pawn, it's game over. It was this missed shot. We think, our conjecture was that Maxime had envisioned this position and thought he was winning. That's it.
Yeah.
End of story. I've got you. I'm threatening checkmate on b8. Please stop me. Bishop to c7, rook to c5. Wins a piece, but it was rook b3. Blind spot? I think so.
I think so. Well, a missed opportunity there for Maxime, but maybe we can head over to the Gukesh game.
Yes,
because
we've seen
f3 indeed was played by Gukesh. So
great objectivity, I want to say, by Gukesh. Playing the move f3 and just giving away the pawn is not the way you wanted to play this ending, but it's correct.
Yeah.
It was the correct move.
It is a correct move, and moreover, it could be if white takes everything, sorry, black takes everything immediately, it could be that it's relatively easy to make a draw. And the reason for that I do not really see how to stop further trades. Because they say, I want to play queen f3 and rook d8, like, you know, to induce more and more trades.
Right.
And according to the computer, after f3, it could be more precise to go rook a5. Okay. And only after queen d4, you take on f3.
So it's not.
And still, the evaluation is not that impressive, but it is in black's favor.
Right.
After rook f1, queen e4. I don't know which one is more realistic to win. 4 versus 3 like that, with 4 rooks, or 3 versus 2 with queens and 2 rooks, right? So probably both are like holdable with a precise play.
well, in fact, Pragga's gone for this approach.
Rook a5.
With rook a5, yeah.
Yeah. Here, you know, I with 4 rooks and maybe a weaker pawn on e3 than on h2 and g3, I think the chances of this one are a little bit better.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, and Pragg is going for it. Right. Rook a5, queen d4, and we're expecting bishop f3 now. Munch. He's done it.
The good news for Pragg is at least he builds himself some time on the clock, right?
Or for Gukesh.
Yeah, and also Gukesh, both of these players, you know, because they will need it.
Oh gosh,
because there is no second time control.
Yeah. No, whenever I was under time trouble, those trades, when they happened, came with pleasure. It's like, I know what I'm doing. Queen f4.
Queen f4. How to get out of that one?
Yeah, queen to e4. This is the ending, but this is not the 4 rook ending. Queen f4 looks like a better move than the previous one.
Well,
queen
you can
e4.
keep the queens on the board by going queen h5.
Can we? Just a second. Queen h5. Ah, you mean I have rook a1?
Yes.
Yes. So g4, queen h3, and I still can't grab this pawn. Okay, but here I do have. Pardon?
Queen h5 played.
Queen h5 played. Here I do have the move e4. And no, maybe I'm wrong. e4, rook a1. Maybe I should be a little bit more careful. King g2. King g2 and queen f3.
And well, let's take a pause on this one because, well, we could be seeing a potential threefold repetition in the game between Wesley So and Bogdan Daniel. So let's just rewind.
And we left it?
Well, we left it with
We did rook b3,
rook
I think.
b4 being played,
Rook to
and now
B-
rook to b3, defending the pawn on a3. And there we just saw Bogdan Daniel just bring in all his pieces. And now the big question is, will Wesley play bishop d3, repeat the position?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so little in this position at this moment.
Yeah, you can't advance your a-pawn. And, well, with bishop d3, Wesley is signifying that he is very happy with the draw. Rook a2.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, wasn't
Very happy?
Okay, no, I haven't. I didn't even notice it.
willing to accept the halving.
That was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't notice that I made that point.
Very happy.
Very happy. Well, I kind of just meant it in the sense that, there's nothing to be done here. So let's just share the point and have dinner.
And after every move, Daniel Deac,
well, we are going to take this chance to go over to Bucharest to Cristian, who is with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Maxime, in your interview with Anastasiya before the tournament, you said that you're looking forward to this game against Alireza. What is it about Alireza and you always this type of explosive games?
Yeah, I just know Ali is a very fighting player, and when I get some opportunities, I like to take them. But it started actually quite wrong for me because Ali managed to get the upper hand in the preparation.
Absolutely, and he was playing so fast, right? All the way until
I couldn't remember the details after bishop d8. Then after bishop g5 he kept on playing very fast. Say 5.
When do you feel his preparation ended?
I have, around here, I would say, after a3, he told me it was inaccurate. But okay, it shouldn't be such a big deal. Here I made a miscalculation, rook g8 I underestimated because no c3 is wrong. Take, you play bishop b3, I go rook e1. You still cannot take on g5, but rook g6 and this...
f4, h6.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
But at least I found this move rook e1, which was very nice. And based also on the trick, I managed to get in the game.
With c4, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think he missed that?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
He did it, yeah?
Yeah. Like this, or maybe he thought he had b5, I don't know. But yeah, suddenly it's very tricky. You can go b5, but then rook a1. Maybe cb even, but rook a1 is very tough. And after e4 here, I was considering, but I didn't want to allow this b5 anyway, because now if I go rook a1, there's bishop b3.
And it creates...
So I can take on b5, and I assume I'm better, but I just thought this should be so good for me. And it should be, yeah. But I must say, so it goes rook e8. I mean, I could have gone king f5, but here I missed that after h4, suddenly b5 comes. And actually, I'm not in time.
How do you even calculate this type of positions, right?
It was
so tricky, right?
It was on Ali to calculate first, and then, when he went to rook e8, I tried to realize what he wants. So in the end, I just took, and if he doesn't take if he takes the pawn on c4, I assumed I'm gonna be winning. And here, I was too happy with my position, but it turned out I made probably if a4 b5, it's not so easy. Because what happened is I didn't play a4 because I miscalculated after b5. I thought cb, c4, rook b4, rook f3. I thought this is winning, but
and they were discussing this in the studio.
Simply cb, rook b5, rook b3 is what.
That's exactly what they thought that you missed as well.
Yeah. So maybe king g4. Looks like I'm pressing a lot, but it's not clear-cut winning already. And somehow I still thought I had very good chances, but yeah, first of all, you can already take on e5, but Ali didn't want to allow the pawn to c7. And here, yeah, like I should probably go bishop d4 if I want to try something, but
maybe get rook and bishop versus rook at some point.
Yeah, like this could have been more tricky, but somehow I thought with rook c5, rook takes c5, I had some chances, but I completely didn't realize. And like, yeah, because this, if you get, like rook g1 would lose, not even, yeah. Why? Because rook g2, not rook h1, yeah. Yeah, okay, so even this is the draw. So like, I thought I had some chances that I didn't have. So yeah, of course I should go bishop d4 and up to like probably give up this pawn and try to create some attack, but I didn't believe in it, so yeah. And I was getting short on time, of course.
That's what I wanted to ask you. One of the things that we newly implemented into the Grand Chess Tour is this new time format, right? It doesn't allow you to overspend your time, let's say. Does that play into your decision-making, your strategy?
A little bit. I try definitely to take it as a 90 plus 30, like to have some leeway after move 40. Here I didn't have that much, but like I had maybe 20, 25 minutes, so... considering the complexity of the position, it was not all that bad.
Well, still plenty of games to go, Maxime. Go get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Realizing he missed an opportunity, but the game continues with Wesley not willing to give up the draw. And again, I think it's time, the time control that is convincing Wesley that he should play on. He was rewarded yesterday.
Well, today he might be rewarded because Bogdan Daniel, we've seen him play with just seconds left on the clock, and he's going to be utilizing those skills once more because he is down to, as you see on the clock, 1 minute and 8 seconds. He made that last move with 38 seconds to spare. I mean, if it were me playing this game, I would be on full-on panic mode. The rook comes over to d2.
Now, the question is, can we really put this a-pawn to use? So if we play the move king to c4 and try to sneak in a4 and king b5...
Can we not start marching it?
Immediately?
Actually, what I want to do is get the rook behind.
No, well, you want to play rook a4 and rook a3 in one turn.
Yeah, yes. What I wanted to do is like moves like rook to b8, but then you have to calculate rook to g2.
Okay, so rook to b8, rook to g2.
At some point, I just want to go all in, risk the whole house.
The whole game.
In order to promote the pawn. King c4 played.
Along those lines, the idea of rook to b7, f6, rook to g7 is one way of going all in. King c4. And Miro, jump in on this one for us. Because Wesley, okay, the clock is one thing, but, you know, being able to put his a-pawn in motion, you mentioned a long time ago. If you ever could get the pawn from a3 to a6, we could be talking.
Right. So usually, Yasser, if I do not want you to know the answer, I would cover, you know, the numbers. Here, I might as well cover the position because I think this is the main factor why they're playing. It's Bogdan's clock. Yeah, so all the lines that the engine has are triple zeros, right? So you don't have a chance, black doesn't have a chance here. Well, according to the machine, once again, you always can go wrong when your time is down to seconds.
Exactly. As Maurice Ashley often says, the time trouble makes fools of everybody. And after the move king c4, we do have king c6 on the board. Okay.
Yeah.
And now if you're in Wesley's shoes and you're the 2700 and you're the higher rated player, you know, how do we create problems?
Okay, you mobilize the rook. But again, how to do that without too much risk?
Well, for me, I love putting
bishop e4.
my opponent in a pin. Not that I'm threatening to take the knight or anything like that, but at least on these grounds, humor me for a moment that. Whoa! The king might make a sudden appearance on f6. So careful on those ones. So bishop e4, again, what I'm trying to do is, test my opponent here in true Magnus Carlsen style. Just make those needlesome moves. And especially when my opponent's in time trouble. Immediate a4, the drawback, the desirable a4, I don't have a good answer to rook a2.
That was the issue.
Yeah, sadly, I just don't have a good answer to a2. Does the computer see any way that I can mess things up?
Well, the thing is, like bishop e4 is a good move, as good as any other.
Sure.
And what's confusing for Deac, I believe, that it's very easy to be frightened by king e5. However, when you go king e5, try rook e2 for black. So black does nothing, and when you go king e5, go rook e2, and there is no progress.
Could you go bishop, instead of bishop e4, maybe go bishop b1?
Sure. This is just, you're saying I get a dead end here.
Computers saying this.
Yeah, I get a dead end here.
Yeah, no,
and from the starting position with the bishop on...
e1.
Okay, now we're hoping. What are we hoping?
Well, I'm just hoping to confuse.
The problem...
I will waste some time. I will force you to feel.
Okay, so bishop to b1. Does Jovi have a point on this one, Miro? Because, okay, again, bishop e4 is one test. Bishop b1 is maybe by the way, bishop e4 was... But I think we can get that test as well. We can go bishop e4 and bishop e1.
Right, so what happens here, that in any case, black has to react properly, like attacking the bishop, I would say, would be the best way, and that's what Deac is doing. So in case of bishop b1, rook to d1, not really attacking, but keeping an eye on the bishop with the rook. And then, in this case, just go rook e1 and hover back to a1. It's really you have to play a little bit reactive. It's not just a fortress that you do nothing, but at the same time, you don't have to move the king, don't have to move the knight. That's perfectly placed. And just shuffle with the rook, attack the right pieces at the right time. So let me update on this one. So that's what happened. Bishop e2. Rook e2, bishop f3, rook e1 is what he played. And once again, it's one of those moves which lead to a 0-0 variation. It's, again, very, very hard for me. So a4, as soon as you play a4, there's rook a1, or in this case, check first, drive the king further away and go rook a1. So... can't really do much.
No, not so much to be done. But the issue in these type of positions is not necessarily to do anything. It's just to confuse your opponent. You just keep making moves, wear them out, just through sheer exhaustion.
And again, the clocks. You just looking for those nettlesome moves where your opponent has to actually come up with some good answers. The move king d4
and now
on
there's
the board.
no check on d1, so that king can't be dislodged from its squares. It has eyes on the king side. Yeah,
this run for the run to e5, but as mentioned by Miro, I'm not getting far in these cases. The rook will just come back. So, assuming I'm not afraid of bishop takes check, I would probably play a move like rook f1 or rook a1. 19 seconds.
It is 19 seconds. 15 seconds. Rook A1 is a very difficult move to play because somehow you want to keep the white king shut out of the game. 8 seconds.
Wesley's not looking at the clock. No. He doesn't want to see the clock.
So he just moves his king to D6.
With 4 seconds
he made that? With 4 seconds. But, well, we've seen Bogdan Daniel. He's been playing ever so calmly in time trouble. In fact, he leaves his chair.
Yes.
And there he is again.
That's for me so shocking. Quick question. I munch the knight. Now, if you give me, this is my dream, I want to say. Anytime I can get into a king and pawn game where I've got the decoy pawn, I'm happy. Or am I?
Of course you are, but
of course
nothing.
I am.
Okay, I can try to do
I'm
this.
not even so sure anymore.
Bishop takes, rook D.
Rook
D1.
It is.
Rook D3 does win. Yeah, so this,
yes, it does. Of course, it does.
Yeah. So what has to be done? Just take this guy, and after a check, go to E7. Okay.
No, that's easy.
Rook E3. It's one of those when you insist too much on playing for a win, you might as well lose, right?
Okay, but A4 instead of king. No, sorry. Instead of king takes D5.
Don't take
A4.
A4, but then rook E4, rook A4, and we are talking 3v3.
Yeah, that's an easy draw. So no bishop takes D5. King D6, good move. Well, when your opponent finds all the right answers.
So there was, you know what, since I'm still on the screen, there was one idea I wanted to highlight, that after rook A1, in terms of a kind of structure, F5 would be interesting. Again, so that you can take with the E pawn, the knight's hanging, and when you take with the G pawn,
you've got the imbalance.
At least they're kind of imbalancing the position. The computer's still not impressed. Equally draw. But this is kind of a change in the position that you're looking for. That you have passed pawns on both wings.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this one is certainly looking towards a draw. Let's shift our focus onto the game between Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa. Gukesh with just 33 seconds left on the clock. He is a pawn down. He has an unsafe king. So Pragg enjoying the position.
Exactly.
But he has to find ways to put Gukesh under pressure. And Gukesh with just 16 seconds, and it's ticking down to 13 seconds.
Whoa. It's suddenly getting very interesting.
7 seconds. Oh, dear.
And he doesn't look like, wow.
He's made that move as well with 4 seconds left on the clock. And, well,
immediately
Pragg not giving Gukesh any chance to pause. Queen check. King, where will the king run to?
Well, if you go to G1, there is no Queen A8.
Well, he's moved his queen to B6. Okay, again, this is an interesting issue because Gukesh has to be very careful with the rook coming down to A2, pinning.
I'm blundering my F7 pawn. Apologies. I was thinking, you get your queen on A8.
Well, you can't wait in the wrong way because rook A2 is a threat.
Big time.
And threatening to eliminate all the heavy pieces.
So
if you step up with the king again, 18 seconds for Gukesh.
Let me tell you something.
Please.
So now, king F1 is the only move. If you try to do this, and he finds it.
Wow.
So
that's not intuitive.
If he would keep shuffling G1, G2, there was this staircase, B7, queen to B7, to A7, eventually to A8, and rook A1, as Yasser wanted to achieve. So king F1 was the only move. All the rest would lose.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to block with the queen in case of queen A6 check.
Queen A6 check, queen E2. Oh, that one is an easy one. That one I really wanted to block and put my queen on the light squares on the long diagonal so I could put my king on G2. But let me just refresh my board. How close did he get down? You were counting
4 seconds, Yasser.
4 seconds. Whoa.
Yep, it is certainly whoa. And I'll say I can see that, well, Wesley taking big risks as well in his game. But Gukesh very much on the back foot. Pragg, I mean, he has to just find some moves just to keep the pressure on the board. Maybe Queen B7.
Mm-hmm.
Defend the F7 pawn.
Looks like a darn good
The only
idea.
issue is that Gukesh has some very easy moves if you go Queen B7. He's just going to go King to G1,
Yes.
and the shuffling begins.
Again. Sadly, a move like Rook F5, trading rooks at first blush, you might thinking, oh, I'm getting closer to my king and pawn in-game. You're actually just ruining your pawn structure. You're not making the win anything closer. You pushed it away, in fact. You mentioned something.
Maybe it's time to go King to G8, G7 or something.
King G7, I'm probably jumping with the check and here. I liked what you were saying. Queen here. So
There's a little problem that the rook is hanging on A5.
Good morning.
In fact, actually, that's a serious issue. You can't defend.
That is it.
The queen, the pawn with the queen, because rook takes F7. It will be checked.
Yeah, maybe it's time I have to.
I think you have to, in order to kind of keep the position as is, you'll have to drop the rook back to A7.
Yes.
Because King G7, for instance, as far as I can see, allows an immediate perpetual. Queen C3 and C8 and C3 and C8.
Queen A6 check.
Queen A6 check. Now Queen E2 is needed.
And that one is easy.
That one is very easy because otherwise rook to A1 is going to be devastating.
And you, precisely so, you're getting out of this threat of rook A1. But even better still, you want to put your queen on F3 so your king will find glorious shelter on G2. And Pragg forcing Gukesh to find this. Queen B7, and I'm thinking this is an automatic, right? Queen F3.
And then he trades, goes rook F5 and wins.
No.
So the only move to keep the position alive after Queen B7 is King G1.
Queen F3, I'm in a losing rook and pawn.
Well, I don't know. According to the claim of our engine,
I'm
rook
shocked.
F5 takes.
I'm shocked to imagine. He's played Queen F3.
Well, we are about to find out.
We're about to find out because I'm just very.
I don't know
stunned.
if I shouldn't trust the machine because machine says it's like completely winning.
Completely winning. Oh my goodness. Time trouble impacting the outcome of this game. King G1, you were saying, should have been played. What were you saying after Queen E2, Queen B7? What did you need to play?
King G1.
King G1.
King G1 to be able to block with the rook on the first rank.
Protecting H1 square.
Yeah.
Getting ready to play rook F.
Just checked it with the table base. It's this king and pawn ending. It is winning for black.
Wow.
But you have to understand that. That's
Wow.
also a big issue and not easy to do when you just have 45 seconds left on the clock.
You know, seriously.
Wait a second. Realistically, what's your better chance? Because F7 is hanging. If you avoid the queen's trade, that means you're dropping the F7 pawn, right?
No, you have to go for this rook F5. Even if you don't believe it's winning, you have to understand that 3 versus 2 is an easy draw. So, but rook F5, and by the way, there
15
goes
seconds.
all of Prague's time. I thought he was
12
up 5
seconds.
minutes on the clock for a moment
He
there.
was, but he thought it away. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 4. Okay, so he goes for the trade, and yep, it is the king and pawn endgame.
Wow, rook takes F5, all forced. And again, I'm really, really stunned that this is a losing ending. I guess I'm getting zugzwanged.
Yeah.
You're going to put your king towards E5?
I guess. So with this kind of setup, you can kind of eternally wait on F6 and E6 with the king, for white king to go back, right?
To e3. So, okay, let's just put some moves on the board. I'm going to go king.
They will do it for us, okay?
Very
we can follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can follow the game.
They will do it very quickly for us. King f2, king g6. We're anticipating that black will want to play king to f6 to e5 in order to play f4, and we're going to be having
Let
our
me tell
king
you
waiting.
something.
Yes.
Now, after king f3 for white, one of the winning moves is king back to h7, which kind
Wow.
of suggests how winning the position is. Okay, I
Right.
trust my engine here, so
Right.
I put the king f3 on the board, and then one of the winning moves is go back to h7.
Yeah, but I think
It's
that's
incredible,
because
I mean.
the winning technique is just to come in with your king
To e5,
To
and play
E5.
f4,
Yep.
right? So I'm going to try to block you, and then you're going to play f4 anyway, and then you're going to zugzwang me. You're going to have more tempos with your pawn than I will, more tempi. Wow. Yeah, I can see, Jovi, you've got the technique down.
Well, I'm
on
trying.
your board. Yeah.
Whilst you guys are talking, I'm trying to see what the winning technique is.
Exactly. I think you're finding it very nicely. I think it's f4, isn't it?
No, it's not f4.
Not f4.
No.
h5 first, then. He's first played king to g5, by the way. So that's important. King to g5. So you forced me to take away a tempo move. If I move my king, then I'm afraid of king g4. So I have to play h3. Yeah, I like king g5. That's an important to get white to play h3.
And if king doesn't go there, you just take a step back, then you just gets king g4.
Precisely.
Okay, so h3.
Okay, then we do have h3 on the board. Then go back to the e5 square.
It's interesting because I'm looking at this position and my table base is telling me that there are only two moves to win. King g6 and h5. King f6 is going to be a draw.
Wow.
Because white gets the opposition with king f4.
Okay.
But if you go king to g6,
king f4,
king
f6.
King f4, yeah, it's very important to maintain the opposition. You go king f6, and then if white waits again, king f3, you go king e5. Yeah.
And then white waits again with king e3.
Yeah.
And now do you go f4?
And now you go f4.
Wow. This is
deep.
Deep stuff.
But it's a relatively straight path. Yeah.
Yeah, for these two grandmasters. Yeah. I'm just going to refresh my board, everyone. But so far, so good. Good technique. We understand h5 and king g6 are both winning moves. He's reaching for the h-pawn, I believe. King f6.
No, this is no. He's not
No.
following the rules. You need to definitely maintain the opposition. And now king f4.
Okay.
This is it.
King f4, king e6.
Wait a second, but how this is it? This is like super tricky.
So if you go
Because
king e6, yeah, go on.
the draw is, you go king f4, king g6. The only way for white to make a draw is g4, say take with the pawn, king f6, and then it'd be this corresponding square, so like you have to go to f3. It's very hard to realize it's a draw.
Right. So, hold on. King f4 is on the board. So here's the moment of truth. King g6, g4 is a draw. King e6, also g4 must be only move. Also a draw. Whoa. Opposition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that's a word that you can't use on Norwegian TV. That's too sophisticated,
No,
right?
no, you can use opposition.
Opposition?
Opposite. The kings are opposite each other.
Okay.
And you talk about the critical squares being e5, f5, and g5.
Corresponding squares, that would be too much. Then your producers
say-
will fire you.
Well, no, you can always kind of explain yourself away. And Praggnanandhaa, 7 seconds left on the clock, and he moves his king to e6, and
By
this
the
is
way,
it.
for Gukesh, this one's actually an easy decision. For Gukesh, he can recognize that king f3 loses. Easily. King f3, king e5 loses. So g4 is forced?
G4 is forced. It's the
Only
only way
move.
to draw.
Right. Any retreats?
Well, this
Done.
is the moment to change the nature of the position.
15
Initiate
seconds.
the trade.
I see the
13
clock.
seconds.
I see.
10 seconds.
And Pragg doesn't want to
Pragg
look
doesn't
at the
wanna
clock.
look at the clock. And yeah, he goes G4, and that is the way to draw.
Your heart sinks when your opponent plays the only move to draw.
Right.
Oof. And he did it with 4 seconds on his clock?
Yeah, he did. And now it's Praggnanandhaa's turn to think. Just 14 seconds.
See, at this point, Pragg is still thinking, I may be winning this. Wait a minute. I'm going to play king f6. My opponent has to go back. Can I wrong foot my...
Yeah, the way he played king f6, I'm sure he thinks he's winning.
Exactly. I mean...
Well,
please.
Gukesh is not out of danger just yet, because the only way that he can draw is by stepping that king back to f3, because this is the theory of corresponding squares, and of course it is there in practice. As soon as the king moves to e5, the king will follow suit, and after king to g5, the king also moves in that direction as well.
Distant opposition. If we play king to e3, then king to e5, Black's king has the opposition. So king to f3, keeping the distant opposition.
Yeah, it's so important to kind of control
Again,
the h4 square as well.
yeah.
H4 and f4 squares are the important ones not to let go of.
King f3, only move. In case of king g5, king
King
g3,
G3,
only
yeah,
move.
no access to.
And again, clock ticking down.
Pragg.
King e5.
King e3.
Yeah. Now, after f7, f6, I can play the king back to f3, and you haven't won the opposition, as I'll play king f4, king to d5. Okay.
Okay, you have
This
to
looks
copy.
like-
Or
No
you
king
can go-
f4? Is king f4 a loser?
King f4 is fine. King d3, king f3, king f4, you're good.
King d3, king f4, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I was like, okay, he's played king to d3. Because at first blush, I wanted to play king f4 in order to play king to f5, and I thought I was drawing. And if I was losing, I was like, oh no, I'm going to lose my grandmaster title. They'll take it away from me.
And we also have a result between Wesley So and Bogdan Daniel. It did finish in a draw.
But not without some serious testing by Wesley. Wesley was a reluctant drawing player. King to d6. Excuse me, king to d3, king to d6. Isn't king to d4 an automatic here?
Yep,
As we
it
just try
is.
to keep, now we shadow the black king, king to e6, king to e4, king to f6, king to f4 is fine, but also king to f3 is a kind of a repetition, right? We just came from king f6, king f3. Actually, the only losing move would be king e3. King f4, king f3 both draw. And king d3 loses, of course, king g4.
Yeah. And this is definitely in Gukesh's,
Wheelhouse.
textbook, right?
Right.
You can see that he's put in the work in knowing his basic endings, and G4, knowing that, just helped him save this game.
Just saw Prague look away there for a moment, and maybe the realization suddenly just sunk in.
There's still a trick.
There's still a trick.
There's still a trick, yeah.
And the trick could be?
So if you get, say, King G5, King G3, F6.
King G5, King G3,
F6, and you have two possible moves. One of them makes a draw and the other one doesn't.
Let's see. King H3, H5 may break. I would play King F3.
And you'd be absolutely right.
But I'm trying to...
So King H3, King F4, King H4, King E4, and Black wins the opposition.
That is beautiful.
And the other side is a draw because there is no I4 square or something. You can show the other line, and it's simply the edge of the board doesn't let you win.
Gotcha. Oh, King F3.
Well, the players might find themselves in that situation as they repeat the position.
In this position, there's no king to the edge of the board. You can't go off the board and get in opposition that way. And now a repetition.
Mm-hmm. Once again.
So again, has to go King F3.
King F3, only move.
King F3. Been here before. So King F3, King to G5, King to G3, F6, the final test. King F3, only move to make the draw. King G5, King G3.
King G3.
F6. This is it, the final test. Prague looks like he's suffering, like...
Because he knows it was winning.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to let go of the past.
Right.
Especially in this kind of situation. He was on the verge of getting his first win. He would have shared the lead. And instead, well, here it is, guys. This is the moment of truth, and King F3.
Never a doubt, right? I am not going that way. And, actually, King H3, King F3, still required. King F5 would have been a decisive error. King H2.
King H2, King F2. The white king is just simply shattering its counterpart.
Right.
And the players are going to be repeating. But there's no way for anywhere the king to go, and there it is.
G10.
Pawn takes pawn. King
Did we
F5.
say the players are playing hard? Well, they're playing to naked kings. King takes F6. What a duel. And you can tell this is going to be the rivalry of the future. These two players really got the full measure of one another, I was going to say, for this one.
And here you see the players sharing their thoughts, analysing the game afterwards. I mean, this game was so fiercely contested.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That is very nice that they just put that aside and now just simply analysing the moves together. Oh, but it feels like it was a day of missed opportunities.
And it was.
And we saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave spoil a win against Alireza Firouzja, and at the end over here with Praggnanandhaa just missing
getting that opportunity
to win the game. And there we have it. Five draws. And this is what the day has looked like so far. Well, and here you can see the standings after round 3. It was a draw for Gukesh, so that means he moves 2 points alongside Fabiano Caruana. Both of these players in the lead with 2 points out of 3. And once again, it is a 6-way tie with for third place with all these players with 1.5 points. And yeah, what a day. And this is what tomorrow looks like for pairings.
Nice.
I mean, look at this one. What catches your fancy, Yasser?
Right at the top, Fabi versus Bogdan Daniel. Fabi, one of our co-leaders, will look at that game and say, that for me is kind of a must-win game. What about you? What
I'm
caught your eye?
looking at the other co-leader, Alireza Firouzja against Gukesh. Gukesh has had to defend 2 games so far. We'll see how that one plays out.
Absolutely. And Nepo versus Wesley, a battle of the veterans in that one, Miro. I mean, nice.
Veterans once again.
What can I say? They're 30 years old and they're oldest players in the field. I mean, come on.
So if you'd ask me, I think today we've witnessed the commentator's curse at its finest. Because the moment we started talking about Fabiano having great chance, all of a sudden Nodirbek sacrificed an exchange. It was clear that if anyone's better, it's white. Then we declared MWL, turning things around, being completely winning. He messed up. And then eventually we said, yes, he's getting chances. Prague is winning. And never happened again.
Right. The more I'm thinking about it, you guys are bad luck. Commentator's curse.
And yeah, you can see our picks there. Well, Praggnanandhaa so close to winning that game, but he is there in tied for third place.
I had a great day.
Cristian and Anastasiya, are you
I was
happy with
really
your
not
picks?
looking good. Nastia, are you happy with your pick?
Yeah, Nodirbek was doing also shake a little bit, but he at the end went well. I mean,
But I think perhaps he even had some chances towards the end, to be honest.
yeah, okay. I mean, not so many chances, but I think he's getting better and better. You know.
Look, despite the fact that we had all draws, there was no shortage of very exciting chess, I have to say. Fabiano with the black pieces, he's showing that he's here to fight in every single game. White, black, it doesn't really matter. Tomorrow, great opportunity for him against Bogdan Daniel Deac. Bogdan Daniel Deac, definitely. Once you get him to those last few minutes, you can create some chances, and I think this is what Fabiano is going to go for in tomorrow's matchup. I have to say, a lot of exciting chess still to be played in this competition. Anastasiya, you were in the playing hall when those last couple of games were finishing. What did you see?
I also feel that, you know, every player is fun until the end. This game between Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, you know, like it felt like Praggnanandhaa was even like disappointed until the very end. Like he was trying to push and trying to get any small chance, you know, he could use against Gukesh. Maybe Gukesh would do a small mistake and he could use it. You know, these pawn endings could be tricky. But no, I mean, Gukesh managed to hold the position. So they're trying to play until the very end. You know, you saw naked kings were left on the board. So those players will not give it so easily. They will try their best until the game will be over completely. So looking forward for more exciting chess tomorrow.
And we've seen that from Gukesh yesterday in his game against Nepo and today as well. I have to say, he is looking like a real challenger in this one. Very resilient in difficult positions. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I think that's a wrap. That was really good.
Very tense round.
Wow.
So many missed opportunities.
As they say,
Very
nothing was going on. Yeah?
No changes at the top.
And well, thank you everyone for watching. But remember, join us tomorrow for more of the exciting action. Same time, same place. See you then.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.